Black Trillium by Marion Zimmer Bradley, Julian May, and Andre Norton. Copyright 1990 by Marion Zimmer Bradley, Julian May, and Andre Norton. All rights reserved. Narrated by Madelyn Buzzard.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Peace exists in the kingdom of Ruwenda due to the guardianship of Archimage Binah. With her powers diminishing as she grows old, Binah passes the power of the rare and mystical Black Trillium on to the triplet princesses of Ruwenda. When their country is invaded, each princess is sent on a quest for a talisman to defeat the invaders. Each author recounts the quest of one princess. 1990. From the book jacket. When three brilliant talents unite in crafting a single tale, the result is nothing less than magical, and an unprecedented literary event. Individually, Marion Zimmer Bradley, Julian May, and Andre Norton have won the love and admiration of millions of readers. Together, their combined mastery of the storytelling art has resulted in a supremely rich fantasy epic, replete with keen insight, gripping drama, sly humor, and unforgettable characters. It is the story of Black Trillium. The country of Ruwenda is a fruitful and pleasant land, where human and oddling coexist in peace under the ancient guardianship of the Archimage Binah. Yet even the longest-lived must fade at last, and as Binah's magic wanes, Ruwenda grows increasingly vulnerable. The Archimage's only course is to pass along her protectorship, yet even she cannot guess the outcome of this uncertain act. She can only hope, and soon thereafter she attends the birth of the triplet princesses of Ruwenda. There the Archimage bestows upon the infant girls the power of the rare and mystical Black Trillium, badge of the royal house and symbol of an ancient magic no longer understood by any human of Ruwenda. As the sisters blossom into beautiful young women, Binah's worst fears are realized. The king of neighboring Labernock has summoned a magician of his own, one whose dark allegiances enable him now, at last, to sunder Binah's protections. As invaders pour into Ruwenda, the Archimage orders the princesses to flee, and charges them to search for 3 magical talismans, which, brought together, will be their only chance to regain their kingdom and free its people. Each must accomplish her task separately, and to succeed, each must also confront and conquer the limits of her own soul. Haramis, eldest and heir to her father's lost throne, her fascination with power tempts her to a dangerous alliance. Introspective Haramis was created by Marion Zimmer Bradley, author of the phenomenal bestseller The Mists of Avalon and the popular Darkover series. Cadia. The fiery huntress must overcome her impetuous nature if all 3 sisters are to succeed. Quick-tempered Cadia was written by Andre Norton, whose Witch-World novels are beloved by readers of all ages. Anajul. Sweet but timid, she is fated to face the perils of unknown terrain, and the love of a fierce enemy. Lovely, innocent Anajul was drawn by Julian May, acclaimed author of the 5-book saga of Pliocene Exile. Together, for the first time, these 3 remarkable talents have created a story brimming with magic, mystery, and love. The story of Black Trillium. Dedication to Uiluzurka, who planted the seed of the Black Trillium. Prologue. From the Peninsular Chronicle of Lampier, late Savant of Labernock. In the 800, after those of Ruwenda came to rule over the swamp wilderness called the Mazy Mire, though not completely, for they never mastered the intractable oddlings, legend and history both awoke to record one of those great changes which now and then alter the very balance of the world. The civilized nations of the peninsula, most especially we of neighboring Labernock, looked upon the wetland plateau of Ruwenda as a frustrating and vexing backwater, seeming to exist merely as a thorn in the flesh of more energetic and progressive peoples. In truth, Ruwenda was not at all a properly organized kingdom, owing to its failure to establish suzerainty over the peculiar aborigines dwelling within its claimed borders. Instead, the Ruwendan kings complacently allowed lawless enclaves of these so-called oddlings to persist, oft-times to the detriment of their legitimate subjects and the general peace and good order of the realm. Of these aboriginal tribes, the bog-trotting little Nisamu and the closely related but more aloof Wizgu, quite non-human and therefore clearly designed by nature to serve their betters, were dealt with by both the crown and the merchant class of Ruwenda as putative equals, although no vows of fealty were ever demanded of them. Indeed, certain groups of Nisamu were frequent visitors to the famed Ruwenda citadel, and a few of the uncouth beings were actually accepted as upper servants of the royal court. Two other oddling tribes, the mountain-loving Vizpi and the half-civilized Wavailo of the southern rainforests, were inhospitable to humankind, but deigned to trade with Ruwendan merchants on a regular basis. On the other hand, the shadowy Glizmak, whose jungle haunts bordered those of the Wavailo, were at this time seldom encountered by humans. They were vicious savages who delighted in the massacre of their oddling neighbors. The last and largest tribe of oddlings, the abominable Skritek, also called the Drowners, lived in most parts of the swamp, but were particularly numerous in the vast and noisome marshlands south of Ruwenda citadel, as well as the thorny hell situated in the north-central region. These fiends of the mazy mire were notorious waylayers of caravans and attackers of isolated human manors and homesteads, either drowning their victims or torturing them with unspeakable brutality before consigning them to death in the quagmires. Yet king followed king on the throne of Ruwenda, making no attempt to clear the land of that menace. It was often whispered that the wetland rot had weakened both the minds and bodies of the human Ruwendians. Their rulers were a happy-go-lucky lot, utter strangers to proper feudal discipline. When the scholarly but obstinate Crane III ascended the throne, his manifest short-sightedness in dealing with his neighbor nations made it clear that the time was approaching when more enlightened and progressive methods would have to be applied to a festering situation, over which our own great kingdom of Labernock had stewed for years. The unfortunate fact was that Labernock needed what these feckless and inefficient neighbors had to offer in trade. Our woodlands having long since been cut down and converted into farmland, we were dependent upon the Ruwendian rainforests, not only for ship timber to sustain our thriving maritime commerce, but also for fine woods to enhance and furnish the stately buildings at Derer Gwilla. Also, by a heartless caprice of nature, the Labernocky slopes of the impenetrable Ohogan Mountains were virtually barren of useful minerals, while the Ruwendian side of the range contained loads of gold and platinum, as well as many kinds of valuable gemstones, which were scoured out by the torrents and deposited here and there in the mountains. The precious metals and crystals were haphazardly gathered by the Vizpi oddlings, who traded them to the Wizgu, and eventually they passed into the hands of the human Ruwendians. Other trade goods of the perverse little kingdom included valuable medicinal swamp herbs and kitchen spices, warm pelts and fedock skins, and certain curious ancient artifacts which the oddlings procured from ruined cities deep in the most inaccessible reaches of the mires. Even in the best of times, commerce between Labernock and Ruwenda was a frustrating, occasionally perilous business. More than a few of our glorious kings, champing on the regal mustaches in fury over some piece of Ruwendian insolence, had demanded that our generals devise a scheme for conquering the smaller nation. But it is difficult to invade a country to which there is only one door, the steep and narrow Vizpir Pass through the Ohogans, guarded by well-placed Ruwendian forts. Those Labernocky kings of melancholy memory who made the attempt did not return alive. Surviving members of their defeated armies told tales of demonic freezing fogs, whirlwinds from which inhuman eyes seemed to glare, unseasonable mountain storms with snow, sleet, and hail, monstrous rock slides, fulminating murrains that struck down the war frontials, and other calamities that had assailed them. It seemed almost as though supernatural forces were arrayed in opposition to the invasions. But even if the guard posts in the pass could have been taken, the sodden morass beyond presented an even more formidable obstacle to an invading force, as every Labornaki master trader knew only too well. This audacious and freewheeling guild of merchants, which passed its franchise and certain life-protecting incantations from father to son, included the only citizens of our kingdom who knew the secret route into the heart of Ruwenda. It was suspected by more than one Labornaki general, infuriated and frustrated in futile attempts to pry coherent directions or even a useful map out of the uncooperative masters, that dark magic had been evoked to lock their lips during questioning. Eventually, however, the route would be revealed through the craft of the mighty sorcerer Augustus, about whom more anon. But in earlier days the masters kept their secret well, and enjoyed not only a prosperous monopoly, but also a sizable measure of political power. A typical caravan led by 4 master traders was small, consisting of no more than 20 volumnial-drawn wagons and perhaps 50 men. After giving the hill fort commanders certain passwords, the masters would lead the wagon train into the mire, along an unmarked and treacherous elevated roadway. Only a few isolated places between the mountainous borderlands and the Ruwenda citadel, 200 leagues hence, were blessed with solid, unquakeable land. The largest dry region, lying east of the trade road, was the Dilex country, where polders or diked and drained fields contained well-cultivated farms, pastures, and scattered townships. Verk, the largest of these, engaged in the simple refining of minerals brought in by the Wizgu or Nisamu oddlings, and was a secondary center of the Ruwenda gem and precious metal trade. By far the greater portion of this commerce, however, took place at the citadel, the capital of Ruwenda, which perched upon a sizable rock dome upthrust in the midst of the mazy mire. Once at the citadel, master traders paid the royal road tax. They also paid a capriciously variable wholesale goods tax upon departure, one of the great sore points in Ruwendian-Labornaki relations. Then they were free to sell their own merchandise in the great citadel market, after which they might proceed to commodity exchanges dealing in minerals or timber. The latter was obtained by Ruwendian agents from the forest-dwelling Wavilo oddlings. Masters in search of more exotic trade goods would travel some 100 leagues further, via Ruwendian punt or flatboat, up the sluggish Lower Mutar River to its confluence with the Vispar, where lay the ruined city of Trevista, and in its plazas the fabulous trading fairs of the swamp oddlings. These fairs were held only during the dry seasons, since the monsoons roaring up from the southern sea otherwise made passage of the bogland watercourses impossible. Only the oddlings ventured about the mazy mire then, by ways they knew and methods they had perfected many hundreds ago. Trevista remains one of the great mysteries of our peninsula. It is of unimaginable age, and breathtakingly beautiful, even in its present state of near-total dilapidation. The labyrinthine canals, crumbling bridges, and majestic ruined buildings are overgrown with a profusion of exquisite jungle flowers. Enough of the original urban design remains to demonstrate that Trevista's builders possessed a sophistication and a technical expertise far above that of the most advanced peninsular civilization. There is speculation by those interested in such matters that most of Ruwenda was once a huge glacier-fed lake, dotted with islands that are now mere elevations in the swamp. Many of these are known to be crowned by similar ruins. Even the oddlings are unable to account for the ancient cities, saying only that they were built by the vanished ones, and existed when their ancestors came into the swamp country. Ruwenda citadel itself, a veritable mountain of intricate stone walls, bastions, keeps, towers, and interconnected buildings, also dates from remote antiquity, and is said to have been the seat of whatever primordial rulers the peninsula then bowed to. The more isolated ruins, accessible only to the aborigines, were the source of the most coveted trade items, antique art objects, and mysterious small mechanisms which brought very high prices, not only from collectors in Labernock, but also from would-be students of occult knowledge in the farthest reaches of the known world. This trade, for reasons that will become plain, languished after Crown Prince Voltric became heir to the throne of Labernock, and set in motion events that would bring about the long-awaited conquest of our pestilential little southern neighbor. Voltric was forced to wait a long time for his crown, since his uncle, King Sporikar, lived well over his 100 allotted years. During this time of waiting, Voltric diverted himself by planning the acquisition of yet another crown, and also traveled widely. From one such expedition to the lands north of Raktum, he returned with a new companion, who was to provide him with the key to Ruwenda, the sorcerer, Augustus. Voltric was then in his 38th year, a man of formidable physical presence, black-bearded and granitically handsome, with a temper as unpredictable and shocking as a thunderclap. His first wife, the beloved Princess Janil, died giving birth to Voltric's only son, Antar. His second wife, Shonda, perished under suspicious circumstances while on a Lothok hunt, having failed to conceive after 10 years of marriage. The frivolous Princess Naris, his third wife, suffered the penalty for high treason after attempting to run away with an equerry. She and her paramour were tumbled together in a large sack of thorn fleece, and then burnt alive. The sorcerer Augustus became Voltric's chief adviser, and before long commanded respect and fear throughout all Labernock. It was he who urged the crown prince to bide his time before taking a fourth bride, and possess his soul in patience if he wished to see his great ambitions fulfilled. Prudently, the magician did not disclose to the impetuous prince that he would have to wait another 17 years for the doddering King Sporikar to die. In the meantime, Augustus established a stronghold high on the northern slope of the Ohogan Mountains on the flank of Mount Brahm, where he set about to perfect his magical arts. All unusual antique artifacts procured by the master traders of Labernock from the swamp oddlings now came directly into his hands, for a vision had hinted to him that enormous power might be tapped through certain of the curious devices. Augustus later took as assistants 3 sinister individuals who were known as his Voices. They served as the sorcerer's acolytes and agents, and were feared very nearly as much as their master. On the opposite slope of the ice-crowned Ohogan Mountains, in the Ruwendian foothills where the river Nothar's precipitous descent eased and the watercourse broadened, lay the home of another occult practitioner. She was the Archimage Binah, also called the White Lady, who had lived for untold years in the ruins of Noth, one of the ancient cities of the Vanished Ones. She was little more than a legend to the human population of Ruwenda, whose common people never saw her. Yet they persistently invoked her name in times of trouble, and had revered her as the guardian of their land from time immemorial. Only the oddlings and the Ruwendian royalty knew the truth that lay behind the legend. It was Binah's benevolent enchantment, not the difficult terrain, the human fortifications, inclement weather, nor natural disasters that had kept the Maisie Myers safe from would-be despoilers. But the weight of years bows down the wielders of magic, even as it does those who do not exercise the powers. During the reign of Crane III, the undetected safeguards Binah had set up around Ruwenda became increasingly more difficult for her to maintain, and as her faculties waned, those of the evil Augustus became stronger and stronger. There came a time when Queen Calantha of Ruwenda was finally brought to childbed after many years of barrenness, and all was not going well. King Crane knelt beside his stricken wife and called upon powers long near forgotten, which he had not named since childhood. Out of the night murk, which hung thick and stagnant over the great swamp, came a bird so immense that, with its wings spread, it could have covered most of the citadel's high tower roof. Beyond a doubt, it was one of the awesome lammergeiers that haunted the most inaccessible crags of the Ohogan Range. From its back, the Archimage Binah dismounted, and those on guard and those in service in the halls were awestruck and fell to their knees at the sight of her. In appearance, she seemed to be only an aged woman, clad in a silver-bordered white cloak that changed with movement to that pale blue sometimes seen in snow shadows. But there was something about her that muted all question, and it was unthinkable that anyone should try to stop or hinder her as she hurried to the bedside of the Queen. Those who stood close to the suffering lady now wept and sighed and prayed aloud, for it was plain that Calantha was unable to bring forth the new life that struggled for existence within her, and was nigh unto death. Her beautiful russet hair was darkened and plastered to her head by the sweat of her ordeal, and she gripped King Crane's hand as one drowning might cling to a rope. Drawing near, the Archimage said, "Be at peace. All will yet be well. Calantha, dear daughter, look at me." The Queen's eyes opened wide, and her moaning ceased. Poor Crane did not want to leave his wife's side, but a single gesture from the Archimage filled him with sudden hope, and he stepped back, motioning the courtiers and the Queen's women to make room for the visitor. The royal midwife, who was an oddling named Imu, stood by holding a goblet containing a potion of herbs, which she had not been able to get the Queen to swallow. The Archimage Binah beckoned the little non-human female to come forward and raise the cup, and then there was revealed a great wonder. All who were in the room, even the dying Queen, uttered cries of amazement, for Binah held over the goblet a Black Trillium plant, root, leaves, and a single tripartite blossom, a fabled swamp herb so rare that not even the palace oddlings could say where or if it still grew. Yet this same plant was the badge of the Ruwendian royal house, and among the most precious of the crown jewels were certain pieces of honey amber which had embedded in them minute fossil specimens of the bloom, no larger than the head of a pin. But this flower was not small. It was fully as wide as the palm of the Archimage's hand, and of a rich black, deeper than silk velvet. Binah plucked the trillium blossom and dropped it into the cup, but the plant she hid away beneath her cloak. She waited for the counting of 10 breaths while the flower dissolved, then took the cup of tisane from the oddling midwife and signaled to the king. Crane rushed forward, raised his dear lady in his arms, and supported her while she sipped at the drink, and then drank steadily until the goblet was empty. The Queen now lay back upon her pillows. Suddenly she uttered a mighty cry, not of pain, but rather of triumph, and the midwife Imu said, "She is giving birth." 3 princesses, one babe following swiftly upon another, appeared. And this was a great prodigy, since multiple births are uncommon among the human aristocracy. The babes cried lustily, and although small, were perfect in form, each differing slightly in feature and coloring from the other. As each princess was welcomed into the waiting birth cloth, the Archimage spoke a name, and laid upon the small breast a strangely wrought golden pendant inlaid with honey amber, containing a bud of the Black Trillium flower. "Aramis," she said to the first child, in the tone of one welcoming a beloved friend or fosterling, and "Cadia," she hailed the second, while Anagel greeted the third. Then she looked beyond the infants to the king and queen, who both were staring at her in wonder, and spoke with such a note of foreboding in her voice as to impress her words deeply upon the memories of all who heard them. "Years come and go with speed. That which is lofty may fall, that which is cherished may be lost, that which is hidden must in time be revealed. And yet I tell you that all will be well. My day slides now into evening, although I shall do what I must and can until the coming of full night. These 3 petals of the living trillium, children of your house, Crane and Calantha, have a fearsome destiny awaiting them, and terrible tasks, but the time for that is not yet." Before the king and queen could ask the meaning of her warning, the Archimage Binah turned and went swiftly from the room. The howling babes and the necessary duties attending the queen's deliverance fully occupied the royal women and the midwife Immu, while the king went forth to announce the joyful news and proclaim a time of celebration. The magical trillium amulets were hung on fine golden chains, and the princesses wore them, waking or sleeping. As the Archimage had said, time passes, and with it treads also a measure of forgetfulness. The 3 princesses grew up to be strong and beautiful girls, who heard often from their nurses and their parents the story of that strange scene attending their birth. However, to the girls it began to seem more and more to be a fanciful tale, especially the baleful warning, for there was nothing to disturb the comfort of their days as they matured, and like most young people, they were much more interested in the present than the past. Princess Haramis was her scholarly father's favorite. While she was yet a small child, she craved such knowledge as is to be found in books, pestering the royal scribes and sages with questions unbecoming to royal females. She also found magic in music, especially that drawn from the flute and the strings of the Ledu-wood harp. She spent much of her time with the Odling Uzun, who was a famous singer of songs and raconteur. He could change the most melancholy mood into one of good cheer through his jolly tale-spinning and wise counsel. Princess Cadia early proved to be a lover of animals and birds, especially the queer creatures of the deep swamp. Her passion was to live under the open sky and explore the wilder reaches of the realm, and for her guide and teacher in matters of natural history she turned to the Odling Jagan, who was the royal master of animals and chief huntsman of the citadel. Princess Anagel, as dainty and delicate as one of the flowers she loved so much, was a shy child, although much given to laughter, and had a tender heart that went out to any sick or suffering thing. She was a special delight to Queen Calantha, taking pleasure in domestic and ceremonial duties that her sisters scorned. Her closest friend was that same Immu who had been the royal midwife and her nurse, who now served as the citadel apothecary, brewing not only potions and simples, but also sweet perfumes, confectionery essences, and very good beer. The time came when the 3 princesses were of marriageable age, Ruwenda having prospered for 17 years at the expense of Labernock. At the behest of the sorcerer Oragastus, Crown Prince Voltric sued for the hand of Haramis, the heiress. To his fury, he was rejected, King Crane having decided that, failing a male heir, he would, on the next feast of the 3 moons, betroth his eldest daughter to the 2nd son of King Theodolon of Var. This prince, named Phiomachi, would then share the Ruwendian throne as co-monarch with Haramis. The nation of Var, lying to the south of the Tassileo forest on the fertile plain of the Great Mutar, had very little commercial or diplomatic intercourse with Ruwenda. It was, however, a notable maritime trade rival of Labernock. But if the savage Glizmak Odlings could ever be subdued, and the Great Mutar subsequently opened to the mercantile vessels of Var, Labernock might very well find the lucrative Ruwendian trade cut out from under it. At this critical junction in peninsular history, old King Sporikar finally closed his eyes to the world, and Voltric became king of Labernock. At the urging of Oragastus, his newly appointed Grand Minister of State, Voltric summoned his grown son, Crown Prince Antar, and the Labernocki Commander-in-Chief, General Hamel. He told them to prepare for the immediate invasion of Ruwenda. 1. Once again, From down in the outer ward of the beleaguered citadel, a blazing blue-white light dazzled the eyes of the watching royal family, and those of the courtiers and the oathed companions gathered with them on a balcony at the mid-level of the great keep. An attendant clap of thunder hit their ears a split second later. King Crane uttered a groan of despair. "By the White Lady, this time there can be no doubt. The sorcerer Oragustus has indeed called down lightning from a clear sky, and this stroke has breached the wall of the inner ward." Labernaki foot soldiery came surging by the hundreds through the broad, newly made gap. They were closely followed by mounted knights led by the brutal General Hamel. The charging attackers flattened the valiant citadel defenders as easily as the hurricane blasts marsh grass. Moments later there was a third blinding magical flash, and then a fourth, and after each one, enemy hordes poured through fresh breaks in the fortifications. "It is the end," said the king. "If that ancient rampart with its multiple bastions can be pierced by the uncanny bolts of Oragustus, then there is no way the great keep itself can long remain secure." He turned to one of the oathed companions. "Lord Sotolane, bring my armor. And you, Lord Manaparo, I charge with the safety of our dear queen and princesses. Take them to the innermost stronghold of the keep, where you and your knights must defend them to the last drop of your blood. The rest of you, prepare to engage the foe at my side." Queen Calantha simply nodded, but Princess Anajel broke out in piteous weeping, and so did the ladies-in-waiting. Princess Haramis stood like a frowning image of marble, only her great blue eyes and shining black tresses relieving the pallor of her skin and the white gown and cloak she wore. Princess Cadia, dressed in her mannish green leather hunting kit, unsheathed her dagger and brandished it. "Sire, dear father, let me fight and fall at your side. Rather this than I cower away with sniveling women while the Flatlander bastards conquer Ruwenda." The queen and the nobles gasped, and Princess Anajel and the ladies left off their bewailing in astonishment. Princess Haramis only smiled coldly. "I think, sister, that you put rash stock in your prowess as a fighter. These are not larval raffins fleeing your toy spear in a hunt, but armed stalwarts of King Voltric, shielded by the enchantment of a black-hearted sorcerer." "It is said by the oddlings," Cadia retorted, "that a woman of the royal house of Ruwenda shall bring about the fall of Labernock by slaying its wicked king." "And you have nominated yourself as our savior?" Haramis uttered a bitter laugh, and then tears sprang into her eyes, sparkling like a freshet bathing blue glacier ice. She cried, "Leave be, silly one! Spare us your foolish posturing! Can't you see how you distress our mother?" The queen drew herself up proudly. She, like Anajel, wore the traditional Ruwendian court day-dress of unadorned satin, with its lattice-smocked sleeves and bodice. The girl's dress was a soft rose color, but that morning the queen had bid her handmaidens tire her in a gown and cape as crimson as blood. Calantha said, "My heart is filled with sorrow and fear for all of us, but I know my duty. Cadia, put not your faith in oddling prophecies. Our Nisimu servants have fled the citadel for the safety of the mazy mire, leaving us to face the foe. As to your warrior pretensions—" She began to cough, for billows of smoke were rising up the wall as other magical devices of the invaders cast fireballs that ignited the wooden buildings of the inner ward. "You must remain with us, as befits your rank and station." "Then I will be your defender," cried Princess Cadia, "and that of my sisters. For if the oddling prophecy is known to King Voltric, then he dare not leave one of us royal women alive. I intend to sell my life dearly, and I will join Lord Manaparo and the oathed companions shielding you, and die with them if fate decrees." "Oh, Katie, you can't," sobbed the Princess Anajel. "We must hide and pray for the White Lady to rescue us." "The White Lady is a myth," Cadia said. "We can only save ourselves." "She is no myth," Anajel murmured, so softly that her voice was almost drowned in the clamor of the fighting going on 20 ells beneath. "Perhaps not," Aramis conceded, "but it seems that she has abdicated her guardianship of this unhappy country. How else could the Labornaki host have crossed the pass, traversed the mire, and fallen upon the citadel with impunity?" "My daughters, be silent," said the king. "The enemy will attack the keep at any time, and I must soon leave you." He bade them all withdraw from the open balcony into the chamber beyond, which had been furnished as a sala for the royal women. The bright silken cushions and gilded chairs had been kicked aside by mailed feet, and the tapestry frame lay sadly overturned near the cold hearth, together with abandoned books and a dulcimer with its painted sounding board all cracked. The king now addressed himself to his second daughter, speaking with great sternness. "Cadia, you do ill to dismay your mother and the sisters with foolhardy behavior and talk of odling nonsense. Would King Voltric have asked for Aramis's hand if he gave credence to this fairy tale about female warriors? It is my duty as lord of this realm to defend it, or perish in the trying. But it is your duty to live and comfort your mother and sisters, and be assured that your burden is lighter than that of our poor Aramis, who will no doubt in the end have to submit to Voltric after all." At that, all of the ladies-in-waiting burst into fresh wails, and the knights began to shout, and there was such a tumult of weeping and cries of "Nay, never," that they scarcely heard the new fusillade of smaller occult explosions outside, and the clash of arms, and the screams of the wounded and dying. "Quiet! Quiet, all of you!" cried King Crane. But they would not, for he was not a monarch who ruled absolutely through force of character, but rather one who had always encouraged his subjects to treat him as a father and adviser. For 400s, ever since the failed invasion of Labornok's King Pribinic the Foolhardy, the nation had been at peace. Crime and domestic strife had been almost non-existent in Ruwenda, except for the occasional thief or homicidal madman, and the seasonal depredations of the abominable Skritek, which gave an excuse for nightly quests. During the extended peacetime, military science had languished, and the oathed companions forgot all they had ever known of strategy or tactics. The kings of Ruwenda let their subjects do almost as they pleased, provided that justice and tranquillity generally prevailed and the usual revenues poured into the royal treasury. Traditionally, Ruwenda had no standing army. The oathed companions were the designated enforcement arm of the throne, and the hill forts were manned by rotating cadres of free citizens from the Dilex country, who were excused from taxes thereby. Ruwendian lords and ladies of the manor governed their tiny fiefdoms with a light hand, following the example of the throne, and everyone had prospered except the lazy, who did not deserve to. Isolated little Ruwenda had seemed to be the happiest land in the entire peninsula, if not in the known world, until the magic spells of Orgastus unlocked the Vispir Pass to covetous Labornok and traced out the secret route that King Voltric's army had followed through the mazy mire to the citadel. 10 days was all it had taken. None of the magical storms or fog phantoms or other disasters that had defeated King Pribinic plagued Voltric. In fact, the abominable Skritek themselves were rumored to have allied with him. Under the aegis of the sorcerer Orgastus, Labornaki forces had quickly reduced the hill forts to rubble, sacked the nearby Dilex townships, and sent their inhabitants fleeing to the remote eastern counties, and come almost without hindrance to the outer bulwarks of the ancient citadel itself. Soon it would fall to Voltric, and the kingdom with it. As the beleaguered Rowendian royalty and their courtiers wrangled and wept, there suddenly came another tremendous flash of light and an ear-splitting detonation. The thick walls of the keep shook like a wattle hut before the winter monsoon. For an instant, shocked silence prevailed within and without the citadel. Then, from below, arose a roar from 10,000 throats and the triumphant sounding of bugle horns. It was plain that the gate of the huge central structure itself had been blasted open, and the invaders were rushing inside. Now Lord Sotolane came with the king's armor and quickly helped him to harness, and Crane sighed as he hefted the heavy sword of his great-great-great-grandsire, Caraborlo, which he and his companions knew he would wield bravely, but ineptly. Neither the magnificent suit of shining steel inset with sapphires, nor the crowned battle-helmet with its effigy of a platinum lammergeier could make King Crane more than he was, a mild-tempered, middle-aged man, great of heart and mind, but hopelessly unfit to be a warrior. When his helm had been laced on, he made his final farewell to his family. "I have been a scholar, and not a fighter, and this I do not regret. For long generations our beloved land has known only peace. We have been protected, or so we were taught to believe, by the Archimage Binah, she who is called the White Lady, the Lady of the Flower, the Guardian, the Keeper of the Black Trillium. Numbers of us, standing here on this day of misfortune, saw her and heard her as she wrought marvelously at the birth of our triplet princesses. The Archimage told us that all would be well, but she also spoke mysteriously of a particular destiny and dreadful tasks awaiting the royal daughters. We did not understand her words, and most of us, even I myself, all but lost the memory of them. But let us ponder them now, for they may give us a measure of hope. Frankly, I do not know where else to look for it." He opened his metal-clad arms and gently embraced and kissed the queen. Then came Haramis, whose face alone was still unstained by tears, and Cadia, submissive at last, and golden-haired Anagel, who could not leave off from sobbing. After bidding good-bye to his friends, he once again most solemnly charged the venerable Lord Manaparo and the 4 knights with him, who smote their armored bosoms in a gesture of fealty, and drew their swords. Then the king turned away. With his high-born squire Barnapo, bearing the royal shield ahead of him, he strode through the solid door, with most of the oathed companions following after. It was time for him to fulfill his own destiny, and not a one of those left in the room doubted what it would be. As night fell on that day of conquest, the fires of the citadel dwindled and merged their smoke with the miasma rising from the mire. The knoll on which the Ruwendian capital stood seemed to be an island in a sea of turbulent cloud. Labor-knocking knights under General Hamel, who had emerged victorious from the last stand of the oathed companions, brought the vanquished King Crane and his squire Barnapo before King Voltric, Crown Prince Antar, and the sorcerer Origastus. A few score other noble Ruwendian captives were there in the throne-room, heavily fettered and well guarded, in order to witness the capitulation of their nation. The banner of Labernock, scarlet with 3 golden-crossed swords, hung on the wall behind the throne, where Voltric now sat. Crane was now near death, bleeding heavily from deep wounds in the right arm and groin, and had to be supported by 2 of Hamel's knights as he was led forward and forced to his knees at the feet of King Voltric. One of his captors flung down Crane's battered azure shield with its Black Trillium device all but obliterated, and the other knight cast atop it the king's broken sword. Hamel himself tore off Crane's helmet, removed the platinum royal coronet set with sapphires and amber, and held it high for all to see. The squire Barnapo, unhurt and unbound, trembled behind his liege in the grip of Lord Osorkon, Hamel's second in command, a gigantic knight wearing gory black armor. "Well met, royal brother," Voltric said to Crane. His fang-edged helmet visor was open, and he seemed to smile at the defeated Ruwendian monarch from within the open jaws of some fantastic, bejeweled saurian. Voltric's chased and ornamented armor of gold-plated steel shone brilliantly in the torchlight, and he lounged akimbo on the throne of Ruwenda, with one leg crossed jauntily over the other. "And do you now submit to me?" "It seems I have little choice." Crane's voice was a husky whisper. "Do you submit without condition?" Voltric demanded, thrusting the Ruwendian coronet beneath the stricken ruler's nose. "Knowing that only by swearing thus will the noble and common inhabitants of your vanquished citadel be spared death?" "I will surrender, if you spare also the lives of my queen and 3 daughters." "That," said the sorcerer Augustus, in tones as implacable as the strokes of a death gong, "cannot be. They must die, as you must. And as part of your submission you shall tell us where in this great warren of crumbling masonry they have secreted themselves." "Never," Crane said. Now Crown Prince Antar ventured to step forth and confront his royal father. "But surely, sire, we do not make war on helpless women." "They must die," Augustus repeated flatly, and King Voltric nodded assent. "Your wizard fears them because of the ridiculous, oddling prophecy," Crane exclaimed. "But it is arrant nonsense, Voltric, a nursery tale. Only a few months ago you would have taken my eldest daughter Haramis as your bride." "But you scorned an alliance with Labernock," Voltric said suavely, rolling the coronet around and around one finger as casually as an embroidery hoop. "And you replied to my gracious suit in words of haughty disdain." "Tact never being a long suit of you snotty Ruwendians," General Hamel injected, grinning. "And now may you choke on the insolent fruit you have so long cultivated." The gathering of Labernocki knights and nobles roared with laughter until King Voltric lifted one hand. "I put my trust in the mighty Augustus, who is my Grand Minister of State as well as the court sorcerer, and it is he who has foreseen disaster to my house at the hands of a royal Ruwendian woman, not some slime-skinned oddling tale-teller. So your wife and daughters must die, Brother Crane, as must you. But if you submit to me humbly and turn them over to me, then your passing and that of your women-folk shall be merciful with a single sword-stroke, and those of your people who swear fidelity to Labernock shall be spared." Crane lifted his bruised chin. "I will not submit, and I will not deliver my women into your hands." Voltric held high the coronet, and then crushed it to a twisted mass beneath metal-gauntleted hands, and dropped it in front of the kneeling Crane. "Do you know your family's fate if you do not surrender to me, and that of your knights here gathered in chains?" King Crane did not answer. Voltric's craggy brow darkened with anger, and his fingers drummed impatiently on one shining golden cuirass. When the King of Ruwenda remained stubbornly silent, Voltric commanded, "Bring in 4 chargers." One of the Labernocki captains hastened to obey. A shocked murmur came from the prisoners, and the Squire Barnapo blanched in sudden fear and twisted in the grip of his captor. "Ho!" General Hamel laughed. "This white-livered youth knows full well what manner of death the mockers of Labernock may expect. See how unstained his armor is, a coward beyond a doubt. It would be a salutary thing if he were to be the first to participate in this small demonstration of your Majesty's just punishment." "No, no!" shrieked Barnapo. "God and the lords of the air have mercy on me!" He struggled frantically until the black-armored Lord Osorkon smote him in the face with his closed bare fist, whereupon the boy subsided weeping and groaning. At that moment the Labernocki captain and 4 hostlers returned to the spacious throne-room, leading 4 great war-fronials, still saddled and caparisoned. The animals' eyes rolled furiously red, and they tossed their gilded antlers and snorted and pranced, and their metal-shod cloven hooves rang on the marble floor. "No!" Barnapo screamed. "Yes," said King Voltric quietly. His eyes met those of Crane. "I will show you, royal brother, just what fate awaits you and yours if you continue to defy me." And to the captain, "Take the craven, and tie one of his limbs to the pommel of each saddle, and then whip the beasts apart until he is well and truly quartered." Barnapo let out a howl of despair and writhed in Osorkon's arms, while the Ruwendian knights bellowed curses upon the head of Voltric until they were silenced by the prick of daggers at their throats. King Crane said, "Let the poor lad be, and inflict this death rather upon me." The sorcerer Orgastus said, "We will let the boy go free, and vouchsafe to you an honorable death, rather than the ignominy of rending, if you will reveal to us the hiding-place of your women." "No," said Crane. "Sire?" General Hamel asked of Voltric. The Labernaki king climbed to his feet. His red-violet cloak billowed about him and reflected garishly on his golden armor. "Crane of Ruwenda, you have chosen your own death. Lash him tightly to the beasts." "Sire, sire," wept the boy, "let it be me. Forgive my cowardice." "I forgive you with all my heart, Barney," Crane said. The lackeys took the king, stripped him of his armor, and laid him supine out in the middle of the wide throne-room floor. When they began to tie him with rawhide thongs, blood flowed from his reopened wounds and soon lay in a pool beneath him. Throughout all this, in spite of the shouts of the furious Ruwendian captives and the penitent blubbering of the squire Barnapo, Crane's countenance remained unperturbed. When everything was ready, the 4 great antelopen chargers, ramping and squealing with excitement so that it took 3 men to hold each of them in place, the captain stood at attention and awaited Voltric's command. But now Orgastus whispered something to his king, who nodded, and then beckoned Lord Osorkon to bring the fainting squire close to the throne. "Boy," the sorcerer said, fixing the terrified Barnapo with his penetrating gaze, "you have it in your power to save your liege lord from this hideous death, and to save your own skin, and that of the other captives as well." Barnapo could barely mouth a reply. "I, my lord?" "You," said Orgastus. Of all the invaders, the sorcerer alone was unarmored, wearing simple robes of white, covered with a black-cowled cloak. A platinum chain hung about his neck, and from it was suspended a heavy medallion engraved with a many-rayed star. He now pushed his hood back to disclose features that were comely and unlined, even though his long hair was as white as snow. His face seemed benign as he addressed the squire. "Listen carefully to me, boy. Do as I say, and you may yet save the lives of the queen and the 3 princesses. I confess that I am much amazed at the courage shown by King Crane, and I deem it meet that my gracious sovereign should wed your Princess Haramis after all, since the daughter must inherit the virtue of the father and pass it on to her sons." "Really, my lord?" A wild hope lit the squire's face. "Really. And so that Princess Haramis may accept the betrothal in good heart, I have advised His Majesty to spare the lives of all the royal Ruwendian women. The only thing you have to do to bring about this fortunate resolution is to tell us where they are concealed." The boy's eyes darted from sorcerer to king, and he hesitated. "You will also spare my life?" "By my crown," said Voltric, touching the coronet atop his fearsome helmet, "you will live. But do not tarry, for the Fronials grow restless." "And our king?" "He must die," Orgastus told him, "for that is our law. But you can ensure that his passing is swift and painless, if you but speak." Tears poured down the boy's cheeks. "So say you, on your honor?" "I swear it by the lords of the air," Orgastus said. Barnapo took a deep breath. Then They are hid in a secret stronghold on the chapel floor of the great keep, reached through a hidden passage within the choir loft, which opens by pressing the central boss of the Great Trillium carved on the wall. Lord Manaparo and 4 oathed companions guard them." The sorcerer's deep eyes gleamed. "Ah!" And King Voltric and General Hamel echoed, "Ah!" "You swore not to hurt them." The boy's teary face flushed, and his lip trembled. "By the lords of the air!" "A formidable oath," Oragastus said nonchalantly, "for those who believe in such fancies." "But you also swore!" Barnapo turned frantically to the king. "To spare your despicable life," Voltric said, "and I will, so that you may serve as a cesspit drudge for the rest of your miserable days." And he cuffed the horrified boy smartly with his metal gauntlet, so that he crumpled and fell off the dais and lay as one dead. "My king," General Hamel said, "I will take a force and seek out the royal bitch and her 3 whelps." "No," said Voltric. "My son and I will lead the search party. You will deal with the Ruwendian scum gathered here, and with their worthless leader." Beckoning to Prince Antar, Voltric strode off the dais. He called to them a group of 20 knights, and they set off for the great spiral staircase that led up to the chapel. Hamel, mailed fists resting on mailed hips, surveyed the throne room with its mob of Labernaki and their wretched prisoners ranged about the perimeter. In the center of the hall, King Crane still lay tied to the shying war fronials. "Disposing of prisoners in chains is dull stuff," Hamel remarked to Osorkon, "and it has been a wearying day. Let us first have some entertainment." Then he shouted, "Hostlers, use your whips!" In the horror that followed, Barnapo made a quick recovery from his sham faint, scuttled away unseen, and raced up a back stairway to warn the queen and princesses of their peril. 2. Barney had run so fast that his breath failed. There was in his side a pain as dire as a knife wound, and his head ached so much from the blow King Voltric had dealt that he had begun to see 2 of everything. Now, as he staggered up the cramped little staircase to the choir loft, he heard afar off the measured clank of armored feet and an enemy voice shouting, "This way!" The chapel was almost pitch black, lit only by a few votive lamps, and the staircase unlighted at all. This changed in an instant as King Voltric and his torch-bearing knights rushed in through the central portal and crowded into the vestibule. Seized with panic, the squire tripped and fell near the stairway top, striking his swollen head. All his strength ebbed away, and it seemed he would fail his duty yet again. "White lady," he sobbed aloud, "help me! Help our poor queen and princesses!" Sweet air filled his congested lungs, and his vision cleared. There was still sore pain in his head, but he could move again. More like a scrambling, many-legged warrum than a man, he crawled up the rest of the stairs and across the splintery floorboards to the wall behind the ranks of choir stools. It was of dressed stone, with a carved and painted panel of the royal seal of Ruwenda, an azure field having a great heraldic black trillium with a golden boss at the center. Barney crawled to it and pressed the boss with both hands. At once the stone square swung inward, making a small doorway through which a man could squeeze with difficulty. No sooner had he entered and swung the panel closed than the grey-bearded Lord Manaparo and 2 other Ruwendian knights, Corban and Wetterell, came out into the cramped secret passageway from a lighted inner sanctum, weapons bared. "Hold, hold! It's only me!" the squire croaked, rising to his knees. "By the flower! Young Barney!" Manaparo sheathed his sword and drew the draggled boy to his feet. "Now then, my lad." "Quickly! If you would save the ladies, bolt fast the outer door and break its opening mechanism so that the foe may not enter." Uttering curses, Corban and Wetterell hastened to shoot home 4 great steel sliding bolts and chop up the secret panel's wooden machinery with their swords. No sooner had they accomplished this than a mighty battering commenced from the outside, accompanied by martial shouts. And then, even more ominously, the pounding stopped. "They have gone to get a ram," Wetterell said. "More likely the sorcerer," snapped Manaparo. "Back inside the stronghold." They dragged the squire with them to the secret chamber, which was about 7 ells square and equipped for a siege, having a massive door of heavy gonda wood strapped with iron, barred by 3 stout balks of timber. The walls were covered with ancient tapestries, and the floor with thick carpets and sleeping mats. There were no windows, only 2 embrasures high up, so narrow that a finger would barely pass through the slot. The room had a small table and 1 stool, upon which Queen Calantha sat, guarded by a 4th knight, Lord Galindo. A tiny fireplace, hardly larger than a brazier, was flanked by chests of foodstuffs and kegs of wine and water. A standing candlestick of battered silver gilt and other candles in a wall sconce gave fitful light. Lord Manaparo made obeisance to the queen, who sat pale and calm with her 3 daughters huddled against her skirts. She had put on her great platinum crown of state, blazing with emeralds and rubies, surmounted by a glittering diamond sunburst, centered with a drop of amber as large as an egg. At the amber's heart was a fossil Black Trillium, the size of a thumbnail. "My queen, the foe have found us." Manaparo indicated the drooping Barnapo. "This squire gave warning, and we have made shift to block the way as well as may be, but they are sure to bring up the sorcerer to break the doors with his black magic and make an end of us." Little Princess Anagel gave a rending shriek of terror and would have fallen into hysterics had not her sister Cadia slapped her smartly and admonished her to be still. Haramis took the sobbing girl into her arms, while the queen questioned Barnapo. "What of my royal husband?" The squire dropped to his knees, tears coursing down his dirty cheeks. "Oh, my lady, he is dead, and our poor Ruwenda lost." The 4 knights groaned, and the royal daughters cried out in horror. Queen Calantha only inclined her head and asked, "How did my lord fall?" "Alas!" cried the boy, "God and the lords of the air forgive me, for it was all my fault." And he continued on in this manner, reviling himself, until Lord Galindo laid a hand on his shoulder. "Come now, you are not yet 15 years old, and no one of us can believe that such a youngling contrives the death of kings. Tell us plainly what happened." So Barney did, and when he related the manner of shameful death that King Crane had suffered, the Princess Anagel fainted dead away into the arms of her sister Haramis, and Princess Cadia exclaimed in a broken voice, "They shall pay!" But the queen sat still, staring at the barred door opposite, holding in her lap the sweaty and blood-stained head of the king's squire, who wept as though his heart would break. "It is not your fault, poor Barney," she soothed him. "The foul Orgastus deceived you. No one holds you to blame. The blame be upon the sorcerer and King Voltric, and upon that monster Hamel, who gave that order that tore my beloved asunder." "They shall pay," Cadia whispered, but no one except Haramis heard. Suddenly there was a great detonation. The knights drew their swords and arranged themselves in a line between the women and the door. The queen leapt to her feet, letting the squire slide to the carpeted floor. "A woman of our house," Calantha said, her eyes alight with resolution. "That is what the diabolical Voltric fears. So the prophecy is not merely an oddling tale after all, since the Labernaki soothsayer himself confirms it." She faced her daughters. Anagel had recovered herself, and the 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on their mother. "The fall of Labernock shall be compassed by a woman of our house. You will live, daughters, and prove the prophecy true." Now the foe was smashing with bludgeons and axes at the very door of the sanctum, Orgastus not being able to use his magical destructive bolts in such a confined space, for fear of toppling the walls. Queen Calantha pulled aside one of the hanging tapestries, which were made of an antique fabric, still to be found here and there in the citadel, that had outlasted those who had built the great pile, and awed the humans who had called the place home for 800s. The cloth was gray, and as the queen thrust it aside, it turned blue, and on it, or in it, shadows moved, and yet one could never see just what those shadows were. Behind this wondrous drapery lay a homely necessity, the stronghold guard-robe, a tiny closet just large enough for a single occupant. Calantha flung open its small door and commanded, Daughters, inside!" Haramis moved quickly, dragging with her Anijel, whose fragile body again shook with sobs. The fit was very tight for two, and Cadia drew her dagger and said, "No matter, I will remain with you, mother." "Inside!" the queen commanded, in a terrible voice none of the girls had ever heard before. Cadia gaped at her, then hastened to push and cram the other two within until there was room for her, but only barely, and the door to the guard-robe would not shut tightly. "One last thing," the queen said, and she took off her great crown and passed it to the waiting hands of Haramis. "And now, pray, my darlings, and may we meet again in a happier world." She let the dusty tapestry fall. There remained a small gap between the hangings, through which the three princesses saw what happened next. The Gondawood door was now in splinters from the blows of Labernaki battle-axes. They hewed at the door-frame itself until the hinges holding the metal strapping gave way, and the timber bars collapsed. And then the final melee began. Prince Antar, wearing blue enameled armor and a winged helmet, was among the first to penetrate the broken door. He engaged Lord Manaparo, the two of them smiting one another with two-handed swords that rang like bells with the force of the blows. Other knights of Labernock rushed into the room, and had at the other four oathed companions, while King Voltric and Orgastus stood aside. The queen had withdrawn to the front of the hearth, as far as possible from the place where her daughters were concealed, and the hidden girls saw her clearly, as well as the pitched battle taking place in the room. Lord Manaparo gave a mighty thrust at the winged helm of Prince Antar. Its laces broke, and it fell from the prince's head. His face, strangely, was not contorted with battle-lust, but rather full of anguish. Nevertheless, Antar laid about with skill and great strength, and at a fortuitous moment caught Lord Manaparo disengaged, and lifted his huge sword above his head and struck downward, using such force that the Ruwendian's head, helmet and all, was cloven in two. Then Corban and Wetterel were mortally wounded and disarmed, and only Lord Jalindo still fought on until he was overwhelmed by the press of Labernaki. When the last oathed companion fell, the victors began to hack him and his fallen fellows to collops. Oh, the horror! Princess Cadia's eyes burned, and she snarled in silent, helpless fury, as might a voiceless Lothok kit taken for taming from the breast of its slain dam. The barbarous wretches were actually enjoying themselves as they dismembered the fallen Ruwendians and made mock of their dying cries. Cadia was overwhelmed by the need to burst forth from the hiding-place and take revenge. Gripping her blade, crushed between her sisters, her every muscle tensed in readiness. "Stay," hissed Haramis. "By the flower, stay where you are. Would you kill us all?" Anijel had pulled her Trillium amulet on its chain from her bodice, and now pressed it to her lips. "Pray to the White Lady, guardian of our land." "Pray that those devilish brutes won't find us," muttered Haramis, holding her own amulet. "Pray that someone will come to save us," Anijel urged. Shivering with fear and rage, Cadia nevertheless felt her grip on the dagger handle ease. Almost without volition, her hand stole to the neck opening of her doublet. The amulet was there under her silken shirt, warm against her pounding heart. "I pray that I will be the one," she whispered, "the one to make Voltric and Antar and General Hamel and the sorcerer pay with their blood for the deeds of this day." "Pray also for self-control," said Haramis, "or else your foolhardy bravery may yet doom us all. And cease your wriggling, plague take you, lest we tumble out at Voltric's feet." "Hush, hush, they will hear," Anijel pleaded. The dreadful chopping and the laughter of the evil knights had ceased, and King Voltric himself was speaking. Against her will, Cadia silently uttered a plea for self-mastery. The anger still burned within her, but slowly the emotion was covered, as one banks the coals of a campfire so that the flames may be summoned again into life when the proper hour comes. "Look," Anijel whispered, her voice almost inaudible for terror. "Our mother." King Voltric had been addressing the queen, evidently questioning her about the whereabouts of the princesses. It was close and smoky in the stronghold, with the candles in the wall sconce guttering and a few of the floor mats a-smoulder, having been burnt when the big standing candlestick was upset. The king had unhelmed and removed his gauntlets, and from the fierce scowl that darkened his countenance it was evident that Queen Calantha had defied him. She stood straight, with the dishevelled Squire Barnapo crouched at her feet in a daze, and said, "Never will I tell you where my daughters are." "Or Augustus, force her," bellowed Voltric, "or spy out the royal brats with your far-seeing eye." "I cannot force her will, my king," the sorcerer replied. "She is beyond fear, and I cannot descry the hidden ones, no more than I could do so down in the throne-room. This ancient citadel must be pervaded with some arcane enchantment that blocks my seeking's sight. I own a magical device that would accomplish the task no matter what obstacles intervened, but it is bulky and of a great weight, and it cannot be removed from my eyrie on Mount Brom. Then we shall have to use other means to unlock the lady's tongue." King Voltric came slowly toward the queen with sword drawn, and took hold of her right wrist. "Enough of this, royal bitch. You will tell me quickly where the girls are, or I will strike your hand from your arm. And do you still fail to speak, then I will strike off the other hand, and proceed to your feet, and then your limbs, little by little, until you give answer. For thus does Labernock repay insolence in its enemies." "Sire!" exclaimed Prince Antar, his face aghast. "She is a queen, and that punishment is one for rebellious slaves." "Silence!" thundered Voltric. There was a murmuring among the other men, but this died away as the king raised his sword arm. "Will you speak, woman?" Then a thing happened so swiftly that the watching knights and the prince could not grasp it, but the princesses saw clearly. The fainting Squire Barnapo was energized and sprang at King Voltric, like a marauding fedock attacking its farmyard prey. Having no blade, he sank his teeth into the king's left hand, that which gripped the queen. Voltric uttered a roar of pain and drew back with the boy still hanging onto him. The king laid about every which way with his great sword, and by misadventure slashed the queen in the throat, and she fell with her life's blood pouring forth on the hearth. All of the Labernocky knights began to yell and to thrust at the still clinging youth, but gingerly, lest the flailing monarch also by chance strike them. The Squire Barnapo was pierced by a dozen blades, and fell away at last, laughing in his pain, until the king himself smote off the brave boy's head. Then Voltric gave vent to black fury, cursing so vilely that even his henchmen flinched, for Queen Calantha was also dead, beyond coercion, and the three princesses still at large. "What are we to do?" Prince Antar asked. Augustus said, "They cannot have gone far. It is certain that they must have been with their mother up until the time that this low-born whelp," and he kicked the squire's body, "went by some short-cut from the throne-room and gave warning. We must mount a search of the entire keep." Calming himself, Voltric said, "Augustus speaks truly. You, my Lotus, will take charge of these knights and begin searching the chapel and its environs immediately. Be alert for secret passages and tween-wall stairways. After that, search the high tower above. Antar and Augustus, come with me. We'll roust out the rest of our fellows and ransack this pile from the highest parapet to the lowest dungeon." Then the king began to mutter maledictions upon the soul of Barnapo, who had taken a fair chunk of flesh from the heel of his hand, which now was exceedingly painful. Augustus undertook to bind the wound, saying that Voltric would have to take great care, human bites being likely to carry dangerous infection. "May the member putrefy," Cadia whispered ferociously, "and the poisoned blood ascend into Voltric's already rotten heart. And may the lords of the air carry poor Barney into highest heaven," Haramis breathed, "for by his brave action he spared our mother torture and gained us time to save our lives." The king, his son, and the sorcerer went off, and after a short search of the blind passage outside the stronghold, Sir Malotus and his men also withdrew to begin their scrutiny of the choir loft. They banged about and shouted and overturned furniture for some minutes, and then trooped down the stairs to examine the chapel. Cadia said, "I think it's safe to come out." So they did, all stiff-jointed and trembling, creeping from the guard-robe into the awful shambles of the chamber. The full reality of their situation now struck them like a splash of icy water. Anagel clung to Haramis's hand and bit her lower lip until a trickle of blood stole down her chin. Cadia stepped over the tangled bodies to the fallen queen. "She seems at peace," the girl marveled. "Her eyes are closed, and her aspect gentle." She took a black silk cloak that someone had dropped and would have covered her mother's body, but Haramis said, "Fool! What if one of them should come back and discover it?" Chagrined, Cadia admitted, "You are wiser than I, sister." "Give the cloak to me," Haramis said, "so that I may wrap the crown. I will carry it with me, although there is small chance I shall ever wear it." Anagel let out a smothered squeak of fear. Her sapphire eyes were enormous as she pointed without words to one corner of the room athwart the door. There were no bodies there, and yet a pile of cushions was moving. "Stand back," Cadia ordered, drawing her dagger and advancing. One by one she plucked up the pillows with her blade's point and threw them aside, until there was revealed the carpet, pushed up like a tent, and rising higher by the moment. "By the flower, a trap-door," Haramis said. "Quick, Cady, draw aside the rug." "Oh, beware!" Anagel cried. "Perhaps it is the foe." "Foe, foe, foe indeed," said a crabby little voice. "Move lively, girl, or else they'll cut off our escape." The three princesses gasped, and when Cadia got the trap uncovered, there in its mouth stood a female creature of short stature, neatly dressed in a fustian robe, a green plate-work shawl, and a leather apron. Her sallow face was broad, as was her mouth, and her beautiful golden eyes bulged inhumanly above two tiny slitted nostrils. Narrow, pointed ears, tipped with silvery baubles, thrust up from the folds of her lawn headdress. Her hands were broadly two-fingered with opposing thumbs, stained and scarred from many years of mixing strange concoctions. "Imu!" cried Anagel in a transport of joy and relief. "Dearest Imu, you've come to save us after all. We thought you'd fled with the rest of the oddlings." "Fled, fled, fled! What rubbish!" Imu climbed up into the chamber, then pointed dramatically into the hole. "Get you down the ladder, for I'll have to contrive a way to cover the trapdoor behind us." Haramis and Anagel kilted up their long skirts and went awkwardly, while Cadia scrambled down agile as a tree-vart. In the rough vaulted passage below was another surprise. "Uzun!" Haramis exclaimed, "and Jagan too!" Two other small figures stood waiting, carrying green glowing lanterns in which luminous swamp worms were enclosed. They were males of the same Nisimu race as Imu. Jagan wore a fedox-skin hunter's cap and brown leathers cut very similarly to those of Cadia, while the musician Uzun had on his usual embroidered maroon velvet smock. His gold brocade beret was besmirched with sticky black linget webbing from the secret passage. Cadia embraced her small mentor. "You didn't desert us, Jagan." "Desert? Desert?" The master of animals was indignant. "We simply hid, which was the prudent thing to do. Only you humans are foolish enough to stand still like silly togars mesmerized in the moonlight, watching death march down the causeway right into your front door." "Honor demanded our defense of the citadel," said Cadia hotly. "Well, see what your honors bought you," said Uzun the musician. "If only you had gone away into the mazy mire, to our people at Travista, we could have taken you in." "And then what?" Cadia demanded. "Then—" The master of animals shrugged his narrow shoulders. "You might have lived with us." "But this is our home," Anagel protested gently. "And now it's theirs," said Imu, her voice brusque. She had finished her camouflaging and came quickly down the ladder, picking up her own lantern. "And they're bound and determined to slay you, us as well if they catch us." "But you came anyway to save us," Anagel said softly. She had hold of the Trillium amulet. The White Lady answered our prayers. That is so. Uzun sketched a mystic three-lobed sign above his head in reverence. My own mastery of domestic magic is puny, as you know, dear princesses. I am much more accomplished on the harp and fipple flute. But yesterday I did the water scry, seeking to discover that which would tell us three Nisimu whether our destiny lay with humankind whom we have served so long, or with our own people. And the Archimage spoke. Haramis said, Archimage. That's one of the names of the White Lady. Lady, 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 scolded Immu. Hush, child, and let Uzun explain, for we must be away at once. Haramis lowered her head. Say on, friend Uzun. The White Lady is actually named Binah. Archimage is her title, for she is an enchantress, the most mighty in all our peninsula. Or was, said Jagan gloomily. She is dying, being of a vast age, and her failing powers could not countervail those of the terrible Oragastus. She bade us bring you to her, Uzun said. Why? Asked Cadia, rather tartly. If she is dying, she can be of scant help, and it is hardly a time for sick visits. To which Haramis appended, We would do better, it seems to me, to go to Travesta. There we can wait out the winter rains, which will be here in a few weeks. Perhaps later we can disguise ourselves and join a caravan, and eventually make our way to the coast and take ship to Var. There King Theodolon will surely give us sanctuary. Uzun spoke with simple dignity. As to that course of action, I know not. The Archimage charged us to bring you to her, just as she charged the three of us, many long years ago, to serve in this human castle against a day of great need for all folk dwelling in the mazy mire. Which day is today, Immu said, or I'm a ring-tailed volumnial. She clamped her wide lips shut and cocked her head, listening intently, her long sensitive ears swiveling about so that the ornaments winked in the living lamplight. They leave the chapel, she said at length, but other searchers will be swarming about the keep at King Voltric's command, even those three lackeys of the sorcerer, who are called his voices, and who consort with the Skritek. It's time to leave. Haramis, eldest daughter of the king, you will come with me, Uzun said. Jagan and Immu will take your sisters by another way. This was commanded by the Archimage. For a moment it seemed Haramis would refuse. Abandon her sisters? Her hand went to her breast, and her fingers closed about the amulet that had never left her after the hour of her birth. But I cannot leave them. I am the eldest and heir to the throne, responsible for them, and when matters demanded, it has always been I who decided for us all. Hera, do as he says, Anagel urged. Trust the White Lady. I like this not, sisters, said Cadia. Her tanned brow was creased, and her hair, russet like that of the queen, was all awry, escaping from what had been neatly coiled braids. If we stay together, my blade offers us all some measure of protection. Gladly I would lay down my life. Life, life, life! Immu was totally exasperated. Why are you always so hot-headed, and why must Haramis make the decisions? Anagel is not strong-minded like you two, and yet she shows the greatest wisdom. Tell them, Uzun, tell them the other words of the Archimage. I forbore, the musician admitted sheepishly, wanting not to dismay you. The Archimage Binah bids you come to her because you are unready to pursue your great destiny. Indeed, you do not even recognize it yet. Haramis and Cadia bridled at this, but Uzun went on. You three, petals of the living Trillium, have it within you to save this land from the oppressive rule of King Voltric and Oragastus, but only if your flaws and weaknesses are mended can you succeed. The Archimage will tell you how this may be done when you come to her. Anagel took the hands of her two sisters. Hera, Cady, please. Cadia veiled her fierce brown eyes and slowly nodded. A moment later Haramis said, Very well. By the flower, it's about time, Immu exclaimed. She continued, Haramis, you must follow Uzun. Anagil and Cadia come with Jagan and me." So saying, the Odling woman pulled Anagil off down the narrow, dusty passage, and the huntsman followed after, shooing Cadia ahead of him as a farm-wife herds her togars. In a moment the light of their living torches was lost in thick darkness. "And we two must fare forth together," Haramis said to the musician. "Old friend, I hope the White Lady has strengthened your puny magic, for your flute ditties, excellent as they are, will not long fend off the warriors of Labernock or their storm-beckoning sorcerer." "I, too, am afraid, Princess," Uzun admitted, "but I put my trust in the Archimage, as you must, and she has ordered that you be taken to the top of the high tower of the great keep." Dismay paled the girl's face. With its framing blue-black hair, it was spectral in the gloom. "We shall be trapped up there. The searchers will surely discover us. Oh, why didn't I listen to Katie?" "Come," Uzun insisted, and went hurrying off with a lantern, and Haramis had no choice but to follow. 3. Cadia, Anagil, and the two Odlings fled through dark and narrow spaces between the stone walls of the citadel keep, sometimes passing other secret doors, their machinery furred with the dust of ages. At length, after they had descended a steep stairway, they came to a passage where there was a peephole giving onto the throne-room. Jagan spied through this into the now silent and lifeless chamber. Then Imu looked, and then Princess Cadia, who uttered a low cry of grief and struck her small fists against the stone wall while she wept, not uttering a sound. They begged Princess Anagil not to look, fearing that the appalling sight would strike her senseless, but she would not move from the spot until Jagan stepped aside. She put her eye to the hole in the wall and saw from above the mutilated remains of the captive-oathed companions and King Crane. And to the amazement of the others, she neither cringed nor cried, but only closed her eyes and held tight to her Trillium amulet. After a moment she sighed raggedly and asked, "Imu, you are old and wise. Tell me why the Labernaki did this, when our father and his knights were already in their power and surrendered." "It is a hard thing for such as you to understand, child. You are gentle and loving yourself, and you have known only love and gentleness throughout your life. But there are those to whom cruelty vouchsafes a dark thrill, a rushing sense of power. Small-souled and fearful themselves, surrounded by others who would wreak cruelty on them, and finding scant happiness in life, they fall prey to the basest of all lusts, that which finds pleasure in destruction and in the pain of others. The cruel one feels himself exalted above all by his action. He feels more alive because of the death of others. He defies the Creator by rending creation. He scorns love and embraces hate, because it alone enkindles his cold and stagnant soul. There is no pity, no stricken conscience, no remorse in the wantonly vicious. There is only a hunger for more and more cruelty, because these persons can never be sated. Gentle folk may not safely respond to them gently, because evildoers do not know what love is, mistaking it for weakness. For this reason, you, who are a gentle and loving princess, must find a sterner way of dealing with such ones." "Oh, I could not," Anagil said, trembling. "Never could I, not even after viewing this terrible sight." Princess Cadia flung her arms around her sister. "Never mind, Annie dear. I'll see that the brutes get what's coming to them." Then Jagan made them move on, and they walked and walked, always moving deeper into the citadel's lower levels, until finally the secret way ended in a wall of modern brick that formed a dead end. Anagil began to whimper in a panic, but Imu hushed her while Jagan held his lamp close and made finger play on the wall, first in this direction and then in that. Suddenly a section of brickwork shifted, and torchlight shone through, and the girls caught a familiar malty smell and knew where they must be. They hurried between ranks of barrels and big copper vessels with beer puddled beneath, for this was the citadel brewery that Imu supervised, although all the workers had fled, and the fires had gone out, and the huge vat of wort was untended. Imu led them now, and they entered the grain store, where the two oddlings and the girls had to shift a large pile of sacks. In back of it was a mouldering wooden door that yielded with loud and reluctant creakings when Jagan prized it open with a fire-poker. The door led to a precipitous stairway hewn from living rock, wet and slippery from water that dripped from cracks overhead. They descended, the walls glistening as the wan lantern light reflected off occasional flows of greasy mud. "This way leads to the uttermost depths of the citadel," Jagan said, "to dungeons and oubliettes and cisterns and drains that have never before been seen by Ruwendian eyes, built by the Vanished Ones." There had been a few web-building lingets in the upper passages, tiny harmless creatures that fed on household bugs, but at the bottom of the stairs they came into a low-roofed chamber hung with dripping mud stalactites, and among these were much larger lingets, with bodies the size of ladu fruit and nasty teeth. The creatures had spun clumsy, sticky nets as big as black bed-sheets, and Jagan and Cadia drew their blades and hacked through those that impeded their passage. Anagel shrank back in loathing when Immu kicked aside the indignant displaced spinners, which cheeped and squeaked and tried to bite through the shoes and boots of the intruders. Once past this obstacle, they descended another flight of roughly carved stairs, and the smell of tainted water grew offensively strong. They came to a rusted gate that stood half open. Beyond it was another portal gaping wide, and on the walls empty torch holders and pegs holding bunches of keys so attacked by verdigris that they crumbled to greenish clots when Cadia ventured to touch them. The floor was covered with pools of water, and as they hurried down a corridor, becoming more mud-splashed by the moment, the gloom lightened, and a yellowish radiance shone forth. They entered a large arched room, and the girls exclaimed aloud, for the place was a kind of prison ward, with rotting cells all around it, and the floor and ceiling and walls were streaked with slippery, glowing matter. Shapeless little creatures slithered languidly about, leaving shining trails behind them. "They are the slime dawdlers," Jagan said. "Such also dwell in the remote reaches of the misty mire." "Ugh!" cried Anagel, and she pointed in horror to one cell where the door had fallen from its decayed frame, and within lay a skeleton still chained to the wall by rusted fetters. The eye sockets glowed, for slime dawdlers had made their dwelling inside it. "What a nauseating place! Look! There are rusted instruments of torture in that corner, and these horrid slimy things, they lurk in every nook and cranny. See! This old bucket is crawling with them. Oh, there is one climbing up my shoe." She tried in vain to scrape the clinging thing off against a stone plinth, shuddering all the while with abhorrence, and then burst into helpless tears. Immu went to her darling's rescue, skewering the slug expertly with a dagger she wore sheathed behind her apron, and flipping it away. She drew out a dry kerchief and wiped Anagel's muddy and tear-stained face, murmuring words of solace. "How much farther must we go?" Cadia demanded of Jagan. "My poor sister's court slippers give scant protection from the wet, and her gown and light cloak are soaked through. She will catch her death." "There will be warm, dry clothing waiting," Jagan said, "but we shall get wetter still before quitting this place. Hark!" They all stood stock still. Jagan snatched off his hunter's cap to give his great ears full play. His face became a mask, the skin drawn tightly over the bones, the eyes like refulgent globes of amber, the wide lips parted a little to show those fang-like foreteeth that humans usually did not notice, reminders that even the peaceful Nisamu had been in their time hunters who went equipped with more than blowpipes and spears. The girls heard nothing but the tinkle of dripping water, but Jagan said, "They have followed us. Doubtless they discovered our tracks in the brewery. Quickly!" He dashed to a low opening on the other side of the dungeon, which proved to be the entry to another steep staircase. It had a kind of railing at oddling waist height, and a good thing, for the steps were fiendishly slippery. The girls held on for their lives as they all went hurtling downward, not noticing that they left behind them faint, luminous footprints that became less and less bright as they ascended. The wildly swinging lanterns of the oddlings revealed nothing of what lay ahead until they reached the very bottom. There they found themselves in a dark, cavernous chamber, ankle-deep in mud and water. The place was crowded with strange, rusting machinery and broken pipes thicker than tree trunks, which harbored more of the glowing slime dawdlers, as well as larger flying creatures that took fright at their presence and skittered off, hooting into the darkness. Jagan led them to a circular paved platform in the chamber's center. In the middle of it was a round black hole, about 2 ells in width, circled by a low stone curb. Now, from above came faintly the sound of armor clanking and human voices. Anajo cried out in terror. Jagan peered into the well-like opening, and then picked up a stone that lay nearby and cast it in. A long moment later there was a faint splash. "Good!" he exclaimed. "I feared that, it being still the dry season, the great cistern would have drained. But all is well, and our escape route is at hand." He beckoned to Cadia. "Come, my brave kit. The cistern is the ancient water storage chamber of the citadel, built long ages before the edifice attained its present size. It is fed by a conduit leading to the Mutar River, north of Citadel Knoll. The Archimage has commanded my brother Rappahoon to bring a punt to the conduit's secret mouth. All we have to do is jump." "Jump?" Cadia repeated incredulously. Jagan tucked his lantern into his belt wallet. A wetting would not harm it at all. "I'll go first, and assist each of you as you splash down." "But I can't swim," Anajo wailed. "The rest of us can, sweeting," said Immu encouragingly. "We'll hold you up." The noise of the approaching Labernaki force was becoming louder. "No time to waste," Jagan said. "I'm off." With a cheery wave, he stepped over the edge and vanished. There was a distant splash and a hollow call. "Jump! It's quite all right." Cadia took a deep breath. "May the lords of the air grant me courage." She took hold of her Trillium amulet, approached the well's lip, and jumped before her rising panic could freeze her muscles. She fell. "White lady, help! Oh, let me land softly." She floated. What is this? Cadia's fear turned to stupefaction. She still gripped the amulet. A light breeze, seeming to blow upward in the darkness, told her that she drifted slowly into the depths. Down, 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 and then she slipped into cool water as easily as a knife into an oiled sheath. She found herself afloat. Jagan's strong, non-human hand towed her along until she bumped squared stones. "There is a narrow walkway," the oddling said. "Climb up, and I will pass the lantern." But she did not climb. Bemused, clinging to the ledge in the dark, water dripping into her eyes, she whispered, "Jagan, old friend, I did not fall, but wafted through the air like a winged saleth seed." "What say you, girl?" The oddling's voice, usually kind and diffident, had sharpened. "I clasped tight my Trillium amulet and prayed that I would land soft, and it happened. The very lords of the air bore me up." "Triune God, this cannot be." "I did float, I tell you, and landed easily in the water." Suddenly there was light as Jagan hauled out his lantern and set it on the cistern ledge. Cadia saw the little being in the black water beside her, his great eyes bulging, his face working, torn between consternation and anxiety. "The prophecy! But there is no time for this," he groaned. "The mystery must wait upon our safe deliverance." He lifted his head and called out to Princess Anajel to jump, his words echoing in the vast hollow dark. Up in the well chamber, Anajel heard and approached the lip of the hole, with Immu encouraging her. "Jump!" the faraway voice urged. "Jump, daughter of the king, fear not." And then came Cadia's voice, strangely exultant. "Jump, Annie! Hold fast to your amulet and pray that you will fall slowly, and it will happen. The Trillium amulet is magical, and we can command it." "What's this?" Immu leaned over the edge. "Princess Cadia, did this really happen?" It did, dear Immu, and to think we never suspected. Jump, Annie, and trust the White Lady's gift." Anadjol gritted her teeth, clutched the pendant, and began to tremble so violently that Immu feared she would fall in a fit. "I cannot jump. I'm afraid. What if the magic won't work for me?" Orange flame light now flickered dimly from the stairwell. The clashing of armor and arms mingled with the sound of men cursing the slime dawdlers. Someone cried, "Prince Antar, this way! Follow the glowing footprints down the stairs." "You must jump," Immu pleaded. "Dearest Annie, they will soon be upon us. Here, let me take one hand, and do you hold your amulet with the other, and we will step off together." But the girl leapt back from the brink, eyes wide. "No, no!" Jagan's voice rose hollowly from the depths. "What are you waiting for, silly women? Hurry! The knights dare not follow, for they would sink from the weight of their iron. Jump! Jump!" "The princess is afraid, and I cannot abandon her," Immu called. "Then push her, lackwit!" Jagan screeched. Immu turned to the cowering princess, lantern high, but the girl drew back, shaking her head wildly, eyes now rolling and mouth wide in a grimace of fear-madness. The little Odling female took hold of Anadjol's wrist and pulled, but the girl fought back. Both of them slipped and fell off the platform into the shallow muck, where they howled and thrashed about like Skritek, worrying their prey. It was thus that Prince Antar and his men found and laid hold of them. Sodden and weeping, Anadjol and Immu were forced to their feet. They stood with hanging heads amidst the 12 armed men, who held high their smoking torches and made rude jests. But Prince Antar, his face taut, said, "Where are the others?" Immu stuck out her long, prehensile tongue at him. One of the knights drew his sword and would have slain her on the spot, but the prince cried, "Hold, Rinitar!" The man stepped back, grumbling. Gently, the prince took bedraggled Anadjol and looked into her face. It was without expression. The eyes turned dull and dead. "Lady," said he, "have they gone into yon well?" Anadjol said softly, "Yes, they have escaped. So kill us. But remember that my sister Cadia now possesses great magic, and will one day wreak vengeance for the foul deeds you have done today." The assembled knights exclaimed at this, and threw questions at the girl, but she would say no more. "Shall I put them to death, my prince?" asked Sir Rinitar. "Nay, they will have to be questioned, so that we know what manner of enchantment, if any, opposes our rule of Ruwenda." "Just let me have the Odling slut," Rinitar said eagerly, sheathing his sword and drawing a glittering poniard. "If I only toy with her a bit before the eyes of the princess, she will soon tell us all that we want to know." "Oh, no, please, no." Anadjol's voice trailed off into a moan, and she fell senseless into the muddy water. Prince Antar bent to lift her, and as he held her frail body in his arms and looked down upon her, pallid in the flickering torchlight, he thought that he had never seen so beautiful a woman, for all her sad and besmirched state. He was relieved that he would not now be obliged to condone the torture of the Odling hag, much less slay the lovely, helpless creature whose head lay against his armored breast. "We can do nothing more here," the prince said. "It is plain that the others have eluded us, and that it is impossible for us to follow. We must abandon this pursuit and take these prisoners to my royal father. Let their disposition be up to him." The knights concurred with enthusiasm, for the eeriness of the citadel bowels had all but unmanned them. Antar commanded his marshal, Sir Owanen, to bind Immu and carry her across his shoulder, and he himself did likewise with Princess Anadjol. Then they began the long, slow climb upward. 4. Haramis ran, following the pattering, uneven steps of the Odling court musician, and her headlong flight told her things about her courage, or lack of it, that she had never suspected. They traveled upward through secret passages and stairways that became ever more cramped and choked with dust and webbing, places where Uzun assured her no foot but theirs had trod since the first Ruwendians took over the ancient citadel. Finally the hidden way ended, and they were forced into the open to face the broad stone spiral staircase of the keep's high tower, which was Ruwendian made. The wall fixtures, wrought iron baskets that held tubs of oil with wicks, had been lighted, and it was clear that Labornaki searchers were already abroad in the tower. Aramis and Uzun toiled upward, floor after floor, past the enormous royal library, where Aramis had spent many long, happy days in study, her greatest pleasure. The library levels were deserted, but Aramis gasped with indignation at the sight of toppled shelves and precious volumes left in random heaps on the floor. Still, nothing seemed to be maliciously destroyed. No doubt Augustus has given orders to preserve this, she thought. I certainly would, in his place. In spite of herself, she felt a grudging admiration for the enemy sorcerer, a man who had learned to command the lightning, who had traced out the convoluted pathway through the mazy mire with his clairvoyant eye. It was only through the power of Augustus that Ruwenda had fallen, and Aramis respected competence, even when it was turned against her and hers. She was curious about him. Even as she followed Uzun upward, she wondered about their enemy. What sort of man can he be? If he is a man at all. Aramis and Uzun cautiously moved past the open iron gate of the antechamber to the tower's 15th floor, where the crown jewels were kept. The princess faltered when she heard the sound of searchers within the closed doors of the strong-room, but no one appeared to challenge them. They continued climbing past the next locked and barred level, where cut and uncut gems and fresh-minted specie were stored, to the 17th floor, a kind of fortified workroom where damaged precious articles were repaired or melted down. There were only 2 more levels, Aramis knew, between them and the roof. First, a small armory, then the dormitory for guards and certain other tower workers. Uzun paused to rest. He took off his beret, mopped his sweating, lined forehead, and struggled to catch his breath, while Aramis regarded him with concern. The Odling musician had been her friend from early childhood, and she was fond of him and trusted him, even though he was not human. The Nisimu, of all the aborigines, in external appearance most resembled humans, but their blood was a queer dusky red, and their bones were oddly shaped within, and their hearts beat on the other side of the breast. All of them claimed to have the sight, and it was certain that at times they could speak to one another from a distance, communicating by means of the speech, without words. But most Ruwendians believed them to be inferior beings for all that, lacking in culture and barely civilized, even though they learned human ways quickly enough, and sometimes even excelled humans at their own arts and crafts. As a small child, Aramis had thought for a time that the Nisimu Odlings belonged to her father the king, as the animals did, but her father had explained to her that the little aborigines were free, and had souls, and must be treated as true people. When Uzun had rested, they resumed their stealthy climb. As they approached the last section of stairs, Uzun made Aramis hang back while he went to spy that all was clear ahead. She was becoming increasingly anxious about what would happen when they reached the tower's battlements. As Uzun peeked over the edge of the top-floor landing, Aramis frowned and drew her cloak tightly about her. A cold wind whistled through the unglazed embrasures and flattened the flames of the blazing wall cressets. Aramis was dismayed when Uzun failed to beckon her on. He crept back down with one wide-clipped talon pressed to his lips. Alarm shone in his huge yellow eyes. When he reached her side, he whispered, "A single night on guard, Princess. No doubt others are searching the rest of this level." "I knew it," Aramis whispered. "We are trapped up here, and enemy soldiers above and below us. Your White Lady's plan has failed." "Hush, hush," the Odling pleaded. "I think there may be a way past, but it will demand that you be brave and move quickly. Can you tie up your gown?" She nodded grimly, dropped her cloak, and set the crown carefully on top of it. Then she kilted her skirts through her jeweled belt until they hung bloused to her knees. She wrapped the crown in her cloak, tied the corners together, and slung the bundle over her shoulder. She looked to Uzun. "And now?" The parapet is reached by a ladder near to the stairs, perhaps 4 ells from where the guard stands. He has been wounded in one arm, and it is bound up, but his sword arm is quite whole. He is very likely fatigued and sick of the futile searching, which has deprived him of the anticipated joys of looting, feasting, and drinking. And violating the citadel women, Aramis added. Such will doubtless now be my fate, before they slit my throat and cast my body into the cesspit. Uzun looked at her reproachfully. Princess, you will be harmed only over my dead body. Trust in the White Lady and listen to my plan, I beg of you. Aramis played nervously with the trillium amulet, running one thumb over and over the smooth amber that encased the small black flower bud. I don't doubt your dedication, she thought, but over your dead body may not be difficult for armed soldiers to achieve. Not wanting to hurt the little oddling's feelings, she said merely, I am listening, Uzun. I shall spring suddenly up from the stairwell and dart toward the knight, pretending to be scared out of my wits. If you are as frightened as I am, that should present no difficulty. I shall caper and gibber and roll my eyes in and out on their stalks. She knew that what he was saying was a real sacrifice. She had not seen him extrude his eyes since she was a very small child, when he had sometimes done it to amuse her or her sisters. However, she had learned before she was 6 or so that no adult Nisimu would show such a lack of control unless he was virtually beside himself. I shall distract the villain, Uzun continued. Meanwhile, you must climb up the ladder and open the upper trap. I shall follow, and together we'll overthrow the ladder and slam shut the trapdoor and bar it against him. And then, even if we can hold off the soldiers, and assuming their sorcerer doesn't blast us with one of his damnable lightning bolts, the top of the tower is no place for a siege. We could, of course, die heroically of starvation and thirst, but that will hardly help Ruwenda. I don't know what happens then, Uzun snapped. I only follow the White Lady's commands. Oh, Princess, can you not leave off your incessant questioning? More knights may appear at any minute. Just give me a moment to seize this man's attention, and then follow quickly. He hopped up the steps and into the guard's anteroom. Aramis heard the soldier curse, and then came the ringing swish of a drawn sword. But Uzun was cackling like an insane thing, his footsteps dancing over the boards, and the knight's filthy language changed to a startled guffaw. Tensing, Aramis looked over the top step and saw the normally staid musician cavorting about, long pointed ears comically aflap like the wings of a night caroller drunk on fermented fruit. His eyes popped in and out of their sockets on stalks, and his lolling tongue coiled and uncoiled, while their owner hooted ridiculously up and down the musical scale. The knight doubled over with laughter, lowering his sword, and in a flash Aramis scrambled up the ladder and flung open the ceiling trap. "Uzun, come up, hurry!" She knelt on the roof and gripped the heavy ladder just as the oddling streaked over to it and began clambering up the rungs. The bamboozled knight cried out in alarm and stumbled toward the ladder, waving his sword at Uzun. Aramis grabbed Uzun's wrist and pulled him up beside her. The sword, aimed at his ankle, became embedded in the ladder's rung. Together they gave a mighty heave and thrust the ladder away, while the knight was still clumsily trying to pull his sword from the wood. Entangled and unbalanced, the armored form fell with an ear-splitting crash. Shouts came from within the dormitory, and as Uzun slammed shut the trapdoor and barred it, more knights of Labernock rushed forth to investigate. There was a strong wind up on the high tower roof. Redolent of the marshes, it tore at the low-lying fog that hid the mazy mire and the lower reaches of the citadel. The blood-colored Labernocky banner snapped from the tall flagstaff at the side of the tower facing the river. Directly below, some fires still burned among the buildings of the inner ward, flickering eerily beneath the mist. The deep blue sky was bright with stars, and in the west the triple moons moved toward their conjunction, which would occur at full phase 4 weeks hence. Fear and indignation over her plight now suffused the princess with a burning anger. They were in a cul-de-sac with no exit. Knights were smashing on the trapdoor with swords and battle-axes, and soon it would give way. But she would not let the Labornaki take her alive. Better to leap from the tower's battlements. The trapdoor broke open, and a knight whose helmet was a grotesque iron mask hauled himself up, whooping in triumph. Aramis stood with Uzun at the very brink of the parapet, clutching her amulet as she had when terrified by nightmares as a child. But this nightmare was real. "Lords of the air, protect us!" Uzun cried, "White lady, be thou at her aid!" 3 armored men bounded toward them with weapons raised. But at the same moment there was a great blast of wind, and the stars were blotted out by 2 huge dark forms swooping down. They gave voice like monstrous brazen trumpets, and one stooped and dropped straight at the thunderstruck armored trio. "Lammergeiers!" one of the knights yelped. "Beware!" But an instant later a gigantic wing bowled the 3 men over like dolls and swept them over the edge of the parapet. Their voices blended in one scream, which lasted for several seconds before stopping abruptly. Their companions, who were just emerging from the trapdoor, dodged back down to safety. There was a clanging and a smashing and yells of pain and fury, as several presumably fell from the ladder. Others of the Labornaki kept their footing and watched, although none dared to venture out. Later they would tell King Voltric and the sorcerer Origastus what they had seen. 2 gigantic creatures with white bodies and wings banded black and white, soaring down to land on the high tower roof, their talons striking sparks from the stones, and their eyes and toothed beaks glistening in the dim moonlight. Princess Haramis mounted one, and the oddly musician Uzun clambered onto the back of the other. Then the great Lammergeiers spread their wings and took flight, bearing the fugitives away to the northwest, toward the distant rampart of the Ohogan Mountains. 5. The ignominious retreat added fuel to Cadia's anger. She thought of them being discovered, creeping on hands and knees along the narrow, slippery ledge of the conduit. Since it had been disused for countless hundreds, the Ruwendians having built a new water supply system when they took over the ancient citadel, this way was not only falling to pieces, but was nearly choked with noisome and rotting debris. Jagan had slung the lantern about his neck, but time after time he was forced to pause and pass the light back to Cadia until he had broken away a mass of dead branches or pawed up a soggy haystack of marsh grass. In some places the masonry had crumbled utterly, so that they waded, swam, and worked their way around obstacles. The knees of Cadia's leather trews were soon worn through, the skin beneath scraped raw. Under her breath she muttered words she had heard in the stables, but never before voiced aloud. "Is the river far?" she demanded at last, nursing hands torn painfully by thorn ferns she had taken an equal part in clearing away. "Not far. If it were day we could see the light ahead, for these accursed ferns cannot grow in total darkness. Take special care now, for this is an excellent lurking place for gradolics or waterworms." Cadia spat out a lump of foul-tasting mud and felt, rising to flame within her, that anger which had been born at the first alarm. "May the everlasting mud sink them all! May the vipers of Viborn lace them throat and wrist! Save your breath, king's daughter. Doubtless in time the spirits will provide fates for your enemies, even you may find adequate." "No fate save that I deal myself," she flared back. His hand grabbed her wrist in a hold Cadia knew of old to be a warning. She swallowed and was still. Now they waded, slipped and slid over quaking mud, netted by a web of small riverlets, until they at last found a time-rusted grill and worked their way around it, where part of the stone which had anchored it had fallen away. Above was open sky at last. Once again Jagan cautioned her with outstretched hand. He moved a little farther from her, his head high. Apparently he was listening intently, as well as using his hunter's sense of smell to test the safety of that small stretch of forgotten wasteland. The Labornaki must have established an outpost not far from here. Cadia looked up over her shoulder, having to strain her head at an angle to see better. Fire above, looping flames. There was little enough within the citadel to fuel that victory blaze, unless those who had riven its defenses had ripped old hangings from the walls, smashed all the furnishings. Distant shouts, shrill screams, against which Cadia tried to steel herself, striving to shut out of her mind what must be happening there. "May I live to give you new mouths to laugh with straight across your filthy throats." Her lacerated hand crossed her breast to seek her belt-knife, touched the amulet which had slipped out through a tear in her shirt. If the power of this had been able to waft her down into the cistern, well, it might have even more to offer. She clutched the amber in one hand so tightly that she might be trying to force it into her wounded flesh. Will and strength, and what words she could summon. "Lords of the air, all ye who hold by the God Triune, may thy power be lent to mine, thy will to mine for this, that these be brought to death, even as they have slain those who call upon you. Pay blood price, ye of the upper ways, grant me blood price." With the amulet gripped as tightly as she would have held a sword, Cadia pointed to the light of the Holocaust behind her. Her answer was a tortured scream out of the night, a hoarse call for another keg. Cadia's lips tightened against her teeth. "It does not work!" Almost she made to fling the amulet from her, but her fingers were so locked that she could not loose them. "No," Jagan answered quietly, as he might speak to soothe an impatient child. "But I used my will. I did so more strongly than when I went into the well." She opened her fingers one by one to survey what she held. "Or does it work for me alone? Will it carry me to the White Lady? Or both of us?" Jagan watched her patiently. "One can only try, King's daughter." Again Cadia's fingers imprisoned the amulet. "By what power lives within you? Bring us now to she who made you, the Archimage." The night held fast about them. "Carry me, then, if there be any virtue within you, sorceress's gift." No answer. "So, did I then dream it all?" Cadia asked of the night. "Was I so bereft of my senses, Jagan?" "Little one, I cannot answer you truly. It was too dark within. Perhaps I mistook the time of your jump. I am no dealer in old wisdom." She dropped the pendant to let it dangle on its chain. "Magic seems to have deserted us, Jagan, if it ever touched us at all. Well, at least that flatland scum cannot hope to trace us through the mazy mire." Cadia had been many times in the swamps, but only along well-marked, oddling routes. There were other secret ones, some being the jealously guarded knowledge of single-family clans. It was a point of honor not to remember any guidances if one was not of the kin. Now she bent her head closer to the hunched shadow of Jagan to ask grimly, "Those plains-crawlers dare not follow us there. Is that not so?" Half concealed by bushes, the oddling was groping in the water near a tumble of rocks. "Their sorcerer has called the Skritek. Also Pelin has joined them." "Pelin!" That one of the merchant's guides, lord almost from birth in the matter of hidden trails, would betray them, seemed utterly impossible. But before yesterday she would have sworn that it was impossible that Cadia of the House of Crane would have bellied like a snake across sucking mud. Voltric holds that which some find it difficult to refuse. Jagan's voice was cold and hard. He straightened up, bringing out of the mud a stout rope which ended in deep water. On this he pulled with care. "The Labernaki king has power which rests on wealth, and wealth comes from the efforts of men. What king grubs in the mountain for precious ores, lays hand to axe to down trees, bespeaks strange and rare finds from the swamp people? It is those of Pelin's kin who gather these riches. Voltric takes a mighty share, yes, but he can grant the leavings to those who serve him, and even those leavings will make many men rich. Come, Farseer." He used now the name she had been so proud to gain half a year earlier, a swamp-given name that brought with it respect. "Farseer, there is yet a long way to go." She was not really listening, still shaken at the thought of Pelin's treachery. Why, she knew him. Smiling, pleasant, he had even guided her to one of the strange ruins. Did Pelin truly act for gain, as you say, Jagan, or out of fear? He has kin within the flatlands. We have seen this murderous king and what he would do to those who cross him. Fear is mightier, perhaps, than magic. Did not Anagel surrender to fear? Judge not so quickly, king's daughter. Your sister made no willing surrender. Fear can become so great as to give birth to madness. In that there is no guilt. Only weakness, Cadia muttered. Weakness you may taste of also, and even you may know great fear. Speak not against anyone whose burden you have not weighed yourself. Jagan gave a jerk to the rope, and there glided out of the swamp mist a stout punt, stocked with poles and a sculling oar, as well as a large bundle well wrapped against the damp. "Blessings be upon my brother," Jagan said. "He has followed very well the Archimage's instructions. Now we have our way of travel, food and clothing also." The punt was big enough for 4 passengers, and Cadia realized with a stab of sorrow that Anagel and Imu had been meant to travel with them. But surely they were now helpless within enemy hands. And Haramis? Cadia had no way of knowing. This night she stood alone, and on her would doubtless fall the burden of resistance against the invaders. They embarked, and Jagan mounted the sculling oar at the stern. Their craft began to move up the sluggish stream which skirted the northeastern part of the citadel. For a moment the mists parted, and Cadia caught a glimpse of the mighty castle-crowned rock, and a star or two above it. Her home, in the hands of the enemy. And where were her sisters? They might be already dead. Or worse. No! Her hands went to her head as if she could reach inside and pull out the pictures forming there. She must not think of that. She must not! Where do we go? There were many kinds of resistance possible. While vengeance would certainly be hers, she could not bring down King Voltric alone. Haramis, Anagel, if they lived, might they join with her? She had not spoken those names aloud, yet Jagan answered, and not for the first time she was startled, for now he said, "For your sisters are roads waiting also. It is only our own way we must keep in mind now." "Where do we go?" she demanded again. "You must answer that, Farseer." "How?" She had settled into the punt, glancing back once more at the citadel. The fire there was dying. Still she felt that the swamp seemed unnaturally warm. She looked down. Under her mud-smeared, rent bodice there was a pale spot of light. She clapped a hand to it. The amulet. Cadia drew it forth. It seemed to move on her grimed palm. A spark of light pointed skyward as if from some strange candle. Her breath came raggedly. Perhaps, after all, it still held magic. But magic certainly did not work according to her own will. She had already proven that. Steel in the hand was more certain. Voltric's soothsayer, Origastus. He dealt in magic, which obeyed him. He could even command his own king, treating him as though he were but a tool and a toy. Tool and toy. That might be the story of her own birth, and the Archimage's gift-giving. Perhaps magic was like all else. It grew old, rusted, brittle, broken when it was called upon too late. Under Jagan's stirring, the punt made a sharp turn, carrying them in a new direction. She saw the spark move as might the needle of a compass. "Jagan, this is a guide." "What is?" asked the oddling, weariness in his voice. He had drawn closer to the bank and anchored them with a stone-weighted rope. Now he was tugging at the wrappings of the bundle. Cadia held out her hand and told him excitedly of the change in the spark of light. "So, then it points the way to the Archimage's dwelling at Noth. That is good, for I knew a few trails thither. None of the Nisimu hunt there. That country, the Golden Mire, is Wizgu territory." From the wrapping he had shaken out tunics and breeks woven from aromatic grass by his people. There were also hood-capes of fedox skin, which could turn aside a torrent, and wood-soled sandals. After the clothing came 2 stoppered jars which he opened, and the scent of the well-crushed and creamed herbs within fought against the swamp odors. "You can wash and dry your leathers later, if they can be repaired, but now you must be of the swamp." She skinned out of her garments, which were indeed torn, and redressed, taking the cream from the jar to anoint her skin and even plaster through her tangled hair. The insect life of the swamp could make life a torture for any without such protection. One more precaution Jagan produced, this time from a loop on his belt. It was a hunter's trick Cadia had seen before. Between his fingers he held a pipe which was hardly more than a reed in thickness. This he put to his lips. The sound he produced was very thin and without a tune, but he was answered. Passage along any waterway of the mire could bring a betraying silence which would alert any tracker. Cadia had not been truly aware of the quiet about them until Jagan's piping unleashed the normal sounds of life. Now she heard the buzz of insects, small gulping and peeping sounds, and the deep-throated call of a gull-bird on the hunt, so close that she could see its soft gray-green body lurking just at the surface of the murky water. Ahead, all was darkness. They sculled up the broad Mutar slowly, staying far out from the inhabited southern shore. Jagan was especially cautious as they passed the wharfs of Ruwenda Market at the knoll's western edge, where the river swung away at last from its skirting of the high ground, and entered the Black Mire. This densely forested region extended over many square leagues between the citadel and the ruins of Trevista, and received its name from the sunless aspect of the swampland, where tall, intertwined trees were mated by leafy vines and other growth into a dense canopy, so that the surface was nearly always in shadow. After a while the river broke up into braided watercourses without a clearly defined main stream. There were thousands of swampy islands and mud bars without number in this part of the Black Mire, so that an ordinary human traveler would have become hopelessly lost trying to find the way in broad daylight, much less at night, in intermittent patches of mist. But Jagan sculled confidently onward. Cadia huddled in the bow, nibbling now and then at a piece of adop root, the tuber which made up much of their food stores. These seemed to suck all the moisture from the mouth and left a bitter aftertaste, but she knew them for the travel ration of the oddlings. To gnaw at one was to remember her first venture into the deep swamp with Jagan. She had delighted so in the strange animals and plants he had brought to show her that she had pestered him to let her visit the mazy mire. Her father had very reluctantly given his permission, and for a whole day she had travelled through a green gloaming, alive with mysterious creatures and plants. That venture had changed her whole life. Cadia had sworn then to learn the ways of the swamp, and those dwelling within. However, she had never gone where the amulet spark now pointed, toward the remotest and most secret lands. Ahead, the country of the friendly Nisimu and the shire Wisgu merged with that of the abominable Skritek. Skritek! Their very appearance was a horror out of some nightmare. Though they strode two-legged, the skulls atop their sinewy, mottled bodies bore no resemblance to either human or oddling. Flattened, the forepart elongated into a snout, which split to show greenish fangs, dagger sharp. The head of a Skritek seemed designed by nature to rend and kill. Their eyes were bulbous, as were those of all the swamp folk, set high on their heads and somewhat to the side, so that they had a wide range of vision. Unlike the oddlings, however, those eyes were not golden, but a vivid orange, scarlet-streaked. The green-blue of their bodies blended easily with the mire vegetation, except for those eyes. And so they usually awaited their prey almost submerged in the swamp, draped with water-fern, and pulled their victims under. Thus were they spoken of in the swampland as the drowners. Most knew them only through travelers' tales, which were grisly enough. In their own country, which bordered on the farthest known oddling territory, the Skritek were said to walk boldly, carrying spears and knives on occasion, although their strongest armament was their own fangs and the talons of their three-fingered hands. Their passage was noiseless, but the choking, musky odor of their bodies betrayed them. They were known to roll in mud wallows into which they tossed ill-smelling herbs to mask their stench. In their own territory they attacked without warning, frenzied by bloodlust, either tearing their victims apart and devouring them, sometimes still living, or carrying them away to torture them to death. "You spoke of the Skritek." Cadia had wrapped her arms around herself, chilled now. By what kind of power could those monsters be made to obey any will save their own? Jagan answered, By the will of that one whose shadow overreaches even that of the king he is supposed to serve, or Augustus. Do not downsay him as a soothsayer, a purveyor of petty trickery. He is not one who follows fairs to read the future by casting colored sands. There are those born with unusual talents, king's daughter, and most do not misuse their gifts. However, there are some adepts who tread a darker path in their search for strange knowledge, and such will spend a lifetime searching for that which gives them power, that power which is not of hand or sword, but rather of thought and will, over others. There are many stories of Augustus which have come even to our ears here in the mire. One can perhaps discount a half or 2/3 of such rumors, but what remains is dire enough. Like calls to like. It may be that the Skritek recognize in this king's wizard a force akin to what moves them. Perhaps, as yet, they are not his creatures, but their present alliance rests on a very old law. If your enemy is also mine, then until he is dead, we shall walk a common path. Katie sighed. Jagan, you have long been my teacher, and still you know much more that I must learn. I am sometimes hardly more than that child you humored when you first brought me into this country. Your people named me Farseer, but that is mere flattery. Yes, I may see some things well, but in other ways I am blind. To know that one is blind is to begin to see, Jagan replied quietly. He was steering them toward one of the larger hummocks. Over their heads the patches of sky were graying. Dawn was not far off. Peril not only threatens the body, it also strikes against the spirit. I do not understand. Persons, even those you once loved and trusted, might want to use you as a tool, even as I use this oar to steer by. Use me? Cadia was incredulous. If they tried, they would face my steel. Fight, always fight. The oddling's voice was gentle mockery. My little Farseer, you have spied a tree-vart on a branch 100 ells away, but have you ever tried to see the inner, not the outer? Seeing one's own self is the hardest of all. Now, day comes, and with it we shall camp. Pull aside those branches, so. As she obeyed, he sent the punt neatly into an indentation of the hummock toward which he had guided them. But even on shore, and with fatigue weighing her down, Cadia was not to be denied her answers. "You shall teach me wisdom," she stated, with a note of command. "Not I," he told her somberly. "That you will leave for the Archimage?" She made a challenge of it. Nor she. Understand, only experience teaches wisdom. Each of us must learn it in our own way and in our own time. Before she could think of an answer to make, he looked about him. "This is good, solid earth." He stamped on the soil with one foot. "We can camp safely here until dark. We shall even be able to build a fire. A pelrick broiled, or a carawak. Will that not be better than adop roots? We will travel by night." Now Cadia wished mostly for a nest of ribbon grass, and there was indeed some growing in sight, in which she could curl up and sleep. "That will be safest until we pass the upper Mutar River. Perhaps, if Voltric is clever enough, he will approach the Nisimu as a friend, or under the mask of one. Most of us folk know very little concerning those of your blood, Farseer. To some of us, you humans seem to be all of one kin, and since we have long trusted you Ruwendians, it may be that smooth words from the Labernaki will keep us from the truth until too late. We can warn your people." Cadia halted in her energetic pulling of the grass. "Perhaps other defeated Ruwendians will escape by river. Surely the Nisimu at Trevista would help such who flee." Jagan had taken out his pouch of needle-sharp blowgun darts and was inspecting each with care. "Farseer, we dare not be seen by any along the Mutar. We have but a short time before the winter rains, when no one can travel." Now he looked up, and his golden eyes were webbed with dark veins raised by fatigue. Beads of slimy sweat had worked through the insect-repellent paste on his face and hands. "You must reach Noth. It lies in the very foothills of the Ohogan Mountains, more than 100 leagues to the north. Once we cross the Skritek country, we enter the Golden Mire wilderness. We will then need the help of the Wizgu." Jagan smoothed a small space of ground with the side of his hand, and then began to draw upon it. "This," he made an indentation with one nail, "is where we are now. Here," he drew with nail-tip northward, "lies Noth, where we must go." She had heard tales of Noth. Throughout the swamp there were many ruins on sturdy outcrops of earth, such as the small one they now shared. Some of those remnants of an earlier time had not been so ill-treated by age as crumbling Trevista, but were said to be as sound as the citadel. Great treasure was rumored to be hidden in some ruined cities. Now and then there appeared at the market in Trevista peculiar trinkets and mysterious artifacts which the visiting merchants eagerly bargained for. Many were brought in by the shy Wizgu clans, who allowed their bolder kin, the Nisimu, to sell on their behalf. Cadia had heard of human adventurers who had ventured north and west, seeking forgotten islands and what treasure they might hold. Men near crazed by hardships had returned to the citadel, and one had babbled of a city greater than ruined Trevista, standing locked and silent, its walls unmanned, and no way to be found within. And that was Noth, or so he had said. There might be only wraiths to guard that lost city, but all Ruwenda knew that Noth was the hold of the Archimage. Some said that she was of an elder race, out of a past when city-crowned islands dotted a great lake. By the history of Cadia's own people, the Archimage had always been, if not the same woman always, then one who was twin, and twin, and twin. Jagan disappeared, and was back before she had finished a second nest of grass for his bed-place. He swung a pelrick by its broad flat tail, and Cadia proved her worth as a traveler in hunting out dry twigs and broken branches to build a neat pile of sticks, ready for a spark from Jagan's fire-shell. He skinned and cleaned his catch, and quartered it with his hunter's long knife, spitting the raw meat on sticks near enough to the fire to roast. Cadia found herself nodding, even though the smell of the cooking meat set her mouth watering. She could not remember when she had been so tired, not realizing that the horrors just behind her had had their part in draining her strength. 6. Princess Anajil did not recover her wits until her captors had attained the brewery. There, the Labornaki knights rested, since they were worn out from the long climb out of the citadel's lower levels, which had followed upon a day's battle. Sir Rinitar proposed to Prince Antar that they catch their breath and sample the Ruwendian liquor, barrels of which stood about on every hand. "Well spake, Rin," said Sir Owanen, "for this odling crone is a good deal heavier than she looks, and my back is nigh broken." He dropped Imu onto a heap of grain sacks. She groaned, but kept her great eyes tightly closed. Prince Antar cautioned them. "A brief refreshment only, then. King Voltric and the sorcerer will be angered if we delay long in bringing these prisoners for questioning. If a one of you drinks to excess, I shall see that the drunken rascal is severely punished." He set the Princess Anajil down with great gentleness, and smoothed her hair, before joining his companions at a freshly broached barrel. Beer flowed merrily from the bunghole into waiting cannikins, and then poured onto the floor. "The cravens of Ruwenda brew a fairish batch of suds," said Sir Rinitar, wiping his mustaches after taking a long pull. "In fact, it's better than ours by a long sight." He drank again, draining the mug, and went for a refill before that barrel emptied. "Small wonder," whispered Imu, "for ours is aged, and 8%, while the Labornaki brew is naught but infant's piddle." "This is indeed excellent stuff," said another knight, Sir Pennipat. "Why can we not obtain such back home in Daragwilla?" "The brewers in Daragwilla town are ever complaining about the antics of beer witches," said Sir Owanen. blaming such like evil dames for souring the brew, or otherwise making it so often strange to taste. I heard they burnt a beer witch at the stake just before the army marched. She was taken as she lurked about the kettle-house, where she was clearly up to mischief. Women know nothing of brewing." "Lothok dung!" snapped Imu. Her voice was muffled, for they had thrown her on her stomach, but this time her captors heard. "Well, flay me alive and nail my hide to the wall," Sir Owanen laughed. "My late burden speaks, and saucily, too." "Give her a good kick," Rinitar suggested. Princess Anijel struggled up, with her hands tied behind her as Imu's were, and cried, "Hold off, you ruffian, and for shame, for if you think our beer is good, you have Imu to thank for it, since she is the brewmistress of this citadel." "She lies," growled Sir Rinitar. "What scrawny odling hag could understand such mysteries?" He gestured at the great copper cookers, the maze of tubing, the complex system of troughs that delivered malted grain to the mash tun and then transferred the clarified wort to the huge brew kettle. There were catwalks about the rims of these vessels where the workers could stir and strain and otherwise inspect the liquors. "I understand brewing very well." Imu, like the princess, had turned over. Her voice was cool and confident. "And only a jelly-brain would blame soured beer on imaginary beer witches. Such happens most times because the kettles and fermenting vessels and tubing are not scoured out properly, and fetid growths form therein and taint the liquor." "Say you true?" Prince Antar was interested. "Perhaps we should let you live, and see if you could teach our labor-knocky brewers to come up with better drink." "A good idea," Sir Owanen said, but others shouted him down, and they began then to quarrel, striking the bungs from other barrels and refilling their cannikins as they emptied. Then they were diverted, for clattering down the steps came General Hamel, leading another force of knights. They were also fatigued to the bone, and greeted their comrades' discovery with great enthusiasm. Hamel came to Antar, who only sipped at his brew, and congratulated him upon his capture of Princess Anijel. Then the general took his lord aside and spoke in a low voice, but Anijel and Imu heard it clearly. "There has been a dire and portentous happening, my prince. My Lotus and his men were searching the upper reaches of the high tower, when they chanced upon Princess Haramis and an Odling companion. They pursued them to the parapet, whereupon Haramis stood upon the very brink of the battlement, held tight to an amulet around her neck, and called upon the lords of the air." "So would I have also," the prince said wryly, "in her position." "But 2 monstrous lammergeiers came," Hamel said, "and bore the 2 away on their backs." The prince uttered an oath. "My Lotus saw this prodigy with his own eyes." "He did. I communicated the news to the mighty Origastus, who was stricken with fury. My Lotus and all his men were put to death by order of the king." The prince muttered, "Madness. My Lotus was a worthy captain, and how could he be expected to counter magic? That is Origastus's business, and I wonder if he will demand my own slaughter, since I snared but 1 princess, while the other got away." He described Cadia's escape through the cistern, and Anijel's statement that her sister now was in possession of great magic. General Hamel came to stand over the 2 captive women, a terrible figure in blood-red armor ornamented with gold. On his red enameled helmet were mounted golden antlers, and the visor was made in the form of a Volumnial's skull. "Princess Anijel," he demanded, "is it true that your sisters have magic?" But the terrified girl only burst into tears and thrashed about piteously, while Imu said, "Now look what you've done, you great lummox! By the flower, I know not why the lammergeiers came, but you can be sure no magic was involved. Are the 3 princesses not triplets? Would not all 3 possess magic if 2 of them did? Yet here lies poor Anijel in your power." She began to speak softly to the girl, but in an urgent manner. "The Odling granny makes good sense," said the prince, frowning. but we had better leave all this to Orgastus." He lifted his voice. "Companions, we must quit this place now and return to the throne-room with our captives." Immu left off whispering to the distraught princess and addressed Prince Antar in wheedling tones. "My lord, have pity on this doomed maiden. Before you carry on, untie her briefly and permit her to relieve herself behind yon pile of sacks, lest she humiliate herself and soil you." Anijel hung her head in shame, and General Hamel chortled and made a crude remark. But the prince knelt and undid Anijel's bonds. She thanked him with a woeful countenance, and begged that he also release her serving-woman to help with her garments. "That I will, but the two of you be quick," said Antar. He made certain that there was no exit from the corner behind the sacks, then let the women go. "There is another matter I would mention," Hamel said. "The king's hand is much inflamed after his being bitten by the rogue's squire. He is in a foul temper from the pain, and both the royal physician and the sorcerer's green voice say that he must take to bed with a strong herb poultice over it, and drink hot infusions, and rest, lest the wound fester and blood poisoning set in." "The wizard himself can do nothing?" "Evidently not, although he did pronounce an incantation over the poultice pot. He concurs with the diagnosis of his minion and the leech that the king must rest, and so the search for the two eloped princesses will fall upon us. The men are exhausted. They must have several days to recover before an intensive search can be mounted. The time can be used to seek out information, especially from the oddlings. The aborigines of the swamp would know where the princesses have gone, if any do." Hamel nodded. "All oddlings have fled the citadel, but we can go to Trevista, that ruined ancient city where they have their fair. The turncoat riverman Pelin, who commands a fleet of flatboats carrying merchants to Trevista, will cooperate fully. And there are those among the master merchants of Labernock who may advise us what pressures to put upon the little bog-trotters to gain their help." "I will speak to my royal father and see that all is put in order. Perhaps you and I and this Pelin can go at daylight to Trevista with a small force, while the rest of the army briefly takes its ease. We ourselves can nap on the river." "A splendid suggestion, my prince." Antar now frowned and cast an eye about. "The women, where are they?" Hamel strode at once to peer behind the piled sacks. "Gone! By the sacred bowels of Zoto, they are gone! But where?" He began shouting orders to the others, and the knights raced about, searching every cranny of the great brewery, even though there seemed no way that Immu and Anijel could have passed Prince Antar and General Hamel. Then, when they were making such a din that no man could hear the other, Prince Antar saw the cloddish knight Rinitar go stomping across one of the catwalks that circled a great wooden fermentation vat. Suddenly, Rinitar began to stagger about and push at the air and howl words that no one could understand, and he overbalanced and fell into the foam-topped, strong-smelling liquor with a great splash. Every man fell silent from astonishment, and then they began roaring with laughter. Some went to fish the spluttering Rinitar out. His face was as black with fury as his armor was white with suds, and when they had hauled him up he screamed, "Who pushed me?" "Drunken numbskull," the prince said, disgusted. "No one pushed you. You simply lost your footing." "Nay," Rinitar contradicted stoutly. "I was pushed, and more than that, I heard a voice say, 'Take a good long drink,' as I fell." Many knights greeted this protestation with skeptical guffaws, but General Hamel's brow darkened. He bellowed, "Silence, everyone!" Every mouth clamped shut. In the sudden stillness that followed, one could hear dripping beer, and men breathing heavily from exertion, and the quick patter of footsteps on the catwalk, and then on the open stairway leading down to the tapping room where the barrels were filled. "Magic!" Hamel howled. "Magic at work! They have gone invisible! Down to the lower level all, and go softly, damn you, and listen!" Anadjol, clutching her amulet, whispered anxiously to Imu, "We will be found. We are leaving wet footprints." "This way," hissed her invisible companion, "to the dumbwaiter that hoists the barrels to the kitchen level." They ran to the lift, which was counterweighted and would carry them up with the simple release of a lever. Anadjol climbed on, but Imu said, "Wait 1 minute, Princess." Her wet footprints turned back and approached a great stack of empty kegs waiting in serried ranks to be filled. As the knights, led by the Labornaki general, dashed down the stairway, the pile of barrels began to teeter at the end nearest the dumbwaiter. One barrel nudged another, and before the knights knew what was happening, the whole stack collapsed with a rumbling crash. Large kegs and small rolled about, tripping up the men and shattering as the knights stamped futilely upon them with mailed feet. But the way to the dumbwaiter was blocked completely. Princess Anadjol let loose of her amulet for a moment from laughing, and so the Labornaki saw the two fugitives clearly as they ascended out of sight. "I prayed your idea would work," Anadjol said, "but I was still sore afraid." Imu smiled in the dimness of the citadel gatehouse where they had paused to rest, hidden in a deserted sentry kiosk. "But you did not doubt, and that was the important thing. Hearing that your sister Haramis also escaped with the aid of her amulet, you had confidence at last that yours would respond to your command and render us invisible. And it did. So now all we have to do is walk away." Anadjol sagged back against the flimsy wall. "Good friend, have mercy and let me stay here a little, for if we continue on now, I will surely collapse." "Lie easy, sweeting." Imu took off her shawl and tucked it around the girl's shoulders. "We are safe for a while. There is no hue and cry out here." The Labornaki believed that the princess and Imu were still inside the central keep, and so General Hamel had barred all its doors. But Imu had known of a secret exit from the kitchens, where lazy scullions had been wont to slip away from their duties. This led to the ward outside the keep, and the two women had crossed it swiftly, invisible, dodging knots of Labornaki soldiers dozing around their watchfires. Although Anadjol was exhausted, she felt that she dare not close her eyes, fearing that sleep would cancel the beneficent magic that had brought them safely to the sentry kiosk. "I still can scarce believe that we truly became invisible," she whispered. "The talisman would not save me at the rim of the cistern. Why did it act later?" "At the cistern you were without hope and mad with fear. In the brewery, more useful emotions inclined you to follow my counsel." "It's true that I was angry there," the princess said slowly. "I despised myself for the cowardice that had caused us both to be captured. And I was mortified by the undignified stratagem that you used to make the villains loose our bonds." Imu chuckled. "Your anger clarified your mind, banishing the fear that paralyzed your will. You finally believed me when I bade you call upon your amulet's magic. Anger is a much more useful emotion than fear. You must learn to make more use of it, sweeting. In the state you now find yourself, meekness and dainty manners will do you little good." "And magic will?" Anadjol spoke wearily. "That remains to be seen." The princess was lost in thought for several minutes, then asked, Do your people make common use of magic, then?" "Oh, no. It is a special thing, not to be invoked lightly. Sometimes it is there, and sometimes not, no matter how desperately one wishes for its help. For your poor mother and father there was no magical assistance. And that was cruel. It makes no good sense that the king and queen of Ruwenda perish and the country be conquered, while magic shields me and my sisters." "Peace, child, peace. Magic is a mystery, like so much of life. It can be wielded for good or evil, and we do not always know which is which, any more than we really understand what magic is." Anadjol sighed. "Perhaps the Archimage will tell us." She huddled down close to her old nurse, and finally her eyes closed. But the princess still held tightly to the trillium amber, even when she was sound asleep. They had not rested more than 2 hours when they heard bugle horns sounding, and the soldiers sleeping about the gatehouse began to awake, snarling and growling. It was nearly dawn. The men were in an evil mood because looting of the citadel had been forbidden. They built up their fires against the chill, prepared scanty breakfasts from field rations, and relieved themselves most offensively in any place at all. "Don't look outside, Princess," Imu said. "The cultureless bumpkins." "Oh, Imu, I don't care about that. What worries me is what we are to do next. How will we ever get to the home of the Archimage?" "Jagan had our escape all planned, and his brother brought a boat. But doubtless Jagan and Cadia have embarked in the punt long ago, giving us up for lost." Imu's brow furrowed in thought. "We shall have to find another way to get up the Mutar. If we can reach Trevista, my folk will help us contact the Wizgu, in whose lands the ruins of Noth lie." "But Trevista is so far away, with the Blackmire lying between it and the citadel." Outside, there was a flourish of trumpets. Imu peered through a crack in the door to see what was happening. A knight commander and his escort came cantering into the forecourt of the inner ward and pulled up not a dozen elves from the guard kiosk. There a sergeant quartermaster was supervising the distribution of supplies from a train of covered wagons. The knight said, "The company will move out in 1 hour. We shall march across the knoll to Ruwenda Market on the western side, and there board flatboats for Trevista. Be sure to bring adequate food and materiel, and fodder for the beasts." The sergeant saluted, and the knight wheeled his war-fronial about and clattered away with his escort through the gatehouse and into the outer ward. Imu laughed softly. "Our problem is solved. The foemen themselves will carry us to Trevista, all unawares. Are you hungry, my child?" "Yes, Imu, and very tired." "You cannot render us invisible while you sleep, but I think we will be able to find a suitable place of concealment after we have had our breakfast." She explained her plan, and the eyes of Princess Anagel began to dance, and she hugged the Odling woman. Then Anagel clasped her amulet and made them disappear, and they started off to find a suitable wagon. 7. High over the fog-bound mazy mire, the Lammergeiers flew, carrying Haramis and Uzun toward the ruins of Noth. When her thudding heart slowed, and her senses told her that what she experienced was indeed real and not some fantastic dream, Haramis took stock of her situation. She was unharmed, and the appearance of the powerful creature had saved her from almost certain death. Was this the magic of the Archimage? Did the White Lady retain some power, even though her magic had not been sufficient to stand against Orgastus and prevent the invasion of Ruwenda? The Lammergeier's enormous wings beat strongly and regularly, making a faint thrumming sound as they stroked the air. Its white-plumed back was as wide and as soft as a bed, quilted in down. Haramis sank so deeply into the hollow behind the bird's great black-streaked neck that it was hardly necessary to cling tightly to the plumage. When they had been aloft for nearly an hour, the Lammergeier's crested head turned to regard its strange burden. But the dark eyes were mild, and the toothed beak offered no threat. Not knowing whether it understood, she said to it, "My thanks for rescuing me and my companion." There might have been a minuscule nod, or perhaps not. The creature looked upon her no more, but flew steadily onward. Haramis waved to Uzun, but they could not converse, since the two Lammergeiers were too far apart. The world below was a pale cloud deck, and in the clear night sky above, familiar constellations glittered. The drawn bow, the kettle, the Ledu tree, the great worm, the northern crown. Crown. She still had, knotted and slung over one shoulder, the bundled black cloak with her mother's blood on the folds. She divested herself of it, unknotted the fabric, and gazed upon the Queen's crown of state with its finial of trillium amber, until grief blurred her vision. "At least Voltric does not have this," she thought grimly, "nor shall he, while I live. He killed my parents, but I still live, and Ruwenda is mine." She fought back tears, afraid that if she started crying, she would not be able to stop. "I am Queen of Ruwenda now, and it is my duty to safeguard the country and its people, and to marry and raise my children to continue the task when I am gone." Her throat was tight, and it was difficult for her to breathe, but she was determined. She was also, however, afraid. "I always knew that I would be queen one day, but I never expected it to be so soon, or under these circumstances. I hope the White Lady can help me. I certainly am going to need help from somewhere." Was there truly magic in the strange fossilized blossoms encased in the crown and her amulet, or had it only been good luck that had brought the Archimage's Lammergeiers to the rescue in the nick of time? "I shall experiment," she thought, and she took hold of the amulet on its neck-chain, closed her eyes, and said, "Transport me instantly to the dwelling of the White Lady." But nothing happened, and the Lammergeier flew on serenely. She tried a simpler request. "Bring me a savory pasty, for I am dying of hunger." Again there was nothing, and her stomach contracted painfully. So much for magic. Ah, well, what did it matter? A profound depression enveloped her. There was no kingdom for her to rule, and no royal spouse to sit at her side. Aramis tried to be glad, to seek the compensations of her present predicament. She had always hated the pomp and ceremony of court life, the endless meetings with ministers that her father had patiently endured, the tedious banquets and entertainments her mother had supervised, always surrounded by her twittering ladies. There had been a deeper side to Queen Calantha as well, for she had written poetry and taken a keen interest in the affairs of the less fortunate in Ruwenda, always seeking to improve their lot without stifling their initiative. But queenship was a job that Aramis had dreaded. Dutiful, she had accepted it as her natural lot, but now her obligation had been, at the very least, altered somewhat. She snuggled down into the cushiony hollow, letting the wind sing above her, and awaited sleep's release. The bundled crown she tied to her jeweled girdle so that it might not be lost. The Archimage would know what to do with it. And what to do with her. Who was this woman, really? That she was real and not a legend, Aramis no longer doubted. The fabulous events at her birth must also now be counted as real, and the ominous speech of the Archimage as well. If this White Lady was truly nigh unto death, how would she be able to give aid and advice? And why had she said so long ago that all would be well? These thoughts circled dizzily in her mind, and she mulled over a score of ways whereby Ruwenda might yet be saved. And she, riding triumphant at the head of a Ruwendian host, having herself effectuated the victory. But these were nothing but foolish fantasies. She was 17, clever and book-learned beyond a doubt, but hardly a war leader. If this Archimage had chosen her as an instrument of destiny, she must be senile indeed. I shall have to be on my guard, Aramis thought. Who knows what foolhardy schemes this old woman may urge upon me? But I shall be wary and form my own decisions. I am queen now, and the responsibility is mine, no matter who advises me. I must not meekly submit to another's will. Trillium or no trillium. When she woke, it was dawn, and the two Lammergeiers still flew on. The Ohogan range now thrust up to fill fully half of the sky, forbidding fangs of granite and basalt, entirely snow-clad above the tree-line. Rosy sunlight gave the glaciers and ice fields a false softness. Aramis looked on them with a sinking heart. What if the Archimage told her that her destiny lay up there? The mist was burning off the marshland below as the sun grew stronger, and the land was changing from jungle into a vast undulating sea of tall grass, yellowish in color, unlike any part of the mazy mire she had ever seen before. Only rare patches of dry land broke the monotonous wet plain. These slight elevations had hardwood trees, shrubs, and other green vegetation upon them, and, she supposed, the secret habitations of the Wizgoo, those diminutive kin to the Nisamu who dwelt in the northern reaches of the mazy mire. There were aborigines in the mountains also, she knew, called Vizpi, but humans had no contact with them. Further east, where the range was cleft by the Vizpir Pass, the men who had stood guard claimed that the elusive Vizpi emerged on moonlit nights to dance on the new-fallen snow. And there were horror stories of the mountain oddlings as well. They were called the demons of the frozen mist, and their eyes glared from the icy whirlwind, and it was said that those who looked upon them died. Nevertheless, no one doubted that the Vizpi were real folk and not supernatural, for they traded gemstones and precious metals to the Wizgoo. These eventually made their way to human markets via the Nisamu, and the Vizpi demanded in return certain foodstuffs, sturdy domestic animals such as fronials and volumnials, woven fabrics, and a few other trade items. But what the beings really looked like, no human being could tell, except perhaps those luckless ancient armies of Labernock who had dared the Vizpir Pass ages ago and, if the old stories were to be believed, perished at the hands of these minions of the guardian White Lady. Sunlight reflected mirror-like from the golden mire pools and small rivers as the day advanced. Aramis spied now and then thin, twisting water trails, which she presumed were the thoroughfares of the Wizgoo. Then, after more hours during which they followed the course of a somewhat larger river northward, the terrain rose, and the golden mire came to an end in foothills thinly forested with strange trees, interspersed with flower-decked highland bogs. The Lammergeiers began to circle, round and round, descending. There were ruins down there, beside the river, all overgrown with creepers and with trees perched boldly on tumble-down walls and poking up through broken cupolas. Unlike her sister Cadia, Aramis had no wish to explore such sights. Only the peculiar artifacts they contained interested her. She had owned a few, a small featureless box that played a different ethereal tune when set on each of its several sides, a writing instrument that seemed never to run dry of ink, and a weird bracelet of some unknown, hard, white substance that was not bone, nor wood, nor any mineral the sages of Ruwenda knew. The vanished ones had certainly had some power, but their secrets had been lost long ago. If, however, the Archimage did truly share in the ancient wisdom, then Aramis might still have some faint chance of fulfilling her birth prophecy. She clutched the amulet automatically, praying, "But, dear God and lords of the air, let me not be deceived. Above all, let me not be encouraged to rash behavior, then fail. I could not bear to fail." They were floating slowly in a long, shallow glide, approaching a small stone structure, tower-like in shape, that was almost buried in thick greenery. The winged creatures touched down softly on a kind of natural lawn, all dotted with bright wildflowers that spread out before a lower drawbridge. There were also water blossoms of vivid blue growing in the moat, and a sweet fragrance in the air. Aramis slid from the Lammergeier's back and curtsied low to it. "My fervent thanks to you, Master of the Sky, for having brought me and my good servant to this safe haven." When she lifted her head, the two Lammergeiers had already taken wing. They both uttered clarion cries before disappearing beyond the trees. Uzun stood beside her. He was a sadly comical sight, his beret lost, his long silky hair all a-snarl from the wind, and his once dapper maroon velvet smock stained and rumpled. But his grin was indomitable. "Here we are," he chirped. "Let us enter, for our arrival has been announced by the Lammergeiers." Slowly they walked across the meadow to the drawbridge. The building was shrouded in moss and girt about with tiny lacy ferns, each hewn stone softened in outline by flowers springing forth from the crumbling mortar. Plants grew on the bridge planking as well. The princess stepped gingerly for fear of rot, but the span seemed sturdy enough. There were no retainers about to give welcome, no sign that any person inhabited the overgrown pile at all, but Uzun strode forward confidently, and Aramis followed, marveling at strangely carved pillars and wall panels, and ornate floor mosaics, barely visible through the mosses and lichens underfoot. They passed a splashing fountain, and went through archways hung with dripping strands of vines, into tangled gardens glorious with flowers of many colors. They stopped at last in front of a wooden door of polished black wood, with no moss upon it, but having hinges and fittings and a great ring-latch of what appeared to be solid gold. In the center was a carved ornament fashioned from the same wood, all fimbriate with shining platinum, and it had the image of a Black Trillium. "This is the chamber of the Archimage Binah herself," Uzun said, "but only you may enter." He bowed to Haramis and stepped back. She hesitated. "But you must accompany me." "Nay, my princess, I will wait for you." Haramis drew herself up. Very well. Forcing her hand not to tremble, she took hold of the golden ring and pulled. The tall door swung open easily, and she stepped inside. The room was dim and warm, without windows. There were many pieces of furniture half visible in it, cupboards and presses and bookshelves and tables strewn with strange implements, padded stools and settles, and a huge bed with dark hangings. At one wall was a hearth with a small peat fire burning, and before it stood a handsome table with a single place setting of crystal, and a golden knife and spoon. Covered golden dishes steamed and gave forth a delicious smell. A flagon of honey wine stood by, and a beautiful lamp with a shade of leaded opalescent glass cast light over all. There were 2 carved chairs, one before the food and another opposite, before which on the table sat a plainly wrought small casket of platinum, very dented and battered and dulled from long use. "Welcome, my child," said a soft but resonant voice. "I have been waiting for you." Haramis started and looked about, and saw a pale shape move in the great bed. "My lady," she said, curtsying almost automatically. "Come and assist me, and I will sit with you while you dine." Wondering, Haramis asked, "Are you the Archimage Binah?" "I am she. Do not be afraid. I am the one who stood by at your birth and who summoned you here. I have long awaited your coming and that of your sisters, and I give thanks that you have arrived safely." Haramis stood stock still. "Cadia and Anagel, they are alive?" "They are. Do not worry about them now, for they must follow their own paths, and you yours. Come, help me to enrobe." Haramis could not move. A great fear had taken hold of her. She knew now that, like it or not, she was going to have to embark on some terrible adventure. In the bed lay a woman with beautiful, flowing white hair, who sat up slowly and beckoned to the girl. Her face was smooth and unlined, and only her eyes, dark-shadowed and set so deep in the skull that their color was unguessable, betrayed her great age. Her gaze ensnared Haramis and drew her forward with irresistible power. Haramis set down the crown bundle on the floor and walked in terror to the bed. But then she was suddenly set free, and the panic left her, and it seemed that the person sitting there was only a poor, sick old woman needing help. Haramis assisted the Archimage to don a long white robe that shimmered blue in its foldings, and put fur slippers on her long, slender feet. When the woman stood up, Haramis saw that she was very tall. Her figure was not stooped, but erect and supple, and she moved slowly to the table before the fire and sat down. "Please be seated also, my child, and eat. You must be famished after your ordeal at the citadel and your journey here." "My companion, the musician Uzun," Haramis began. "He is being attended to by my own steward, Damitol, and will not want for rest and refreshment." "I thank you," Haramis said, "for I owe my life to him, and I would not have him suffer for his devotion to me." Then she fell upon the food with the fierce appetite of the young and healthy, for she had not eaten since the previous morning. There was a roast fowl, and creamy soup with pungent herbs, and a dish of baked doran tubers, all crusted with brown alga cheese, and a bitter cress salad, and a tartlet full of some plump, unknown fruit that was tangy on her palate after the heavy repast, of which Haramis devoured the last crumb. Then she sighed, and sat back sipping at the exquisite wine. The Archimage smiled, and Haramis laughed ruefully and said, "I did not even think to wash my hands before dining, and I gobbled your delicious meal like an ill-bred serf. For this lack of good manners, I beg your pardon, Lady Binah. I would clear the table and clean up the dishes in amends, but I confess I do not know how such scullery matters are managed." "Here in Noth," said the Archimage, "one fortunately need not bother with trivialities." She gestured, whereupon the table was clear of all except the wine-flagon, Haramis's goblet, and the mysterious platinum casket. "So you are a sorceress indeed," murmured the girl. "Such tricks require only small skill," Binah admitted. "It is the larger enchantments that are now beyond my waning powers." "Since your Lammergeiers brought me here, I suppose you know what has happened." "The great flyers are not mine," the sorceress corrected. "They are free creatures, belonging only to themselves. It is true that I bade them bring you, for they may choose to obey certain of their friends. As to your question, yes, I do know what has happened. I have seen it all, and wept for my impotence to prevent it." Haramis preserved a neutral expression. "Your mastery of magic is then insufficient to deliver Ruwenda from the murderer Voltric and his conjurer Orgastus?" "Even so. I warn you not to underestimate Orgastus, my child. He is no common trickster, as are the magicians of your limited acquaintance. He is a man of profound accomplishment, who not only commands the storm, but holds the key to many other fearsome enchantments. He seeks power wherever he can find it, and use it as he wills for his own purposes. He now transcends me in all powers, save that of far-gazing. For this he requires the ice mirror hidden deep in his mountain lair." "Then you cannot help me to bring down Ruwenda's enemies?" "I did not say that. But the restoration of Ruwenda is a threefold task, requiring the cooperation of all three of the Trillium's petals." "You mean my sisters?" Haramis's voice was horrified and incredulous. "I don't think we may depend on them for very much constructive aid. I had to restrain Cadia from rushing out to attack our mother's murderers with her belt-knife, and Anagil does nothing but huddle in a corner and weep. Nevertheless, my sight assures me that all three of you must accomplish your foreordained tasks, mastering your own selves above all, before Ruwenda may cast off the yoke of Labernock. And if any one of you fails, all fail." "But that's not fair," Haramis protested. "No." The Archimage spoke gently. "That is only how it is." Disgruntled, Haramis fingered her Trillium amulet. "I had thought that these tokens of ours, which you gave us, were magical, but when I put this one to the test, it failed." "They can only assist you in times of mortal danger, and their powers are limited." "So I discovered." Haramis sighed. "Well, my first prayer was well answered, and my second and third were not so urgent as I then thought. Is this amulet to have a role in the tasks you will assign me?" "That I do not know. You must find out its secrets, just as you must learn the secret within you and conquer the flaws and weaknesses that would deflect you from your destiny. But this I do know. When your preliminary work is accomplished, then you will be given a sign, a new talisman. The three-winged circle will come to you. Then you will know that the final struggle for Ruwenda and for your own soul is at hand." "And my sisters?" "They will have their own work, and, if they succeed, their own talismans." The 3 petals of the trillium will then call out to one another and unite, and from this will come the resolution, the restoration of the lost balance of the world. Aramis slumped in her chair. This task, must I begin it at once? I am so weary, and I mean you no disrespect, but what you say is hard to believe. I did not even believe in your existence. What you believe, even at this moment, does not matter, for you are worn down from sorrow and fear. You must pray for strength and courage, and above all, you must learn to trust yourself and the triune power that loves and guides us all. Aramis uttered an ironic small laugh. I am in sore need of more concrete help. The Aborigines will help you on your quest as they are able, the folk of the swamp, the forest, and the mountains. They revere the Black Trillium, as do the human inhabitants of Ruwenda. Am I to take Uzun with me? He is elderly. He will accompany you part way on the long journey you must now undertake. It is his destiny to help you achieve yours. But the greatest challenges you must face alone. Aramis was lost in introspection, staring at the peat flames burning low in the hearth, and fingering her amulet. Can you tell me the nature of this soul-perfecting quest? No, but you will know it. She cried out, Can you do anything to help me, aside from this supper and your advice and good wishes? That I can. The Archimage opened the platinum casket and reached inside with both hands. Lifting, she rose to her feet, and in some miraculous manner she brought out a great green growing plant, much larger than could have fit inside the casket by any normal means. It was a trillium, nearly as tall as Aramis herself, bare-rooted, with spreading glossy leaves and seed pods, and a myriad of night-black blossoms, each as large as an outstretched hand. This the Archimage set upon the table. Aramis cried out in astonishment, How beautiful! And it is alive, not a tiny fossil entombed in amber. It is the last living Black Trillium plant in the known world. And through it we 3 shall conquer King Voltric and Origastus. I know this is true, Binah. I know it. Aramis sprang to her feet, all weariness fallen away, drinking in the sight of the wondrous plant whose flowers were the color of her hair. The enchantress stretched out her hand and plucked something from beneath one of the great leaves. This she pressed into Aramis's palm and closed the girl's fingers about it. Then she lifted the plant, somehow put it again into the small platinum casket, and lowered the lid. Aramis blinked as though a bright light had been extinguished, along with the certainty she had just felt. But is that all? The Archimage took her by the arm and led her to the outer door. What I have given you will set you on your way. I shall keep the crown of Ruwenda safe here for you. No enemy shall ever touch it. Only remember that Origastus, not King Voltric, is your true enemy. But he lives by the laws of magic, which declare that for every strength there must be a corresponding vulnerability or weakness. If you can find his weakness and vanquish your own, you will triumph. I can tell you no more. Now you must go. When you achieve your goal of the 3-winged circle, return to me. But what is the 3-winged circle? Aramis asked anxiously. You will know it when you find it, Binah assured her. Farewell. Suddenly Aramis stood again on the flower-strewn greensward before the mossy tower, and Uzun was beside her, dressed in fresh new clothes. She looked down and saw that her own dirty and wilted white gown and cloak had disappeared, and she now wore a suit of white wool, trimmed with albino fedock fur, over which lay the amulet on its chain, and a fur-lined cloak, and strong white leather boots. On the ground lay 2 knapsacks and 2 stout walking sticks with iron-shod points. I am ready, Princess, Uzun said. He grinned up at her, and his round cheeks were as rosy as ripe cloudberries. The White Lady has even given me a new fipple flute, so that I can cheer our journey with music. Which way are we to go?" Aramis clenched her hands in vexation. Then she was reminded that the Archimage had put something in her hand. She uncurled her fingers, and in her palm lay a pod of the Black Trillium, dry and shiny. Unthinking, she cracked it open. Inside were rows of winged seeds. Again, without conscious thought, she plucked one seed forth and cast it into the air. To her surprise, instead of drifting off on the wind, it floated northward, toward the mountains. The way seemed a trackless, high bogland, but then Aramis looked more closely, following the floating seed, and saw a faint path, such as might have been made by a small animal moving through the grass tufts and sedges. "So," said she, "I suppose this is as good a guide as we may expect. Shall we start?" Her eye fixed on the tiny floating speck of white, she hoisted her pack, took up the stick, and led the way into the bog, Oozan following at her heels. 8. It was mid-afternoon when the lookout on the leading flatboat sang out, "Travista in view!" The trade guide Pelin, who was the skipper in charge of the improvised Labornaki flotilla, raised a small golden horn to his lips and blew a 3-note call. Immediately the rowers in all 14 of the boats lifted their sweeps, and crews in the bow and stern of each craft dropped anchors into the shallow, muddy water. Pelin sounded another more complex horn call, and gave orders for the sweating rivermen to take their ease. A bellow of fury arose from the foredeck, and a gravelly voice shouted Pelin's name, embroidered with colorful obscenities. In spite of the fact that the journey upriver from the citadel had been completed in record time, General Hamel had still discovered something fresh to complain about. Sighing, the skipper made his way from the tiller house and the stern sheets across the smelly afterdeck. Unlike the other boats in the train, this one did not carry supply wagons or draft animals, but the mounts of the high nobility were tethered back here, God only knowing what use the conquerors hoped to make of them in the trackless swamps around Travista, together with their feed and tack, leather sacks full of arms and armor, and a gang of 20 or 30 hostlers, soldiers, and assorted lackeys who lounged about gambling, snoozing, or trading bitter jests with the oarsmen. Pelin paused at the little midships deck-house that housed the galley and his own small accommodation, the latter commandeered by the sorcerer Oragustus and his 2 malevolent attendants, to order the messmen to serve a sizable ration of wine to the exhausted rowers and a token drink to the Labornaki commoners, to forestall grumbling. Then he slipped past a knot of sergeants, who glowered at him because the flotilla's halt had deprived them of the cooling breeze of passage, and arrived at last on the foredeck. An awning had been erected there to shade the privileged passengers, who included Prince Antar's nightly party, General Hamel and the handful of ranking officers he had brought on the reconnoitering expedition, and the master trader Edzar, newly dubbed official spokesman to the Travista aborigines on behalf of the occupying forces of Labornock. Most of the younger knights were hanging over the rails, peering into the distance in a vain attempt to catch a glimpse of the fabulous Odling city. Without their flamboyant enameled armor, they wore a rough and tatty-looking crew, dressed in rusty, sweat-stained smocks and trews. The nobles and high officers were similarly attired in a simple style of undress, distinguished from the knights only for being fairly clean. The stout master trader, on the other hand, was as elaborately garbed as a courtier at a royal audience, wearing his gild's gold-embroidered green tabard over a gauzy robe of cadmium orange. His ensemble was topped off by an extraordinary broad-brimmed hat, woven of a green leafy material and decorated with a band of living flowers. "Why have we stopped?" General Hamel demanded rudely of Pelin. "If that's Travista up ahead there, then shake your lazy tail and get a move on. You were told we wanted to get there as quickly as possible." The flotilla had come to a standstill out in the middle of the lower Mutar, which was so broad at this point that the Black Mire banks were nearly a league away on either side. Pelin gave a negligent salute to the scowling officer. "We must follow the master trader's protocols, my general, and wait for our Nisimu escort into Trevista." "Traitors!" exclaimed the Labornaki commander-in-chief. "We're not a pack of peddlers. We're conquerors, and we follow no protocols but our own. Up anchor, you slugwit, and move on." "Sir, that would be most unwise. I couldn't take responsibility for what might happen." The Ruwendian turncoat had a face as brown and tough as the old leather garments he wore. His jowls were scratchy with white stubble from their 3-day journey upstream, and his expression verged on the insolent. "These wild oddlings are a touchy lot. No telling what they'd do if we just barged into Trevista on our own." "Ruwenda is ours, and we do as we please," Hamel roared. He drew his sword. "Now get a move on, or I'll ventilate your gullet." Pelin, unperturbed by the threat, turned to the Labornaki master trader, who had been regaling the general and his cronies with stories of the fabulous hidden cities of the Vanished Ones. "You talk to him, Master Edzar. He just doesn't seem to understand the situation." The boatman's voice broke off in a screech as Hamel gripped a handful of his grizzled hair and raised his sword. "General, hold, I say." Prince Antar, who had suffered from a mood of dejection throughout most of the journey and was sitting by himself up in the bows, pushed through the crowd of knights, who were waiting hopefully for bloodshed, and confronted the burly old soldier. Grudgingly, Hamel let the skipper go. Pelin scuttled out of reach, and the master trader stepped forward to bow to the prince. "Do let me explain, High Lord. I assure you that our new ally, Pelin, has only the best interests of Labornock at heart." "He'd better," Hamel muttered, "or he'll find himself at the bottom of the Mutar with swamp worms nibbling on his family jewels." Most of the knights laughed, but the prince said, "Say on, Master Edzar." "Yonder lies Trevista." The master trader gestured directly upstream toward a mass of low hillocks, distant blobs of green with deep purple shadows that shimmered in the heat haze and filled the main channel of the Mutar from one side to the other. "It lies on that group of islands, at the confluence of the Vispar River and the Upper Mutar. But the place is not the kind of city that we Labornaki are familiar with, nor even the Ruwendians. And the so-called Trevista Fair is not an event that always takes place in the same location. Rather, it moves about Trevista as the mood strikes the local Nisimu, so that not even trader guides, such as our worthy friend Pelin, may say for certain where it may be found this day." Osorkin, Hamel's gargantuan deputy, gave a derisive snort. "A city on an island! And you can't track down a wretched oddling market, even if it does skip about like a springfish on hot mud." "Trevista does not lie on one island, Lord Osorkin." Edzar's hand swept the horizon. "It is on all of them." The company gasped. "It is, or was, the crowning architectural glory of the Vanished Ones. Beside it, the immensity of Ruwenda Citadel is but a crude stronghold, a refuge against whatever disaster ultimately brought down the ancient race. Every one of those hundreds of islands is crowded with ruins, and between them is an intricate maze of canals with walls sunk deep into the riverbed. There are water gates, huge bridges, crumbling dockyards, every manner of riparian structure, to say nothing of derelict public buildings, gorgeous decayed dwellings, and great plazas and arcades, all choked with dense jungle growth in places where the Nisimu have forborne to interfere." "How much of the city is inhabited by the aborigines?" the prince asked. "No one knows, High Lord. The wildling Nisimu disdain social contact with humanity. We traders are led to the fair location, and there the individual oddlings proffer such goods as they think will interest us." Avoiding Hamel's glare, he added, "If this flotilla were to penetrate Trevista without permission, You will notice that I do not say unannounced, because they always know when we are coming. It is likely that not a single Nisimu would condescend to show its face. We would find the place deserted. As for invading Trevista with a view to conquest, such a venture would be futile. The value of that vast assemblage of ruins lies only in its trade goods, and for those we must cultivate the goodwill of the oddlings. Well spoken, Master Edzar. The prince cast a meaningful look at the general. And if we do gain their confidence, assuring them that trade will continue without a break under Labornock's rule of Ruwenda, do you believe that they will cooperate? One can hope so, High Lord. We're damn well going to establish a Trevista garrison, Hamel declared. That was King Voltrick's order, and those little swamp stompers had better not collude in any treason with the fugitive princesses if they know what's good for them. It's clear, said the prince quietly, that Nisimu loyalties are stronger for the princesses than for us. We shall have to locate the girls by subtlety rather than by a crude show of force. His gaze swept the assembled knights, finally coming to rest on the face of General Hamel. Is that clear? Perfectly, Hamel rumbled, adding a belated, "My prince." "Wary from Trevista in view," the lookout sang. Most of the knights rushed back to the rails to watch the approach of the strange little craft. It was not propelled by oars or a sail, yet came toward the flatboat train at a high rate of speed, leaving a gleaming V-shaped wake on the sluggish water. It seemed to carry a single occupant, and it was lavishly decorated with flowers from stem to stern. "What in the world provides its motive power?" asked the amazed Sir Owanen. Pellin, well out of General Hamel's reach and with his dignity restored, replied, "It is hauled along by a pair of rimericks, aquatic creatures resembling large pelrics. Unfortunately, the beasts resist domestication by humans. Even among the Nisimu, not too many have the knack of driving them, for this is a trick they must learn from their unsociable cousins, the Wisgu. Members of this latter tribe come regularly to Trevista, bringing trade items from the northern reaches of the mire." The prince took Edzar by the shoulder and led him apart from the others, toward the midships deckhouse. "Explain to me what you meant by our flotilla not being unannounced. Do you mean to say that the Trevista oddlings have been able to keep track of our voyaging, in spite of the double-time pace we maintained coming upriver?" The master trader shrugged. "High Lord, they speak to one another at a distance, using speech without words, even as the Lord Orgastus bespeaks his attendant voices." The door to Pellin's cabin opened so abruptly that both the prince and the master started. The tall, black-and-white-clad sorcerer himself stood there, hooded so that the upper part of his face was in deep shadow. Behind him were two other caped and cowled figures, the acolytes known as Voices, a stocky one dressed in red, and a tall, rangy one wearing blue. "That is correct," Orgastus intoned. "The non-humans employ a crude form of telepathy, and on occasion are even able to descry events at a distance through the sight, although their command of both powers is greatly inferior to my own." The prince ordered the master trader to leave them, and when the man was gone, he said coldly to Orgastus, "Grand Minister, you never spoke of this to me before." "There was no need. The matter was of no consequence during the invasion, and we never intended to wage war on the aborigines. On the contrary, we will be making very good use of the creatures." "Then you have a plan for gaining an alliance with these small oddlings, as we did with the Skritek? My royal father hinted as much to me during the march to the citadel." Antar spoke stiffly, his manner combining deference and resentment. Even though he was 26 years of age, neither the king nor his mysterious Grand Minister of State had seen fit to confide any of their long-range plans to him. "With certain of the tribes, when the time is ripe, we will enter into political alliance. Orgastus waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Not with these paltry Nisimu, however. They are only useful to us for the herbs, spices, and other products of the swamp that they sell. They have long since gleaned the most interesting antique artifacts from Trevista itself and from the nearer abandoned cities, and because of their close ties to the fallen Ruwendians, I do not trust them to exert themselves in supplying us with fresh quantities of the ancient devices. However, one way or another, I intend to have oddlings loyal to us comb the more remote parts of the mazy mire, where I know that there are hidden certain extraordinary magical machines of the vanished ones. These, properly utilized, will enable Labernock to extend its rule not only across the entire peninsula, but eventually throughout the known world." The prince felt his heart contract. So this was why King Voltric had appointed this upstart his grand minister, against the advice of his more conservative counselors. Was the sorcerer merely playing upon Voltric's credulity, or might the mad scheme have a basis in fact? Antar's face showed tolerant skepticism. "So say you? Labernock one day rule the world? No wonder you were so determined that we should declare war on Ruwenda. But this, too, is news to me. What is the nature of this portentous gadgetry you seek, and how do you have knowledge of it?" "We will discuss this another time, my prince. The boat from Trevista is almost upon us, and your request involves matters of the highest royal policy that must be enunciated by the king himself." A sibilant whisper came from the crimson-robed minion behind the sorcerer, and Orgastus nodded. "The red voice reminds me to inform you that your royal father's condition has somewhat worsened. My green voice in attendance at his bedside bespoke the news to us just a short time ago. King Voltric suffers from fever, and his wounded hand has become afflicted with noxious humors. I have directed my green voice to administer the most potent remedy at my command, the golden pastille. This should bring relief to our king within 2 or 3 days." The prince frowned. "Why was not this miracle pill given earlier?" "It is a medication of the vanished ones, my prince, in very short supply, and suited only to the treatment of life-threatening ailments. I had hoped that King Voltric's wound would respond to the usual ministrations of the royal physician. Since it has not, the more drastic therapy of the golden pastille is indicated." "And this will certainly cure him?" The sorcerer hesitated. "I have never known it to fail, but I have dared to use it only 5 times before. Thrice upon myself, once upon the Blue Voice, and once upon the late Princess Shonda, your father's second wife, when a thorn wound in her foot became mortified. Your royal father's injury is, unfortunately, of a peculiarly dangerous sort. This is why I far speak my attending acolyte at frequent intervals, and also keep a close watch upon our king by means of the sight." Prince Antar's face was somber, lost in thought. "I will remember my royal father in my prayers, and you should also most fervently commend our king to whatever exotic gods you acknowledge, sorcerer, for if Voltric should die, the grief of Labernock will be profound, and who knows what brave plans may then be confounded." Antar turned abruptly and went away. The red voice whispered, "That one will be less pliable than his father, almighty master." The lanky Blue Voice, who stood close behind the right shoulder of the enchanter, murmured, "It would be our pleasure to arrange for his reconciliation." "No," said Orgastus firmly, "not yet. But your zeal pleases me, and when the appropriate moment does arrive, you shall be assigned the task of modifying the princely attitude, and be richly rewarded for your successful efforts." 9. The flower-bedecked Nisimu Wheri, proceeding at a more stately pace, conducted the flotilla to Trevista's outermost island, which was evidently the destination of choice. The blood-red banner of Labernock was now held high in the bows of the leading flatboat by Lord O'Sorkin, and the knights and the troops aboard the other 13 boats, carrying the supply wagons, had donned their armor and capes to present an imposing appearance when they entered the city. "A pity we won't be going to the inner islands this time," Master Trader Edzar remarked cheerfully. "There are some spectacular bridges and a remarkable ruin of an astronomical observatory in there, with curious pedestals remaining where some sort of arcane equipment once stood. However, I think you'll find that this outer island is rather interesting, and the important thing isn't sightseeing after all, but a satisfactory initial meeting with the discerner Frolitou and her associates." "This discerner is the female ruler of Trevista that you spoke of earlier?" Prince Antar inquired. He and his men and the army officers were also attired in their armor now, and Antar wore a coronet on his winged blue helmet. "The discerner doesn't rule, my prince. She only speaks on behalf of her people and acts as a liaison between the master traders and the Nisimu. But she is the closest thing to a central authority that the city has, and just about impossible to hoodwink. It's said she can read minds." "And is this true?" Augustus asked, stepping forward with his 2 assistants to join the others on the foredeck. The master cleared his throat nervously. "I can't say for certain, my lord. In my own experience, she has shown uncanny insight into one's disposition, if you take my meaning." "You mean," Antar stated, cutting off a response by the sorcerer, "that this discerner knows a true speaker from a liar?" "Almost certainly, and, this will present difficulties in our negotiations, especially as regards the search for the princesses. We will have to be tactful." "Damn your tact!" General Hamel exploded. "If the oddlings refuse to help us in our search, then we'll take hostages and force them. Perhaps this discerner herself would like a taste of Lord O'Sorkin's famous hospitality." Hamel's deputy, who was once again clad in fearsome black-painted plate, gave a sardonic laugh. "It would be my privilege." Edzar shrugged. "If you took discerner Frolitou prisoner, the Nisimu would simply appoint another discerner, and it's very likely that the whole tribe would vanish like the mist at noontide, and our trade with them would be terminated. As I have tried to explain, my general, our options in dealing with these peculiar creatures are limited." Hamel swung about to address the sorcerer. "Then you must use your magic to coerce them." "We will see," Augustus replied smoothly. "Since I am in command of this expedition," Prince Antar said, "let it be understood that I will be the only one to negotiate with this discerner. Labernock's invasion of Ruwenda was undertaken for one principal reason, to redress our long-standing trade grievances and ensure a steady supply of vital commodities, such as minerals and timber. I speak for my royal father when I say that nothing must jeopardize that trade. Not the Grand Minister of State's coveting of mysterious ancient gimcracks, and most especially not our general's single-minded pursuit of the 3 luckless girls. You will obey me in this." "Certainly, my prince," said Augustus, smiling. Hamel's eyes darted back and forth between Antar, whose cadre of 20 fully armed knights had unobtrusively moved in to stand by him, and the sorcerer with his enigmatic attending voices. Finally he said, "I am a soldier who follows the orders of my king, and it is true that he has set you, my prince, in authority over this expedition. Therefore I will do as you say, unless King Voltric himself should command otherwise." Antar sighed. "That will suffice." He relaxed visibly, and so did all his knights, and then everyone hurriedly returned to the rails so as not to miss the first close view of Trevista. The wherry, with its lone Nisimu pilot, led the procession into a channel that seemed nothing more than an opening into thick jungle. Gigantic trees of an unfamiliar species, with subsidiary trunks like flying buttresses, soared up several hundred ells high. They formed an emerald ceiling above tangled undergrowth that seemed even more rankly impenetrable than any part of the mire that the invaders had already traversed. At the edge of the channel were masses of strange plants with varicolored red and green leaves the size of doors, their midribs and veins all studded with golden spines. Vines as thick as cables, bearing swags of purple, white, and pink flowers, hung from the overarching tree buttresses and trailed languidly in the dark water. The muggy air was full of lush fragrances and the less pleasant smell of decay. Birds, insects, and other forest creatures set up a shrieking cacophony just as soon as the boats entered the channel, and this lasted until the aborigine in the wherry climbed to his feet and uttered a shrill, warbling cry. Suddenly silence prevailed, except for the slow dipping of the oars. The master trader Edzar pointed wordlessly ahead as the flotilla swung slowly around a bend. At first, the men of Labernock could discern nothing but a continuing expanse of greenery. But then, as if their eyes became accustomed to a new manner of seeing, monumental shapes began to loom up on every hand, all but buried in the rampant vegetation. There were dwellings, palaces rather, that made the mansions of Derriguilla seem like peasant huts. They stood shoulder to shoulder along the water, splendid even in desolation, and their foundations formed the walls of a great canal, 50 ells wide. The knights and soldiers gawked and yelped like excited children as they floated past one wonder after another. Examples of magnificent stonework and carving were everywhere. Many of the ancient edifices were ornamented with mosaic facades as brightly colored as the riotous tropical flowers. Some had stacked, set-back gardens. Others featured the remains of exquisitely designed porticos, or open galleries with fluted pillars partially fallen down, or crumbling esplanades railed off by richly carved balustrades. Remnants of mysterious statuary and huge broken urns were almost concealed by verdant shrouds. Trees and shrubs had thrust up and buckled the multicolored expanses of pavement that had once been open plazas. But no one would dare say that the jungle had reclaimed Trevista. The ancient metropolis still exuded an aura of power and sophisticated beauty that the passing of ages had scarcely diminished. Now the guiding wherry led the boats from the arterial canal into a side channel, and almost immediately the vegetation masking the ruins began to change in character. Most of the colossal structures still appeared to be as overgrown as ever, but some of the streets and byways between them had been cleared. The flotilla drew close to a broad public square with an operating fountain at its center, which lay on the right bank. A great flight of shallow steps, flanked by pillar-like lamp-standards, led from the plaza to the water's edge. At the head of the stairs waited a compact group of some 24 Nisimu. There were no other native people in sight. "But where is the fair?" General Hamel demanded. "By Zodo's holy guts! The oddlings have run away after all." The master trader winced and hissed. "Softly, please, my general. The discerner Frolitou and her tribal delegation may take offense." "Spy them out, wizard," Hamel persisted. "Are the slime-skinned little mud-lovers lurking in ambush?" "Be quiet, you fool," Augustus retorted. With a curt gesture he summoned the two voices, who fell to their knees, side by side on the flatboat deck facing the plaza. Both Hamel and Prince Antar had seen the sorcerer utilize his minions in the sight before, but the knights and officers and the master trader watched curiously as Augustus took up a position behind the pair, unceremoniously yanked down the blue and red hoods, and rested his hands on the two shaven heads. The sorcerer's own head was bare, and his snowy hair seemed to glow in the green gloaming of the tropical afternoon. Slowly he closed his eyes. those who were watching closely saw the eye sockets of the submissive voices seem to turn abruptly into black, empty pits. There were low curses and gasps of amazement from the knights that trailed off into stunned silence as Orgastus's eyelids reopened to reveal 2 small stars blazing beneath his dark brows. He lifted his hands into the air and turned his entire body about, slowly, apparently scanning the entire region surrounding the square, as well as the overgrown cluster of domed structures on the opposite side of the canal. Then his eyes closed. The 2 rigid acolytes gave convulsive jerks and groaned, and their own eyes rolled normally in their heads again before they slumped down unconscious. The face of the sorcerer also regained its usual aspect before he drew up his shadowing hood. "There are nearly 400 Nisimu concealed in the buildings across the canal," said Orgastus calmly. "They are watching us, and have neither hostile intent nor fear. I recommend that we land and proceed with the meeting. There is no danger." Casually he bent down and took hold of the noses of his inert associates. The 2 flowed to their feet as though drifting up through water, and stood with heads lolling, mouths open, and eyes still tightly shut. Orgastus turned and headed for Pellin's cabin, beckoning, and the semi-comatose red voice and blue voice shuffled after him. "The 2 ensorcelled flunkies will recover after resting," Prince Antar told his awestruck men curtly. "Now pull yourselves together, and for God's sake hold your shields high and form a decent honor guard when we disembark." The wherry had already pulled up to the landing stage, which was easily large enough to accommodate all 14 of the big flatboats at once. A few Nisimu trudged down the steps to help tie up, and Pellin steered the leading boat to the very center of the stairs, called for up-oars, and brought them smartly to dock. Preceded by the master trader, Lord O'Sorkin bearing the Labornaki banner, and General Hamel with his 4 aides, Prince Antar marched down the gangplank into the quay and waited. 20 knights ranged behind him with shields on their arms and pennoned lances at parade rest. The common soldiers and their sergeants lined the rails of the flatboats, crossbows and other weapons ported. "Greetings to the Nisimu people of Trevista," Master Edzar exclaimed solemnly, using the tongue that all nations of the peninsula spoke. He repeated the salutation in the Nisimu language and continued to translate throughout the rest of the speech. "The great nation of Labornock, which has traded peacefully with the Nisimu people of Trevista for over 400s by means of Ruwendian intermediaries, now declares that its commerce will be conducted freely and directly, no longer through venal middlemen, and both the Nisimu and Labornock will profit by the change. Following many a grave insult to Labornock, delivered by arrogant and greedy Ruwendian officials, the patience of our great King Voltric was strained beyond endurance. He led a mighty Labornocki host southward and wreaked just vengeance upon the craven Ruwendians, who surrendered to him without condition 3 days ago. Now Ruwenda and Labornock will be united into one great nation. Trade caravans will continue to come to Trevista, just as before. The Nisimu may rejoice together with Labornock, since the lifting of the unjust burden of Ruwendian taxation from their commercial intercourse will allow both peoples to thrive, and peace and prosperity will prevail amongst all persons of goodwill." The master trader threw his arms open wide. Buglers on each of the flatboats brayed a fanfare in unison. All of the Nisimu blinked their huge yellow eyes, but otherwise made no move. Edzar cleared his throat and resumed. "Good King Voltric sends you his beloved son, Crown Prince Antar, bearing the authority of the Labornocki throne. Over the next few days, the prince will discuss with you the new relationship between our peoples, which will be closer and more amicable than ever before. And now Prince Antar desires to convey his felicitations to the worthy discerner of Trevista." The master trader stepped aside and made a deep obeisance to the prince, who came forward. For a moment the tight little group of aborigines at the head of the stairs stood immobile. Then one of them descended and approached Antar. Her robe was of woven dried grasses, with a deep collar and cuffs of living sky-blue flowers. A wreath of similar flowers crowned her head, and she carried a simple green reed, which she pointed without ceremony at the disconcerted prince. "Antar of Labernock," she said, using the human language. Her voice was musical and far-carrying. "This one is Frolitu, chosen discerner by our people. It is our custom to be straightforward with humans, and this one will do you the honor of addressing you without artifice. We have listened to your trader's fine speech and scrutinized its content, separating truth from falsehood. Now this one asks your permission to question you." The reed pointed unwaveringly at the prince's heart, and he found that he was sweating heavily inside his handsome suit of enameled parade armor. "You may ask your questions," he said in a low voice. "Does Labernock mean to do harm to the Nisimu?" "I declare that we will do you no harm." "Will your traders continue to give us a fair price for our goods?" "I declare that they will." "What else, besides the resumption of trade, do you ask of the Travista Nisimu?" We wish to have a small settlement here, as a base for exploring the interior of the Mazy Mire." "You wish to quarter armed troops here?" "Yes. This is my royal father's command, so that fugitive Ruwendians who are enemies of the new regime may not disrupt commerce." The discerner's enormous eyes shone with sadness, but she continued to speak without emotion, and the reed never trembled. "Those that you call your enemies have long been our friends. You have conquered them by means of black sorcery and an overwhelming force of arms. You have cruelly executed the king and queen of Ruwenda and their noble cohort, whose only fault was defending their country against your invasion. You now pursue the 3 petals of the living trillium, the princesses of Ruwenda, and would put them also to death." "Yes," said the prince, "but these human matters have nothing to do with you. We do not seek your help in the search for the princesses. If you hinder us, you may expect our anger. If you leave be, I tell you that no citizen of Labernock will offer you harm nor insult. We will pay for the accommodation and provisioning of the garrison here, and resume normal trade as soon as it is possible to do so." The discerner sketched a 3-lobed pattern in the air about the prince. Then she stood silent for a moment before saying, "Antar of Labernock, you have spoken the truth to this one. The Nisimu of Travista agree to reopen the fair and deal with your master traders in our usual fashion. The fair will be held upon another island, the location of which will be vouchsafed to you in good time." "Thank you," said the prince. "We will permit you to set up your garrison here, in the area of this square, which is called Lusajira. You may use the buildings surrounding it as you choose, and a market will convene daily about the fountain, where foodstuffs and certain other goods may be purchased from us at just prices." "Again I thank you." The little being outlined restrictions that would be placed upon the garrison. The soldiers might travel the canals of Travista freely, but were forbidden to land, unless invited by the Nisimu. The region directly across the canal from Lusajira Square, where numbers of Nisimu had made homes among the ruins, was completely off-limits to humans, unless the discerner herself declared an exception. On the other hand, the local aborigines were to have free access to the square during daylight, although the humans could close off the buildings to them. "All these things are agreeable to us," Antar said. "And now, since the sun is sinking, we ask your permission to land our men and set up a temporary encampment before nightfall." "All may disembark." Frolitu swung the reed in an arc to the prince's right, indicating 3 figures still on board the leading flatboat. "Except him." Antar and his companions turned to see Oragastus, who stood with his voices near the midships cabin. The sorcerer gave a mocking bow of acknowledgment to the discerner. She continued, "He must leave this place tomorrow, and not return, or else everything that the Nisimu have agreed to will be voided." Tears began to trickle down her cheeks, even though her expression was still stony. Antar sighed. Mist was rising from the canal, and he was wretchedly uncomfortable in the sticky armor, and famished as well. "I agree to this also, Discerner Frolitou. Is there anything further?" The green reed was lowered, and the flower-crowned figure's aura of power and irresistible integrity seemed to drain away palpably, leaving only a weeping, inhuman little female whose fortitude finally neared the breaking point. She said, "We have nothing else to say to each other, Prince. This is a time of mourning, and all Nisimu hearts are heavy. Nevertheless, my people will bring fresh fruit and meat for your expedition's refreshment. This is our free gift, together with the use of the buildings. Perhaps we will meet again at the Feast of the Three Moons, if the Lords of the Air grant that we both live so long." She went back up the stairs like a person exhausted after running a long race. Then she and the rest of the Nisimu walked slowly across the broad square into an overgrown passageway between two broken buildings, and disappeared into the deepening shadows. Much later that night, when the men were quartered in their tents and the campfires burned low, Antar came out of his own pavilion and walked restlessly along the quay. The night noises were loud and irritating, and no breeze moved the humid air. Across the channel, dim little lights of many different colors bobbed about in the Odling settlement. A sickly greenish radiance shone from the window of the flatboat cabin, where Origastus and his minions were sequestered, and the prince could hear a sound of chanting from there, barely audible over the din of the nocturnal jungle creatures. With a grimace, Antar turned away from that part of the landing and went down the string of deserted boats to the very last one, where a single soldier stood guard on the foredeck with a lantern at his feet. Identifying himself, the prince came aboard. "All quiet on the canal, my man?" "Aye, lord." The fellow gave a nod toward the twinkling lights on the other side of the water. "The oddies are moving about over yonder. Now and then something or other moves in front of their lights, and some big creature with glowing eyeballs came swimming by a time ago, and caught and ate something that squealed pitiful. Other'n that, all's well." Antar wandered to the bow rail and looked across the black water. "What think you of these oddlings? Are they a kind of intelligent animal, as our sages have always taught, or are they true persons?" The soldier hawked and spat. "By their outlandish looks, I'd judge them creeters, but the slippery one that spoke got her way with you crafty enough, lord." "True," admitted the prince with a rueful chuckle. "And I never heard of any creetur could weep for sorrow over dead friends." Antar forbore to comment on that. "Were you chosen to remain here with the garrison?" "No, I'll be returning to the citadel in the morning with a wizard, and glad of it. I'd be most glad to set my hoofies on the road back to Derer Gwilla, lord. I'm a plainsman, and I don't much fancy the swamp country, and these big old hulks of dead buildings give me the quiver and creeps." Antar laughed heartily. "Me too." He strolled over to one of the now emptied supply wagons that the boat carried. There would be scant need for wheeled vehicles at the garrison. The thoroughfares around about Lusajira Square dead-ended in jungle not a quarter league away. The prince idly kicked one of the wagon wheels, and then bent down to pluck at a bit of cloth caught on a nail of the tailgate. The fabric shimmered strangely in the lantern light. It was a torn piece of expensive rose-colored silk, soiled with dried mud. As he studied it, he felt an eerie conviction insinuate itself into his mind. He had seen and touched this material before. Held in his arms a human form clad in it. It was hers, from her dress. Here? Impossible. There was no way that the Princess Anijel could have secreted herself on board the flatboat and dared to accompany the ones who had vowed to kill her. No way she could have avoided the far-seeing eye of Oragastus. But the sorcerer had admitted that his magic was unable to spy out the hiding place of the princesses. She could have stayed concealed, since the unloading of the wagons had not been completed until full dark. And then, all evening long, the punts of the local oddlings had shuttled back and forth across the canal, bringing food and drink to their unwelcome guests. So she could be at large in Travista, the beautiful, golden-haired young woman whose very existence threatened his father's throne. She could be in the Nissimu settlement across the water at this very moment. What in God's name was he to do? Antar straightened. He tucked the scrap of satin away into his belt, said good night to the soldier, and walked back up the landing stage. The queasy green light still shone in the sorcerer's cabin, pulsating rhythmically to the sound of the chanting. The prince stopped, fingering the piece of cloth. He stooped, picked up a small stone, and knotted the satin tightly about it. Then he flung the little missile out into midstream with all his strength, and went off to bed. 10. Cadia sat up, bits of grass clinging to her sticky skin and hair. She was gasping as one who had run a punishing race to collapse at the end of it. She looked about her, shaken and dazed, unable for a moment or two to understand where she was or what had happened. There was the muck-fueled warmth of the swamp, small splotches of sunlight on the short lengths of water she could catch sight of through the rank growing brush. In spite of the heat, she shivered and hunkered in upon herself. It was still there. She forced herself to breathe more slowly, to shake out of the daze which had held her. What was it? Nothing she could set name to. Yet she felt as if she were held under some great eye, entrapped and helpless. She had to try twice before she could croak out, "Jagan!" There was a stir not too far away. The oddling hunter had so buried himself in the grass of his own nest that his arising made him look as if he were emerging from the ground itself. His eyes were narrowed against the light, but his long knife was bared in his hand. "Someone!" Her voice shook so that she was ashamed of her own state, and made an effort at control. "Someone is seeking us." Jagan was on his feet, shuffling free of the nest grass. His slitted nostrils flared as he raised his head to sniff, as might a hunted animal. Very slowly he pivoted, testing the air in each direction. She, too, shifted about. Farseer, they called her because of her sharp sight, but now she noticed nothing but the swamp as it had always been. Yet somehow, and this was more alarming than any visible foe, she was certain that the Watcher was not near them now. Magic. Of what kind? Used by whom? "There is nothing save that which is natural here," Jagan said slowly, and now he was staring at her. "You have been dreaming, King's daughter. Rest. What guards one can set in the swamp are present. Nothing can come upon us that I shall not know." He yawned. She subsided back into the roll of grass, her hand clasped about her amulet. With all her might, she listened. There was plenty of swamp life abroad, and none of that seemed to have reason for fear. She tried to sort out sound from sound, to identify each. Just as the night swarmed with one set of hunters, so did others go about their work by day. But the one that had sought her had passed her by, frustrated. Softly she spoke. "Jagan, I no longer feel that someone is seeking us." She shifted her hand so that the amulet might be within his range of vision. "My trillium amber has shielded us. Perhaps from the magical sight of Oragastus." Jagan stood up, casting the grass aside. "Farseer, I do not understand such as that." He gestured to the amulet. "But this, I feel, we shall not wait for night to move on." "Skritek?" Cadia looked toward those parts of the surrounding swamp she could see from where she now sat. She let the amulet drop, to swing by its chain, as she drew her dagger. He shook his head. Skritek, I would know. This, I can only guess. His vehemence impressed her, and a feeling of helplessness was coming back. Oragastus has followers of his own. Jagan was already busy tramping the soft soil over the remains of their fire. They are called voices, having surrendered their full will to his, so as to become only extensions of himself. It might very well be that he has sent such persons to cruise the swamp with whatever armed force goes to secure Trivista. And follows me. But what do these voices do, Jagan? Can they so disguise themselves that you, who know the swamp well, cannot search them out? Farseer, do you remember how at the last trade fair there was that one Eustrel of whom people asked questions concerning things which troubled them? Yes, certainly she recalled the old woman who was so lamed that she needed 2 staffs to aid her in walking. And Cadia had watched her squat before a wide, curl-edged drogo leaf into which she had shaken some drops of water. There had been another female oddling crouching on the other side of that leaf, waiting tensely to hear the muttering of the ancient seeress. But the dialect the latter used had been one Cadia did not know. You said she could read fate in the water drops, Cadia said now, but surely that was merely a piece of trickery. Such is impossible. Not quite, Farseer. Each of us differs one from the other, not only as to our bodies, but also our minds, in what we are able to learn easily, and what we cannot grasp without great labor, if at all. Are you like unto either of your sisters, King's daughter? I am a hunter of beasts, a trainer of such upon occasion. This is my talent. I do not set carven wood pieces cunningly together, nor do I brew herbs, nor work with the gleanings from ruins. Those are other crafts and arts. Thus it is also with crafts of the mind. Yes, there are those who can cast their sight distant, and they can read, if fleetingly and falteringly, what happens to another far away. Eustrel cannot always do it, and seldom very clearly, but there have been times when she has foreseen the truth, and had her far-seeing proven so. Oragastus is a man of great knowledge, most of it unmeasured by any of us. If his voices are well taught, and they begin with some talent, then it could be that he uses them to extend his own senses. Then they are searching for us, and will continue to do so. What is your craft of water-trailing against that? Cadia shivered. Steel against steel, she could understand, even the cruelties of the invaders, but that they could command such powers was daunting indeed. Jagan shook his head slowly. It is not an easy thing to do, and it takes time and preparation. Also, it is exhausting for the seer. It may be that there is a voice with a search party on the river behind us, but the more distance we put between us and the citadel, the less easy we shall be to find. Cadia cradled the glowing amber amulet in her hand. Does magic call to magic? Almost she was ready to drop what might be such an ill-omened thing into the water. Farseer, your amulet is of the light, the Archimage's own gift. I do not believe that it would play you false. However, I would be away from here. We must take a route which goes around Trivista. The Labernaki will keep to the river. Neither Pelin nor the Skritek, if they have such with them, know this Blackmire country away from the major trails. Though she had been to Trivista several times and prided herself on an excellent memory for landmarks, Cadia was totally bewildered as Jagan's punt carried them on through twisting waterways while the afternoon waned. They skirted an islet where broken walls thrust up from the undergrowth, plainly one of the ruin sites. The swamp vegetation here consisted of banks of reeds and tough grass, fleshy-stemmed vines, and looming trees. There were a few spots of color, puff-petaled flowers which had a most unpleasant look, and which Cadia recognized as the bait for plants which fed upon unwary insects. The spark in the amulet continued to glow, leading them on. They did not stop for food, but chewed on the tubers and sometimes ate fruit that Jagan picked. Out of the night rose more isles crowned by ruins, and around them danced points of filmy light born of the marshlands. The gray of dawn was showing again when they swung aside to slide through an inlet Cadia would have thought too narrow to allow them passage, into an open space which looked more pool than river. Cadia's legs were cramped, and she wondered if she could stand erect. Jagan was also tiring. He sculled the punt slowly along the edge of the pool to where a tree, its roots undercut during one of the monsoon floods, thrust out from the bank. On the other side, stones stood above the water, forming a line that led back into the jungle-like tangle beyond. When they were ashore, Jagan pulled the punt closer to the trees and draped over it some bunches of reeds. Cadia's legs and back were very painful, but she stooped and caught up the larger of the two hunter's bags. If she were so worn out, how must Jagan feel? He made no move to chop a way for them with his knife, but instead turned and twisted to avoid the thickest of the vegetation. Insects arose about them in a cloud, and then Jagan did chop fiercely downward. Between him and Cadia there lay a thick object that might have been a vine, but it had no leaves, and it threshed back and forth, while from the severed end dripped a yellowish stuff with the unhealthy look of discharge from an infected wound. There arose on the air a sweetish odor of putrid decay. A tanglefoot. The other end had snapped back into a dusky cavern of thick growth, and Cadia took a wide stride to avoid the carnivorous plant that had come seeking them. Although the bushes grew high here, the trees had thinned out. Cadia and Jagan came into the light of morning in a place where stood the remains of a number of shattered pillars set in a circle upon a pavement of dull black-gray stone. Cadia uttered an exclamation. The open patch was deserted, but in the very middle smouldered a fire, and a wandering breeze brought from it a stench as well as puffs of greasy smoke. There had fallen across the pieces of firewood a thicker and longer pole, now charred nearly through in the middle. However, it was what was mounted on the end pointing toward the newcomers that brought a gasp from Cadia. Fastened to the blackened and scorched wood was a skull. "Jagan!" His hand went up in a gesture of command as he leaned forward to inspect it more closely. The bone was yellowed and smeared with slime, cracked as if it had been dragged through some of the most muck-filled ways of the mire. "Skritek!" the hunter breathed. The swamp was dank and warm, even though the sun was not fully up, but in that moment Cadia felt a chill which roughened her skin as if she stood full face to a storm wind. A warn. Jagan walked around the fire as he might around a trap. But here. Cadia looked about her uneasily. Do the Skritek come so close then to Trevista, or... She drew a deep breath. Do they war here? It seemed as if Jagan had not heard her. He pounced suddenly and picked up what looked to be a braided fiber string, the kind used to lace on water skimmers. Taking good hold of either end, he snapped it taut. "Tizku!" He threw back his head, and from deep in his throat sounded the call of questing made by the armored Horrocks which laired on such islets. 3 times he called so, and then added, after a moment of silence, another trilling sound, high and thin, which Cadia had never heard before. Slowly he pivoted where he stood, his body tense as if every cell of it was now engaged in listening for an answer. It came in a single Horrocks call. Then, out of the thick brush surrounding the circle of pillars there crawled another oddling. Unlike Jagan, he did not wear the finely woven clothing of the Nisimu, only a short, kilt-like garment of golden yellow with a feathery edging of grass heads. A knife hilt, cord-wrapped in red, showed above the belt, which supported his kilt. He held a blowpipe in one hand. Around his protruding eyes had been painted rings of red-brown, which enlarged the eyes themselves, and on his furred chest were 3 circles interlocked at a center point. He looked at Cadia and moved away from her toward the hunter. When he spoke, his words were strangely accented, so that she, used only to the Nisimu trade talk and some phrases of ceremony Jagan had carefully taught her, could only make out one word in 3 or 4. "Come, set pole, kill Unvis, kill." With that word he held up his blowpipe and shook it fiercely. "Those others." Then he launched into an impassioned speech, which Cadia could not follow at all. When he was done, he stood panting, and there were flecks of spittle at the corners of his wide mouth. Jagan looked to Cadia. "Yesterday the Skritek were here. They captured one of Yusos's clan, whom they brought here. Then they set up one of their boundary poles, slaying the clan's sister to seal what they did in blood." Jagan turned back to the Wizgu and spoke again. The other replied in very limited words. "They went on, toward Travista," Jagan said. "I have told Yusos of the trouble which faces us all now. He and his clan traders were going to Travista with some finds. They will spread the warning as they now return." The Wizgu then disappeared so quickly that Cadia stood blinking. "Could we not go with them?" Jagan gave a small grim sound, which might have been a laugh. "The Wizgu travel with none but their kin, Farseer. It has always been so. Of the same blood we are." He nodded. "But to them we are very far kin indeed. Never have we carried war to them, or they to us. Long ago, in the very beginning, when the Vanished Ones ruled, it was set so. We are Nisimu, and they are Wizgu, and so it has always been. Yusos will take my warning, but he would not allow our company." "And yet you are not enemies," Cadia mused. "King's daughter, in the old days, we of the Nisimu were, so our legends tell us, speakers for the Vanished Ones. Now we are servants of the Lady of Noth, who commanded us to befriend the humans who came to live in the mazy mire. But the Wizgu have always feared your people. Only a few very daring clansmen will trade with us, that we may in turn trade with you. They will discover that the Labornaki are not of our kind." Cadia broke out. "Jagan, I believe that Voltric will try to set his heel as firmly upon the mires as he has upon the citadel. Can the Wizgu hide so well that the Skritek cannot sniff them out?" Jagan shrugged. "Farseer, who can say? But now we must rest, and since this is a place defiled, we must search out another camp." That they did, farther along the shore of the pool. There were no remains of the Vanished Ones here, and Jagan said they must share sentry duties. Cadia insisted that she take the first watch, since the hunter had had the wearing labor of bringing the pont into this hidden harbor. Jagan immediately curled up on a small mound of leaves he raked together and fell asleep. But Cadia sat cross-legged, setting herself grimly to the task of watching. Though she lacked most of the keen senses the oddlings possessed, being unable to pick out of the air scents which were overborne by the usual swamp odors, and she could not without difficulty name the sounds, still she was somewhat swamp-wise. Several times she arose to her feet to prowl around the campsite. She scratched at her scalp, overladen with the insect-repelling grease, and tried to comb her fingers through her badly tangled hair. At this moment she could well envy the Nisimu their general hairlessness, and the Wizgu their sleek covering of fur. On her second round of the camp, she caught sight of a brighter green down beneath one of the bushes, and in a moment had in her hand a stout-rooted plant she did know. A scramble of pulling brought out 5 more, and she cleaned and divided their roots carefully, placing half of them aside for Jagan. Then she began to eat. Unlike the woody tubers of their sparse rations, these were full of juice and had a clean, pungent taste. They were called mafin, and they had even appeared on the table at the citadel, where they were esteemed as a delicacy, although they could not be replanted from the wild into any polder field. As she chewed, Cadia thought of the Vanished Ones. She had heard, ever since she could remember, debates and guesses concerning them. They were supposed to have ruled this land countless ages ago, that they had had vast powers, all thinking men admitted. Powers. She swallowed the last of the sweet pulp in her mouth. Magic was power. Was the Archimage really one of the vanished ones? Had she lived many hundreds, watching her land change, Noth slowly eroding about her? And who was Augustus? Had he some connection to the vanished ones as well? Cadia began to wonder how large was this world of hers, what lay beyond the peninsula. The Labernaki plains in the north led to the sea, and to the south were the vast woodlands of Var. But few other countries had she studied, and now she envied Haramis, who had spent time in the Citadel Library while she, Cadia, scorned books in favor of an active, outdoor life. Had the vanished ones merely withdrawn from Ruwenda to establish their rule elsewhere? Augustus was said to have come from a distant land, brought back by Voltric during his waiting years. Might the sorcerer also be a vanished one? There was nothing, however, either in legends or in the bits of information she had picked up from the Oddlings, to suggest that the vanished ones had been workers of evil. Certainly the Archimage had never tried to dominate either the Oddlings or the Ruwendians. Cadia lifted her trillium amber amulet. Its glow was steady, reassuring, perhaps even protective, and its spark still faithfully pointed the way to Noth, where, perhaps, her questions would be answered. 11. The Black Trillium seeds led Haramis and the musician Uzun on and on over the highland bogs of the Ohogan foothills. The seeds did not float too fast for them to follow. If either of them stumbled, or became momentarily enmired, or even had to stop for some necessary reason, the seed of the day would wait, apparently becalmed by a diminishing of the wind, or caught upon some obstruction, only to fly free again when they were in a position to march on. It also determined when and where they would stop at night, dropping to earth each evening in what Haramis supposed it considered a suitable campsite. Or, perhaps, she thought, the seeds are choosing places for themselves to grow. If I survive, and return here next year, will I find trillium plants, spaced a day's march apart, along this route? But the seeds would not let her dawdle either, and after several days journeying westward over the heath, Haramis was beginning almost to detest the fluffy flying things. There were times when a strange plant or an intriguing, unfamiliar creature caught her eye, and she would have liked to pause and study them, but the seed of the day would sail on, and she and Uzun would be constrained to follow. Once, on their second day out from Noth, she had dared to defy the magical guide. The trail that they followed through the high bogland led them past a patch of the largest, most juicy, most sweetly fermented cloudberries that Haramis had ever tasted in her life, and she insisted upon ignoring the seed guide and stopping to feast upon them. The seed had floated on out of sight. But when Haramis plucked another from the pod and cast it free to guide them, it drifted to the ground and refused to fly even when she breathed upon it. In a panic, she tried another seed. This one took off with such celerity that she almost had to run to keep up with it, and poor old Uzun staggered and tottered and moaned following after. Although he spoke no word of rebuke, Haramis knew full well that she was to blame for his misery. She took hold of her amulet and whispered with breathless asperity, "I was wrong. I should not have ignored the seed. Have pity upon Uzun, if not upon me. Slow down, please." And the seed did, adjusting its flight at once to a more comfortable pace. But Haramis remained resentful. Could not the Archimage have given her a more seemly way of pursuing this quest? Was she a babe, or a dim-witted animal, needing to be hurried on in such an inflexible manner? The quests she had read of in legends were carried out in an atmosphere of dignity and nobility. But she, it seemed, would fulfill her great destiny trudging uphill and down vale after a silly bit of fluff, garnering blisters on her bog-soaked feet, gnat bites on her neck, and an increasing distaste for the wholesome but boring rations the Archimage had seen fit to include in their packs. The food was not over-lavish in quantity, either. On their 5th day of travel, when they reached a large river that Uzun thought might be the Upper Vispar, It occurred to Aramis for the first time that they would soon run out of provisions if they continued to gobble them heedlessly. The countryside looked completely deserted, and Uzun seemed to think that neither his own Nisimu tribe nor the Wizgu would live so far north, beyond the borders of the mazy mire. The Piedmont was a no-man's land, separating the swamp from the mountain territory of the Vispi. Aramis sat on a rock overlooking the rushing torrent. It was nearly sundown, and the seed they had followed that day had fallen, signaling that the two might make camp. Uzun was gathering firewood and getting ready to prepare their meal, a task which he undertook each evening and morning, insisting upon serving the princess with as much deference as though she were still at home in the citadel. "Uzun," she called, and the little musician hurried to her, smiling. "Do you think there would be fish in this river?" "I should certainly think so, my princess. Garsu, for sure, and doubtless other kinds that I know not the names of. I have found in my pack some string and 3 hooks. Would you take them and catch me a nice fish for supper? I am so wearied of the meal cakes and dried meat. Besides, our supplies of food are dwindling, and I doubt we can count on finding any folk in this god-forsaken region to give us more." Uzun's face fell. "But it lacks only an hour or so until nightfall, princess. If I spend the time fishing, how will I have time to fetch wood or cook?" He grinned apologetically. "And I am loath to confess it, but I have never fished in my life, and would probably make a botch of it." Aramis laughed. "How difficult can it be, if even the little children of the citadel freeholders do it? I have a wonderful idea. I shall fish, and instead of cooking our dreary rations, you shall gather berries, and some of that nice-looking bittercress that we spied growing beside the bog pool a short way back along the trail. And if you cast about, there are certain to be mushrooms, and we shall feast tonight." As always, Uzun agreed to her demands. After building a good wood-pile, he trotted off to secure the other edibles, leaving Aramis alone. Fishing was easy, the princess told herself. One got a pole, and tied to it a line, and on the end of that, the hook, and on the hook, some bait. Ooh, the bait needs to be impaled. And where did one find bait, anyhow? She poked about among the driftwood on the river-bank and found a most satisfactory pole, and beneath a rotten log came upon some wriggling grubs that glowed dimly in the advancing twilight. Steeling herself, she did retch once, but fortunately Uzun was too far away to hear. She managed to thread one of the vile little creatures onto the hook, after 2 were crushed in her trembling fingers. Then she cleaned off her beslimed hands, found a spot where the river ran deep, and cast her lure. Line and bait drifted swiftly downstream into a pother of white water and rocks, and Aramis hauled it back to the pool, only to see it float away again. Very well, the problem was one any intelligent person could solve. And come to think of it, she did recall the freeholder urchins using floats and weights to control the placement of the lure. She pulled the line in. Of course, the wretched grub was gone, and another had to be put on. Just above the hook she tied a small rock, and an ell or so above this, on the line, tied a piece of dry wood for a float. When she moved to a better position and cast this rig into the water, it landed most satisfactorily in the pool and stayed there. Aramis sighed, sat down on the bank, and waited. "I will have to do this from now on," she thought. "I have been a perfect dolt, allowing poor Uzun to wait upon me hand and foot as though we were on a picnic in the citadel meadows. It is quite evident that we shall have to live off the land from now on, and conserve what few traveling rations remain for emergencies. The lords of the air only know how long this quest will last, or where it will take us." Aramis let her eyes move upstream, over the heath with its sparse trees and heavy brush. The tiny trail turned here at the river and continued northward along the bank. Beyond a doubt, the implacable seeds would follow it, taking them into the mountains. The mountains. They loomed beyond the dark foothills, snow-crowned and terrible, the land of the mysterious Visby. Was her talisman hidden up there? If it was, how could two innocents in the wild such as she and Uzun hope to find it, to say nothing of returning with it to Noth, as the White Lady had commanded? The White Lady, who was sick, dying, possibly even deranged. All they could do was follow the seeds, ordinary, tiny, brown things, each with a tuft of white, silky threads, seeming to have nothing of magic about them at all, except the purposeful nature of their course through the air. She gives them impetus, Aramis thought. She knows where we are and where we must go, and she drives the seeds onward while we follow. And she did not tell me where I must go, because she knew I would then be too frightened and disheartened even to begin the journey. "Princess, I have brought berries and cress and a plethora of most delicious-looking mushrooms." Aramis started in surprise. Lost in her thoughts, she had not heard Uzun approach. Then the fish-pole gave a great jerk and nearly leapt from her hands. She got a grip on it, and something pulled so strongly that she was dragged to the lip of the river-bank. She cried, "Uzun, help me! A fish!" And then something green and silver sprang from the water and fell back in with a great splash. The oddling musician dropped his gleanings and came running to help, gabbling with excitement. The two of them wrestled and shrieked and almost dropped the pole, while the fish fought so strongly that they were nearly ready to surrender. But Aramis yelled, "No! You shall not get away! You are our dinner!" And with that, the creature's struggling ceased, and they drew it onto shore. It was a shining garsu, as long as Aramis's leg. "Perhaps you did not need the hook, Princess," Uzun teased, "if you can command dinner from the water." "I hope it was merely coincidence," Aramis laughed. "I should hate to think that our dinner was an intelligent creature capable of understanding human speech. Or, worse yet, an enchanted prince." "Like in the old ballads?" Uzun said. "I shouldn't think it likely. It's a perfectly ordinary garsu, and it will be delicious. And there will be plenty left for breakfast and lunch also. Oh, well done, my princess, well done!" They grinned at one another, and then Aramis stared at the big fish, and her joy turned to discomfiture, and she said, "Uzun, do you know what must be done next to prepare it?" Stricken, with mouth agape, Uzun shook his head. Aramis sighed. "Never mind. Trial and error is supposed to be an effective method of learning." Uzun looked dubious. Praying for divine inspiration couldn't hurt either. 12. Anadjul had an extraordinary dream, and in it something happened that had never happened in all the history of peninsular humankind. The rains did not come. Instead of the familiar storms that rolled up from the southern sea and drenched Zenora and Var and Ruwenda and Lebernac and Raktum and the islands of Engi for 2 seasons each year, there were unending months when the sun glared down from a cloudless sky and a hot wind blew day and night, scorching the small nations with its pitiless, deadly blast. The entire peninsula was devastated, but Ruwenda, having no sea-coast, suffered most of all. From her bedroom window in the citadel, she watched the mighty Mutar dwindle to a trickle, and likewise the Skrokar River, the Verkar, and the Bonarar. And this caused Lake Wum, which the rivers fed, to dry up completely, so that there was no way to float the huge logs from the Tassaleo forest to the timber yards. River commerce became impossible. The Dilex farms were drought-stricken, and monstrous, starving Skritek rampaged from one end of Ruwenda to the other. Her parents, King Crane and Queen Calantha, came to her, together with the rulers of the other 5 nations, and begged her to do something to bring back the rains. She told them she did not know how, and they went away in despair. In the dream, her sister Cadia came to tell her that the muck soil of the Ruwenda wetlands had all dried out. Flowering plants and grasses turned sere and bore neither blossom nor fruit. Juicy fungi withered, nutritious green lichens shriveled away, and jungle trees dropped their leaves. "Pray!" Cadia urged her, and she did, clasping the Black Trillium amulet in fevered hands, but the hot wind only blew more strongly around the citadel, and Cady stormed away angrily. In the dream she saw the bodies of pathetic dead creatures lying about everywhere, piles of skin and bones. And it was her fault. Her sister Haramis came to warn her that the people would die next, all of the humans living in the peninsula, and the aborigines of the mire and mountains as well. The dream sister pointed out the window toward the north, where both the White Lady and the Black Sorcerer were said to live. Only those two would survive, Haramis warned, if Anagel did not bring the rain. Death would come from that way, not in the form of a dry, hot wind, but as a great storm of fire born of the final conflict between the Archimage Binah and Origastus. The fire would consume the known world unless she, little, helpless Anagel, stopped it. "But I can't," she moaned, terror-stricken to the depths of her soul. "I've tried, but I don't know how. My heart is sore pained, and I'm so horribly afraid, and I just can't." In the dream, the peninsular kings and queens, and her father Crane and mother Calantha, and brave Cadia, and clever Haramis, looked at her with contemptuous pity. Then they left her locked alone in her room, in disgrace. She pounded on the door, sobbing, but no one came. Then she looked again out of the window and saw a wall of flames that stretched from horizon to horizon and leapt higher than the citadel's high tower. It roared straight toward her while she screamed and screamed. "Wake up! Don't cry, sweeting. It's all right." The flames were black-streaked vermilion lilies, dancing as she thrashed wildly in a net hammock hung from their vines. She was in a corner of a room built of squared and carved stones, all girt about with flowering plants. Imu had hold of her, restraining her lest she fall from the hammock. "A dream. It was only a dream," the old aboriginal woman crooned. "You're safe, 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 my darling. Here with friends in Trevista." Anagel's frenzied cry stopped finally, and she climbed out of the hammock, still all a-tremble, and sat on a block of stone while Imu sponged her face and combed her hair and laced her into the rosy satin gown. In a low voice the princess said, "I would like to tell you about my dream. In fact, I must tell you." Imu insisted on bringing something to eat first, even though Anagel had no appetite, and she added, "I will also bring along my best friend, whose dwelling this is. If this dream of yours is important, then she is the one to interpret it, not I." Imu vanished through a doorway draped with filamentous lichen that made a fairly opaque curtain. Anagel drew a deep breath, grasped her amulet, and told herself to be calm. Immediately she felt better. She looked about the chamber. Although it was open to the sky, there were enough stout leafy vines laced overhead to provide shade, and the suspension for 2 hammocks. Almost the entire wall behind the hanging nets was alive with the glorious orange lilies, and when she looked at them more carefully, she discovered that the blossoms were insectivorous. What a clever way to ensure bug-free slumber! On the previous night, uncertain that the Trillium amulet would still render them invisible, she and Imu had emerged from their hiding-place on the underside of the wagon bed, only after all the soldiers on board the flatboat had gone ashore. The 2 fugitives had crept down to the edge of the canal below the quay steps, where Imu had employed her speech without words, to notify kinsmen on the other side of the water of their presence and need. In time, a fleet of Nisimu craft had floated across to the Labornaki camp with the provisions promised by the discerner. 2 of the native boatmen were Imu's cousins, Sithun and Trezalun. They found Anagel and Imu with no difficulty at all, and insisted jovially that the women were certainly not invisible. This had confirmed Anagel's suspicions. While they were on the river, she had speculated that the amulet might only act protectively when the princess-wearer was in the most deadly danger. The amber had refused to provide any comforts for them when Anagel besought it during the frightening 3-day trip from the citadel to Trevista. "Well, you're safe enough now," Trezalun had reassured them as he helped them into the punt. It was a dugout some 7 ells long, with upswept pointed ends, upon which glowworm lanterns hung. The gunwales were festooned with flowers, and both cousins wore chains of blossoms around their necks and tucked into the wispy hair between their upstanding ears. All through the brief trip across the canal, Anagel crouched on the damp floor of the boat, fearful that some enemy would spy her after all and sound the alarm. She knew very well that Orgastus and his 2 thaumaturgical underlings were on board the first flatboat. What if the sorcerer should come out on deck and see her with his own eyes? But nothing of the sort had happened. They landed safely at the Nisimu settlement, which was called Caranagira, and the cousins conducted them down paved streets only partially cleared of encroaching vegetation, so that they seemed to be walking through a vast, darkened, tropical conservatory. There were other small figures moving about the will-o'-wisp lights, but none ventured near the newcomers. No illumination at all came from the ancient structures that loomed ghostly in the moonlight, so beautifully adorned with night-blooming plants that Anagel at first thought that the effect was artificial. The Trevista Nisimu were simply besotted with flowers. They wore them, they draped their punts with them, they lived in the midst of them. Sithun and Trezalun left their passengers at a modest-sized stone dwelling with a garden veranda overlooking the canal. There was apparently no one at home, but this had not bothered Imu. Although she herself could see quite well in the filtered moonlight, she had borrowed Sithun's lantern so that the princess would not be frightened by the strange house. Locating the guest bedroom, she had bustled the exhausted girl off to sleep. "And now your real adventure begins," said a soft voice behind Anagel. The princess jumped and gave a little cry. Then she laughed when she turned around and saw the speaker was another Nisimu woman, even more venerable than Imu, whose woven grass robe was studded all over with saucer-sized white blossoms, their stems fastened in place with thorns. She wore 2 great pompons of the same flowers at the sides of her head, but around her neck was not a garland, but a platinum chain, and at the end of it was an object like a small, ornate hand lens. The Odling woman raised the glass and peered through it at Anagel, who saw one yellow eye grotesquely magnified. "So you are the girl who dreams important dreams." That voice was very familiar. Anagel had listened to it yesterday while still hidden on the flatboat. "And you are the discerner Frolitou. I did not recognize you, differently attired." "2 humans," the woman said gently. "We Nisimu tend to look all alike. I beg your pardon if I have offended you, discerner, and I thank you for sheltering us." "But you did not sleep peacefully." "I had the most ghastly dream," the princess said, "the worst nightmare of my life. Will you listen to me tell of it, and perhaps explain it to me?" Frolitou's 2 fang-like lower front teeth glistened as she smiled. "We'll see if that's possible. Let us go on to the terrace where Imu is laying out your meal." Anagel hesitated. "I thank you, but I am not really very hungry, and if we go outside, we will be within view of any who travel the canal. What if the sorcerer or Agastus or his minions should see me?" "We are deep within the islands," the discerner said. "You are safe enough for a while. Sit down here and eat, and tell this one the dream." When the princess saw the food that Imu had prepared and set upon a graceful table of carved stone, she nearly burst into tears. During the 3 days of their upstream journey from the citadel, she had subsisted upon the rations Imu had carried. Awful dried roots, sickly sweet mistberry leather, and nothing but water to drink. The amulet had ignored her pleas for something more edible. Here in Trevista she had expected to be served unpalatable Nisimu dishes that would further affront her delicate digestion. But there was a surprise. "Oh, Imu! Real food!" The crockery and tableware were strange, but the meal itself was her familiar citadel breakfast. Little rice hot cakes drizzled with water-bee honey, a curd omelette filled with fresh mushrooms, spicy broiled sausages, ladu juice, and a steaming pot of Darcy tea. There were large dishes of everything, and the princess devoured it like a starving thing, which of course she was, babbling her gratitude with her mouth full, while Imu pretended to be affronted. "Real food, indeed! Silly, spoiled girl! And I suppose you think the Nisimu subsist on roots and berries and swamp water all of the time." Anajo was abashed. "I fear I never thought at all about what the wild oddlings eat. Imu, I'm sorry. I should have taken an interest, as Cadia did." "Never mind, love." The discerner Frolitou was peering at her again through her lens, and smiling. "Both Imu and this one know that there is no malice in your heart, only the heedlessness of youth." "But where did you get this food?" Anagel asked. "Questions, questions, questions!" Imu snapped. "From the Nobles' Commissary over in Lusagira Square, if you must know. I had Sithun and Trezaloon steal a fairish amount, knowing how you suffered whilst eating our trail rations on the river. It will last for a little while on the journey to Nope, but in time you will have to master your tender stomach's preferences and accept what the country provides." "I expect I will," the princess said, between gulps of tea. "When I get hungry enough. But tell me, have you really found a way for us to travel to the home of the Archimage?" "Thanks to Frolitou. She has friends among the Wizgu who have agreed to take you in a rimerick-drawn punt." The princess sprang up from her seat, knelt at the discerner's feet, and kissed both her wrinkled, taloned hands. "Thank you, dear lady. I thank you with all my heart, and I will find some way to reward you." The old woman tut-tutted as she disengaged herself. "Child, this one's reward will be your fulfillment of your destiny." You know something of it?" "This one knows the prophecies concerning the 3 petals of the living trillium who will deliver our beloved Maisie Meyer from mortal danger. And it seems that you are one of the designated." Anajo flushed and turned away. "I wish it were not so. I am very much afraid, not brave or clever like my sisters, and my dream told me that I would fail." Frolitou laughed. "Oh, it did it? Suppose you finish your tea and tell us this dream." All 3 sat down at the table, and Anagel described her nightmare in detail, while the discerner toyed with the lens and occasionally scrutinized the girl through it. Anagel was too shy to ask what the device revealed, or why it was used instead of the pointing reed that had helped Frolitou read the heart of Prince Antar. "This one will tell you why," the surprising old woman said. "The lens is a device of the vanished ones. It serves to focus thoughts upon the mind of another. But it teaches its user also, and after a time one need not always use it. If the wicked enchanter had seen it yesterday, he would have taken it, no matter how Prince Antar attempted to forbid him. So this one used the reed, which no human would value." "You use the lens now, however," Anagel said. "Yes, child. In the morning, the faculties of the elderly are at low ebb, and we need all the help we can get. But finish telling of your dream." Anagel related everything to the last detail, and the reliving was so distressing that she turned as wan as the terrace stonework and could barely finish speaking. At the end, the discerner sat back with her great eyes closed and her wide lips mumbling silent words. Anagel waited, full of dread. All around the flower-banked terrace, birds and insects sang, and silver fishes leaped out in the canal. Then Frolitou's eyelids opened with an audible pop. "Do you know what the dream means?" Anagel asked timidly. "Of course. Now, the usual thing for a sage to do when queried about things like this is to demand that the dreamer herself analyze the dream, or else the wise one must utter some mealy-mouthed cliché to the effect that understanding will come to you all in good time. But this one will not trifle with you, girl. Your path will be difficult enough. and the kindest thing to do is to tell you plain. Your dream means that you are a coward, and you would like to shirk your hard duty." "But I knew that," the princess wailed. "Hush now, hush. Listen to the explanation. Dreams are sometimes vouchsafed by the lords of the air, but this sort of thing is very uncommon. Most dreams actually come from deep within our secret self. And a disturbing, important dream like this one means that your secret self, the most important part of you, that which is closest to reflecting the image of God, is full of anxiety about the way that you are behaving. It is both warning you and urging you to do better, to be true to the noble instincts that prompt you, and to overcome selfishness and cowardice." "But I don't know how." "You will be told," the discerner said softly. "You have already started on your path. This one has seen it all through the glass. What is necessary is that you get on with it, one day after another, determined and trusting." The princess looked doubtful. "But that seems too simple." Both Frolitou and Immel laughed long and merrily. At first Anijel was hurt, then angry, and finally she had to laugh with them. "You have escaped death through many miracles, and with the help of good friends." Frolitou's face had become grave. "The next steps you must take are clearly set out for you. You must go resolutely, whether you are afraid or not. There is no shame in fear, Princess. We cannot help it. But sometimes we are solemnly obliged to carry on in spite of it." The princess looked down in her lap, where her hands were tightly clenched. I will try." "Good." Frolitou arose from her seat. "The Wizgoo boat that we have summoned will be here this evening. Until then, you must remain sequestered. That foul sorcerer has left one of his minions behind at the garrison. We assume to begin the search for you and your sister princesses, but you will be off to Noth before moonrise. If all goes well, you should reach the abode of the White Lady in about 4 days." Anijel was downcast at the thought of resuming her journey so soon, but when she spoke, her voice held a touch of healthy irony. "It would be very consoling to be able to have a good cry right now, mourning my dead and feeling very sorry for myself. I could not weep on the boat because the sound might have betrayed us, and now it seems there is no time for it. Well, perhaps this is another purpose of dreams. I can bawl my eyes out in that shadowland, and cower and refuse destiny night after night, and it is no sin nor weakness. But when I am awake, I will do my best to simply get on with it." "That's my girl," crowed Immel. The discerner smiled her approval. "Your secret self wishes to help you. By confronting your nightmares head-on, you will surely learn to fear them less." A trace of the old panic momentarily resurfaced on Anijel's face. She appealed to her old friend. "But you will stand by me all the way, Immel, won't you? If I were alone, I don't think—" "I will love and serve you all my days," Immel said. She reached out to the girl beside her and embraced her and kissed her cheek. "I am coming along with you to Noth, of course, and I will accompany you wherever the White Lady sends you. But there will come a time, as it comes for all of us, when you must stand fast by yourself." Anijel buried her face in her old nurse's shoulder. "Not too soon. Please, not too soon." 13. Cadia awoke into twilight, and the smell of broiling fish, which immediately roused in her a hunger she found near to pain. It seemed that Jagan had dared a small fire, and was tending a number of garsu, the longest hardly the length of her hand. Cadia crept through the thick brush which guarded their camp and came to the water, where she used leaves to scrub her face and her hands. She longed for the warm pool of water back in the citadel, where she and her sisters had sported and learned to swim, for the handful of sweet-scented crystals from the south, which one could strew on the water until one's body rested in a scented froth. Stoutly woven as the oddling clothing was, hers showed rents, and the grease with which she was forced to smear herself now smelt rancid. Her lank hair she could only twist back and anchor with a stout length of reed. She came back to camp, and Jagan was quick to hand her one of the spitted garsu, which she ate with her fingers, licking them quickly when the heat and grease made them smart. Jagan was silent as she ate, nor was he more communicative as they erased, as best they could, the signs of their occupancy and returned to the punt, pulling it back into open water. Cadia persuaded him that she should take a hand in their voyaging, and he put aside the scull for a pole, giving her its twin. This exercise was not new to the girl, but she found it took her a measure of time to fall into the pattern which matched Jagan's efforts. She found that once she had captured the proper rhythm, there was something almost hypnotic about it. Plunge the pole, exert her strength, plunge again. She was in the bow, and she glanced frequently at the spark riding in her amulet. They rested from time to time. Once they paused to pull from the water the roots of certain lilies. The huge blossoms were still only buds, so that the roots could be eaten with impunity. Those, with what was left of the garsu, formed their midnight meal. This had been an evening of silence. Cadia felt a constant unease. Even the hypnotic swing of the poles could not keep her from fearing some invisible, voiceless attack. Among his own people, Jagan ranked very high in trailcraft, and she could be sure that he would be instantly alive to any natural threat. But those were attacks from the outer world, while this thing that she feared came from the inner, which she had not even realized existed until its first manifestation. Jagan. She kept her voice very low, hardly higher than the buzz of the many insects about them. What still lies before us? How she wished now that she had paid more attention to that large mural map which had covered, in very faded colors, the wall of the Citadel Council chamber. "We head into the Golden Mire," he said. "Before that, we touch at Vurenha." "Your own clan place." "Yes, I am of the outer clans. Beyond that lies what only a few of the ancestors have ever seen. I cannot say what we will find there. We shall have to depend wholly on that which you wear." "Wisku country?" she pressed. "Some of it, yes, but also the dark places where the drowners set up their land poles. Of that we have tales in plenty. How much truth is in them we do not know. But we must cross that country to reach Noth, for if we go by the longer way, we may be tracked by those who follow us." "You have been to Noth, Jagan?" "Once. It was when you were a babe. It is laid upon us who are hunters that when we believe we are well skilled in our craft, we shall present ourselves to the lady, that she may grant us the full freedom of the mires. It was then that she instructed me to come to your father's court, to serve as hunter, and await the day of need, she prophesied, that day which has so recently passed. Also it is laid upon us that any new discovery we may make of the vanished ones, we report to her." "New discoveries?" Cadia was intrigued. "Are there new discoveries still to be made, then, Jagan? So many hundreds have passed since your people began to journey to Myers. What more might there be to find?" For a moment Jagan did not answer her. When he did, there was a reluctant note in his voice. "Farseer, the vanished ones had secrets beyond any we can guess. It is also true that any ancient artifact which is unlike those discovered before must be taken to the White Lady of Noth. Some she keeps, and we know such things are dangerous and that their secrets are part of her guardianship." It was plain to Cadia that he intended to say no more on that subject, but surely if he had seen the Archimage he could furnish her with some scraps of knowledge which would prepare her for her own meeting. "What is she like, Jagan? I know that she is mighty in magic, but how does that make her different from others? They have said that Oragastus is one who has a body like any other man, but that he is of kingly appearance and able to turn such eyes upon a person that one can deny him nothing. But then the enemy always grows the greater in tales. If Oragastus is truly more than any man, then what is the Archimage?" "King's daughter. She is the lady. the guardian. Life she knows, and death, but with neither is she herself concerned, for life and death are the common lot of all. She has been ever the same since my people first looked upon her. She raises no hand to stop death, and she beckons forth no new life. Instead, she holds the balance true, and we deal with time's passage after our nature. Only she holds the mires against invasion, and now the balance has been overweighted and must be set straight again. A thing, king's daughter, for which you were born. Cadia had thrust her pole deep. Now she did not withdraw it, but half turned in the punt to face Jagan. I was born? Her voice scaled up. You three were born, Farseer. Time passes, and even the hardest stone must yield in the end to flowing years. She of Noth looks forward in time. Thus, when she sees clouds gather, it is her duty to prepare against the coming of the winter rains. Before the day of your birth, king's daughter, certain of my people and certain of the Wisgu were summoned to Noth. They were warned that there was darkness growing, and that she who had stood between us and all manifestations of that in the past was not this time able to summon up a wall of strength. However, she promised us this: there would be those who would follow after and re-establish the balance. Cadia bit her lip. Once more her inner anger blazed up from the coals she carefully nourished. A warning. She could have given us warning. Farseer, this is the first time in the memory of the history songs of my people that the White Lady of Noth has faced one of similar powers. He may be even greater than she had hitherto knowledge of. You wish to take blood price of Voltric for your kin. Perhaps that is but a small thing in comparison with that which you will have to claim before the end. I have no magic, she began. Look you to those reeds. Jagan nodded to their right. One such you can pull, and with not much effort you may snap it. 3 you pull, twist well together, and you have a cord which will entrap a Harfoot. 1 you are, 3 you are. Cadia gave an impatient heave to her pole. Haramis, Anagel, and I are to be your rope? She laughed. I fear you can do little skillful hunting with such a snare as that. Magic. She had no magic, and certainly Anagel had never in her soft life showed any desire to play with forgotten lore. Magic. She did not want to think of that as a weapon. Let her meet Voltric with true steel in her hands. She did not know how or when that would occur, but she believed that it would, and she would not depend upon any dubious magic to do then what must be done. Sometimes during that long night of journeying she could not hold under those thoughts, but always she forced her attention back to what lay about them. Twice they stopped by the shelter of some hummock to rest and eat. She rubbed her aching arms and shoulders, but she refused to utter any complaint. In fact, she and Jagan had very few words between them. Once there came a harsh, night-shattering scream. Cadia, though she had never heard its like before, held steady. They were resting under the drooping limbs of a water-wide tree, and so screened and enshadowed. Above them the triple moons gleamed, and across the sky flew a black-winged shape which made the girl draw a deep breath in awe. The thing plainly was larger than the punt beneath her feet, and its wings spread for a moment, blotted out the stars. What it could be, she had no idea. She had never even heard its like described before. It screeched again, and then was gone. Yet Jagan made no move to venture out of their hiding place. The girl heard him utter a very low hiss, and he whispered, "The 4, and it hunts." All the unease of one who must face a vastly more powerful foe was in the hunter's voice. The 4? It could not have flown here from choice, for it is a creature of the heart of the unknown. He spoke as if he talked to himself. What brings it to this country? Surely there must be a fearsome stirring over all the world. At length they began their advance once more, this time at a lesser pace. Cadia took all the care she could to be as quiet as possible. Once more they heard that ear-torturing cry, but it sounded farther to the north, in the direction of their travel. They made camp as the sun arose. At first Cadia would have steered away from the higher land toward which Jagan urged them, for there was good evidence that it contained more ruins, and she could not forget what they had found in the last such place. But Jagan was emphatic. He pointed to some swirls in the dark water. "Sukbri, and surely a nesting of them. They do not allow themselves to be found near any place where there has been a camp." They landed on the island, and Jagan disappeared, blowpipe in hand. The girl gathered pieces of the driftwood carried by the river in the rainy season, and with care set up, ready for the lighting, such a fire as would be the least visible. As she sat quietly then to wait, she opened all her senses to what lay about her. The odors of the swamp commingled. She smelled the scent of flowers, a breath of decay and rottenness, even traces of animal musk. Though she was no holder of the gift Jagan and other hunters possessed in its entirety, Cadia set herself now to try to separate one of those wisps of odor from another, and to recognize and classify each as best she could. Also she listened. There was life all about her, awaking into more strident sound as the sun arose. She recognized the click-clatter of a gnasp beetle, and more distantly the half-sleepy chirping of birds. There was such abundant life in the swamp, and she and her kind were only intruders here. It would take more lifetimes than were accorded to those of her blood to be able to classify and know the swamp life, even a small bit. Cadia took up the amulet and held it into the first ray of sunlight which reached the camp. The small bud within was tight-closed, although the spark of light showed at its very tip. Black. The flower was truly black as no other was known to be. It was the badge of her house, though the reason for that was something even the oldest of legends did not tell. Though she had not heard him coming, Jagan was suddenly there. He had a pair of carawaks, water still dripping from their open mouths. His blowpipe was in his hand, and he looked not toward her, but over his shoulder to his back trail. She could have counted to 10 while he stood there. Then the tense line of his shoulders relaxed a little. Once more his gaze went from right to left as far as his head could turn while he stared back the way he had come. At last he dropped down with a sigh. His skin had grayed during the grueling efforts of their flight. He had dropped the carawaks without a glance, as if the fact he had done so well with his hunting no longer meant anything. Instead, after resting his blowpipe over one knee, Jagan loosed from his belt a large, misshapen bundle bound up in a leaf. This he unrolled quickly. With a gasp, Cadia drew back. The stench was so great, it seemed as if whatever caused it had been hurled straight into her face. The thing was a lump of what looked like green-yellow solidified jelly. Skritek's spawn. Jagan let the thing lie, wiping his hand vigorously on a wad of grass. It is a very young one, but deadly enough. Cadia simply stared. That the Skritek themselves had ventured this far south to set up a worn pole was beyond all reason. That they would have a weave hive near here, surely this could not happen. There was a foreplace of feeding, Jagan continued. It had fed on this. How far does such a one fly? She asked. Bearing a full-sized spawn. Not far from the nearest known Skritek holdings. Cadia considered the threat behind that. The Skritek are then moving south? Jagan picked up the unrolled leaf, taking care not to touch what it held. He went away from their camp, dug a hole with a stick, and crammed the malodorous fragment in, pressing down dirt over it. There was a grim note in his voice as he returned. We have many roots within the mires, and most we know well, but no one can cover all this country. There are places of quaking mud which swallow all invaders, past which we cannot go. What lies beyond? he shrugged. They ate, and then Cadia again took the first watch while Jagan rested. She found it harder than ever to stay awake, even when she set her thoughts on what might be the result of a deliberate change of Skritek territory. And she lapsed almost immediately into the deep sleep of one who has pushed her body to the limit when Jagan took her place. It was in the late afternoon when he roused her. He had been hunting again, and this time he had not only some of the sweet lily roots, but garsu fish, the very sight of which made her mouth water. They ate slowly, savoring each bite, and then left the refuge, following always the promise of the amulet's light. That night they caught no sight of the four, nor any trace that more existed along their path than the vegetation and usual inhabitants of the mires. But now they were at last close to the golden mire, close enough to glimpse patches of the brilliantly colored flowering reeds which gave the district its name. When dawn warned them of the need for shelter, they were able to rest in a place very different from the rough camps they had made along the way. For a hooting cry rang out, which brought an eager answer from Jagan. The bank of the great shallow river was now cleft by the mouth of a smaller stream. Jagan sent their craft straight into the opening. Now on either bank of the creek appeared oddlings, Cadia thought to be Nisimu by their woven garments, but when they called out to Jagan, it was not in trade tongue, and she could only understand a word or two. Jagan nosed the punt closer to the left bank. One of the folk stepped carefully into it, taking the pole from Cadia and gesturing her to sit, as with powerful surges he sent the small craft forward. Thus she came to Vurenha, the only true Nisimu village she had ever seen. Those who had trading concerns in Travista lived in the ruins there, but here was no sign of any other history than that of their own kind. Their houses were set on piles in a wide expanse of water. Each stood at the center of a platform raised about 5 ells above the surface, nuzzled on 2 sides by a number of punts similar to that which had brought her here. Vines, with their roots in pots, were evenly spaced about the sides of each long house, and their growth had gone up the walls of the buildings until the leaves appeared to be sprouting from the structures themselves. The vines were now showing heavy pods of yellow, shading to scarlet, which weighed them down. Those Cadia recognized as the raw materials from which a sustaining and tasty beverage was made. Along the shores of the small lake on which the village had been erected were crop plots, as well as pens for 2 of the food animals Nisimu raised, Woth and Kubar, both larger than their wild cousins in the mires. Their punt was sent to the side of one of the houses. There were figures outside all the dwellings now, but the 4 awaiting their arrival were older, and 2 of them were women, their faces painted with small iridescent patterns, and their grass robes fringed with small shells or bits of glittering material which might have come from the ruins. The tallest and most impressive appearing of the women now stepped forward to bid them welcome. "Greeting, first of the house." Jagan spoke slowly, and this time Cadia was able to understand every word. "May those we do not name bring honor and good life to all the clan, and to this kinhold." The Nisimu inclined her head with the same grace Cadia had seen her mother use upon a formal occasion of meeting an official embassy. "This one offers roof cover, hunter," she said. Then Jagan introduced Cadia. "First, this one is King's daughter out of the Great Place. There has come much evil into our land. She has been summoned by the White Lady of Noth, that counsel may be taken." The Nisimu male who had pulled the punt put out his hand and brought Cadia up onto the platform to face the woman whom Jagan had greeted with such respect. Courtesy and custom the girl had been drilled in, but one needed a formal robe in which to make a proper curtsy. Instead, she hastily improvised with the gesture she had seen used by one of the Odling women of Travista to another. Placing the palms of her hands together, she inclined her head forward. "I, Cadia, daughter of King Crane, do wish all well in this kinhold." To her relief, the woman replied with a gesture Cadia did know, holding out her own hand palm up. Cadia quickly fitted her palm to it. "Be at rest, King's daughter," the woman said, with that widening of the lips which was an oddling smile. Then she was quickly sober again. "True, there is death abroad, and all praise to those we do not name that you have come safe to us. Those who drown walk our land." She hesitated before she continued. "There is much which is dark-born abroad. But to this kinhold be free, King's daughter, and let us give guest aid." The interior of the Nisimu house was divided into a series of paired rooms opening off a hallway, and it appeared to Cadia that each of these had been assigned to some special family or group. There were no men to be seen here, but by each door stood one or more women, all of whom bowed their heads as Cadia and her hostess passed. Then they came to a door at hall's end, and she did indeed discover that luxury, though it might not be of the same kind she was used to, was not unknown here. She found a carven tub, which by the look of it might have been brought out of some ruin, awaiting her, filled with clear water on which floated violet-blue petals, which she recognized as one of the trade wares out of Trevista. Crushed between the hands and rubbed across the skin, these not only released a lasting fragrance, but also lathered into a cleanser. Happily, Cadia shed her clothes and got into the tub. She scrubbed herself with perfumed petals and cleansed her tangled, grease-plastered hair. Oh, how she relished being clean again! Her hostess had seated herself on a bench across the room, and one by one 6 other Nisimu females, as impressively mannered and dressed as she, came in to join her. Somehow, Cadia did not find their presence disconcerting. There was in this place a feeling of calm and peace, which was like a soothing balm of herbs laid upon the raw wound of her immediate past. A younger female brought forth a long robe of very finely woven grass for Cadia to slip into. Her hostess arose then and gestured to a cushioned stool. When Cadia seated herself, another of the young women brought a tray on which dried camphor rinds, fancifully carved, were set out. When all had been served and they held their cups, the hostess tilted hers a fraction so a drop or two dripped to the floor. The others followed her example, as did Cadia, trying to be alert to any point of etiquette which might bring the approval of these people. Many times at the citadel she had been impatient of ceremony, sometimes inattentive enough to earn a rebuke from her mother. But now she realized that she must indeed follow any gesture which would please the Nisimu. Her hostess took a small sip from her cup, and then held it out. Cadia quickly followed her example, and they exchanged cups, which, again following her hostess's example, Cadia emptied. A warm feeling of relaxation flowed through her body. "There is evil." Her hostess broke the silence. "Those blood-eaters walk abroad, and with them another who is not of our country, and who can bewilder thoughts. We have had messages from downriver. Many of our people have come out of Trevista, for that place is now held by dealers in death. We have sent a message to the White Lady of Noth, but as yet there has been no answer." First of the house, Cadia leaned forward on her stool. "Those who have invaded Trevista are ones who have little knowledge of the Myers, but they are ordered by an evil one learned in the strange arts, and one of his servants travels with the Skritek. However, I do not believe that soldiers used to the plains of Labernock can fight within Meyer country. Your people, who know all its twists and turns, can surely go up against them and free this part of the land." But her hostess was shaking her head slowly. "King's daughter, it is not our custom to wage battles against those who come into our country. We have our own defenses, but we do not carry death to others." Cadia bit her lip. So clearly had she seen the chance to harry the enemy force, using these Nisimu who could turn every trick and terror of the countryside against the enemy if only they would. Deep in her, anger gnawed once more. But what could she do? Impatience had driven her so many times in the past into some folly, but this time there must be no mistakes made if she could help it. She fingered her amulet. "The Lady of Noth," she said carefully, "has summoned me. She has long been the guardian of this land. Perhaps she will have an answer." The Nisimu woman nodded approvingly. "That is right, King's daughter. Greater than any other living she is, and mistress of many strange powers. We shall give you what aid we can to reach her." And with that, Cadia had to be content. 14. The melody played by the Fipple flute was The Rosy Sunset Pool, one of Haramis's favorites, a sad and soaring ballad of a lonely riverman far from his home and loved ones. When the last silvery note died away in echoes among the frosted crags, the princess said, "That was beautiful indeed, old friend." "I wish I could have played on," Uzun said apologetically, "but I am having difficulty moving my fingers quickly." He huddled more deeply into his fur-lined mantle and extended his wet boots closer to the little campfire of twisted sticks. Night was fast approaching, bringing with it a cold wind from the glaciers above that cut exposed skin like a knife. "Never mind, Uzun. I think if you had played longer, I would have wept for melancholy. The riverman in the song at least had the hope of returning to his family and homeland. But for me, there is no home, and those I loved are dead. Mayhap not your sisters, my princess." She looked across the bleak rocky slope beyond the torrent of the Vispar River that they had followed higher and higher into the Ahogan Range. Above shadowed ridges, the majestic bulk of Mount Rotolo was tinged ruddy against the cloud-streaked evening sky by the sun's afterglow. "I pray that Cadia and Anijel still live," Haramis said. "But you know as well as I that Cadia was preparing to die bravely against overwhelming odds when we parted. As for Anijel, I should not be surprised to learn that she perished of fright." She blinked back sudden tears. Poor little idiots! She forced her thoughts hastily back to her current problems. "And we may join them soon, if these wretched trillium seeds lead us much higher into the mountains. There is now almost no wood for fires, no more edible roots or berries. There are no fish in the river since it began to run white, and the water tastes odd. What is that powdery stuff in it? Do you know?" "It tastes like rock to me," Uzun said. "At any rate, if it were poisonous, we would be dead already," Haramis agreed. "But I still don't like it. And I worry about you, Uzun. You should not be up here in the cold. It cannot be good for you. Your body was not meant to dwell here." "I'm perfectly well," Uzun protested. "All I need is to be warmed up a bit and have my boots dried out." "But they'll be soaked through all over again once we set out slogging through patches of wet snow tomorrow," Haramis pointed out. "My blood runs warmer than yours, Uzun, and I can bear it. But you are Nisimu, born to dwell in the warmth of the mire. I have seen your face grow more and more gray with pain all throughout this day, and your steps are slower." "I am holding you back," he murmured miserably. "That's not important. I am in no hurry to freeze to death, God knows. But I think it unlikely that you will get better. More likely you will become worse as it gets colder." She rose from her place beside the fire, yanked off her fur-lined mittens, and began to remove his wet boots. "We must get these off. They will never dry while on your feet." "No, no, I must serve you. Never you serve me." "Be silent," she commanded, with mock sternness. When she had stripped off his boots and soggy felt liners and the inner wadding of grass, insulating when dry, but reduced now to a useless mess that clung to his taloned toes, she pulled her warm mittens onto his feet like slippers. Then she set out his footgear carefully so that the fire's meager heat would penetrate them, and gave him a drink from the small, soot-blackened crock that they used to brew Darcy tea. The elderly oddling uttered a deep sigh. "That feels so much better, but you should not have demeaned yourself." She pressed one finger to his lips, silencing him. Now, listen to me, Uzun. I have thought on this matter most carefully, and I have made up my mind. My wish is that you now turn back, having accompanied me as far as you are able, while I continue on alone." "No, no!" he cried, spilling tea in his agitation. "Did I not say my mind is made up?" she said. "We know that we have nearly reached that part of the mountains where no living thing, save perhaps the fabled eyes in the whirlwind, can long survive. Our food is nearly gone, and there is no chance of getting more. Soon, not even the dwarf trees will be able to grow, and there will be no firewood. If I am a person of high destiny, as the White Lady said, then we can assume that the lords of the air will shelter and sustain me somehow or other as I follow the trillium seeds. But you, my dear friend, must turn back. The quest is mine, and I must fulfill it alone. The Archimage told me that. Did she not tell you also that you must leave me before the end of my journey?" Uzun bowed his head without speaking. He wiped his streaming eyes on his sleeve, then sipped slowly from their communal tea-crock. "If you turn back now," Haramis continued, "you can be out of the snowfields within half a day. Another day will see you in the fertile portion of the Vispar River, where garsu and other fish abound, and there are plenty of ripe and nourishing berries, and the nights are frost-free. You can follow the river southward until you encounter friendly Wizgu, and they will bear you in their boats to Trevista and your kin." "But how can I leave you all alone? The Triune knows that I am a wretched outdoorsman, but you—" "Forgive me, Princess. You are even less competent to survive in this wilderness than I." "I need no special survival skills now. There are no more fish to gut, no more bog-varts to snare, no more wild plant foods to search out or prepare. The food that remains in my pack will keep me from starving for a little while, and I know enough to let the sediment settle from the river water before drinking it. I can climb rocks with fair agility. I've certainly had enough practice lately, and the seeds will undoubtedly find me dry dens to bed down in for a few more days, at least, until the entire landscape is covered with deep snow. If I have not come to my goal by then—" She shrugged. "Well, perhaps the eyes in the whirlwind will take pity on me, and take me to one of the fabled green valleys of the high Ohogans, where the Vispi are said to dwell among hot springs, and flowers bloom while the blizzards pass harmless overhead." Uzun said in a low, thoughtful voice, "Truly, I did wonder whether the White Lady had set us on the path to some such place." "What do you know of the Vispi?" "They never come out of the mountains. They trade precious metals and gemstones to the Wizgu, and these are passed to the Nisimu, and thence make their way to humankind, either at the Trevista Fair or at the smaller markets of the Dilex villages. They take in trade mainly domestic animals, especially the more rugged kind of alumnial, togars and nunchiks, with furry coats. They also crave salt and all kinds of sweets. Waterbee honey is the mainstay of Wizgu trade with them, and a few other products." "What do they look like?" "No Nisimu has seen one, and lived, for their lands are forbidden to swamp folk." "Since you would obviously freeze to death before you reached them," Haramis muttered. "That makes sense." Uzun continued, "The grassland folk, the Wizgu, say that Vispi are taller than men, but more slender. They are of the folk, for they bear their young in a finished state of body, rather than as ravenous larvae, as the wretched Skritek do. The eyes in the whirlwind, those guardians of the mountain passes that once helped keep our land safe from invasion, they are said to belong to the Vispi, and to serve the White Lady." Haramis said, "Some of our Hillfort guards told tales of Vispi dancing on new-fallen snow. They were said to be beautiful. They are also said to be the oldest of folk, but no one really knows. Our tale-tellers say that they live in deep valleys in the flanks of Mount Rotolo, Mount Gidris, and Mount Brom. There, hot springs and steaming rivers are supposed to flow, moderating the terrible cold and barrenness so that plants may grow. and there are ice caves round about the Visby lands that slowly thaw, giving forth jewels and nuggets of gold and platinum, as well as baser stones, and these are washed downhill by the mountain torrents. Some of those ice caves are said to have belonged to the vanished ones, and very rarely one of their ancient devices will be offered by the Visby in trade. How fascinating, Haramis murmured. She prodded the fire with the iron-shod tip of her walking staff, moving unburned portions of twigs onto the scanty pile of glowing coals. For many minutes she was silent. Then she said suddenly, "Uzun, will you try to scry for me?" "For your sisters?" "No, not them. The Visby." He gasped. I can but try. If they are truly folk, they should have auras, as other natural beings do." She pointed wordlessly at the tea crock, which still had a finger-width of dark liquid remaining in its bottom. Uzun nodded and took it up. He swirled the tea in the bowl, causing it to rotate faster and faster while he stared into the small vortex. Then his body stiffened, and his gaze became fixed and unfocused, and beads of oily sweat made his forehead shine. Haramis waited. The rosy glow that had suffused the snowy peaks faded to gray. The sky, which had been cloudless throughout the days of their journeying, now showed a few long, pearly streamers of cirrus reaching forth from the south, the harbingers of the winter monsoon. Some years the storms came early. If this should happen, she was certainly doomed. "Malthus," Uzun whispered. Startled, Haramis gripped his shoulder. "Have you seen something?" "Malthus," he repeated. His great golden eyes looked into hers as he came to himself and slowly set down the tea crock. "The name of their great settlement is Malthus, and it lies above us and to the west." "Did you scry it clearly?" she demanded, her face alight with excitement. "How far from here is it?" "I can't tell that. I only know that it is there, somewhere in that direction. The Visby are able to hide it completely from searchers, if they wish, but I bespoke your name, and they granted me a momentary view of Malthus, and said that they await you." Haramis felt her heart pounding. Her bare hand went into her tunic and took hold of the warm amber amulet nestling against her skin. Malthus! A real place, not some fever dream of the dying Archimage. It was not, after all, a fool's chase the winged seeds led her on, but a true quest. Or so she could hope. To Uzun she said, "You have served me well. This scrying of yours gives me renewed confidence, where before I had only uncertainty. I confess to you, Uzun, I had begun to fear that the White Lady was only a sick and deluded witch, sending me to certain death." "Malthus is not close by," the little musician said, worry creasing his brow. "It is surely several more days' journey away, over the most rugged sort of terrain." "My seeds will guide me," she told him, smiling. "I will find the place, never fear, and the Visby living there will surely help me on my quest for the three-winged circle." "They seem to bespeak me with goodwill," Uzun admitted. He wriggled his feet, still enveloped in Haramis's furry mittens, and the concern ebbed slowly from his face. "Perhaps everything will be all right after all." He yawned, then hastily begged the princess's pardon. She only laughed. "You are right, beyond a doubt, and while I shall miss your dear face and your music, you will serve me best by turning back. You can begin to turn this journey into a ballad, to be sung when I am queen in Ruwenda. Indeed, from the way you speak at times, you appear to be working on it already." "Very well," Uzun sighed. "I shall turn back. You will certainly travel much faster without me. I can leave you with a lighter heart, hoping that the Visby have been commanded by the Archimage to assist you, and as I travel south, I will now and again try to scry you out, and thus reassure myself of your safety." "Of course you shall," Haramis said. She took up his boots and felt socks, which were now nearly dry. Tuck these in the bottom of your sleep-sack, and they will finish drying while you rest." She helped him to slip into the downy bag, and he curled up with his back against a large rock on the opposite side of the fire. Even before Haramis had laid out her own sleep-sack and drunk up the dregs of the tea, he was asleep and snoring. She tidied up the campsite, then went slowly down to the stream. Hoarfrost was already forming on the bare rocks, and patches of snow among the sharp crags glimmered in the twilight. She half-filled their largest water-skin, flinching at the icy touch of the river. By morning, after freezing and thawing, the grey mud suspended within the water would settle, and the water would be fit to drink. At her feet something twinkled, and she saw it was a tiny pool reflecting a single star. A perfect scrying vessel. Could I perform such magic myself? For that matter, is scrying truly magic, or is it a mental skill, like the speech without words the oddlings use? I wonder if I can scry my sisters. I know that they may well be dead, but I don't feel that they are. Of course, even if I can't see them, it proves nothing. Suppose the Archimage set some barrier about the three of us, a sort of concealing spell, to frustrate Labernaki adepts such as Oragastus, who would seek us out in order to kill us. But perhaps if I searched for my sisters, whose destiny is said to be linked with mine, the barrier would not stop me. It can't hurt to try. She knelt above the little pool, careful not to blot out the light of the star, and said a brief prayer. Then she swept all thought from her mind, let her only reality be the faint silver spark on the water, and the imagined face of her sister, Cadia. Katie, Katie, do you live? Let me see you. A smile, a rich scent of perfumed water, soap bubbles, russet hair afloat. Then nothing. Haramis sat back on her heels. For a moment, for the merest flicker of a second, she had seemed to grasp certain elusive images. But there was no true vision of Katie, only those scraps of sensation, having no source, surely, save her own imagination, over-sharpened by fatigue. She sighed. Well, she had not expected to succeed. Scrying was an oddling talent, not one humans possessed. She was a perfect idiot to squat here, half-freezing, beside a mountain river, when she could be nestled in her sleep-sack, where such fancies belonged. Sighing, she trudged uphill to bed. 15. The Wizgu boat sped along by the light of the triple moons, and Anajul awoke with a smothered gasp. She had had the dream of drought and fire again, for the fourth night running, and her body was clammy and stiff with terror beneath the plant-down sleep-sack that Imu had tucked around her. Damn the dream! It was so stupid to live that painful unreality over and over. She took hold of the Trillium amulet on the chain around her neck. It felt warm against her icy palm as she asked why her secret self had sent the wretched nightmare yet again. She knew what it meant. She had faced her shortcomings and promised to be brave, hadn't she? Why did the phantoms persist in tormenting her? It wasn't fair. Screwing up her determination, she pushed the fearful dream memories aside and concentrated on the here and now. She was moving along in a watercraft that was pointed at both ends and about the same length as the Nisimu punts, but instead of being carved from a kala log, it was fashioned from long bundles of reeds, tightly plaited together like a great basket, and coated inside with some hard substance. The two rimericks that hauled the Wizgu boat were streamlined furred creatures, larger than a man, with sleek heads, enormous black eyes, and webbed paws with formidable claws. Their bodies were dapple green, and their only voice was a hiss. They did not like humans, and had bared their tusks when Anajul tried to make friends with them. The creatures were hitched to the boat by means of a double harness attached to the stem, and the Wizgu drivers, whose names were Leb and Tereb, controlled their aquatic steeds by means of reins running through rings on each side of the bow. Anajel was obliged to ride and sleep on a little pallet in the boat's narrow stern, so as not to upset the Rimericks with her human aura. They stopped every 6 hours or so to exchange their tired beasts for fresh ones at a Wizgu village, and allow the two drivers to spell one another. The strange country of the Golden Mire, which they had traveled through for the past 3 days, was blazing hot during the daytime. Very few native animals were in evidence, except for dense flocks of birds, gauzy-winged flies, some with a wingspan of half an ell, and myriads of fish. The sharp-edged grasses often grew to twice Anajel's height, and were crowned by feathery golden-yellow flower panicles. At first their boat followed a convoluted narrow channel through a very dense region of the glade, north of Trevista, twisting and turning every which way until Anajel lost all sense of direction. On their second day of travel, they passed into country where the grass was shorter and the waterways less distinct. The Rimericks then simply swam straight ahead through the trackless submerged prairie, and the boat swished along over the grass as though it were on a greased roadway, hardly touching the water. Their stopping places were always small, elevated islands, thickly overgrown with hardwood trees and shrubs, laden with all sorts of flowers and fruits. There the shy Wizgu had their small villages, where they subsisted upon raw fish, the abundant wild produce, and a sacred brown beverage named Mighten, the nature of which Imo refused to explain, at the same time that she forbade Anajel to sample it. Unlike the Nisimu, the Wizgu did not use fire. They dwelt in grass huts woven in the same massive basketry style as their boats, mounted on stilts for safety's sake during the monsoon season floods. The folk were much smaller than their Nisimu kin, and wore nothing except for golden jewelry set with gems, which they obtained in trade from the Vizpi of the northern mountains, and a short kilt-like garment. Around their protruding eyes were painted colored rings, and the bare chests of the males were adorned with a painted design of 3 circles interlocked at a center point. Their bodies were mostly covered in short hair, lubricated with a heavy oil, having a powerful musky smell. Anajel hardly noticed the odor now, but when she had first met the 2 Wizgu boatmen, Leb and Tereb, back at the home of the discerner, she had had to control her revulsion at their slimy handshake. No wonder certain crude Ruwendians referred to the little oddlings as slippery devils. The boatman and Imu could barely understand one another's dialect, but there was not much need for conversation. The 2 Wizgu knew very well where the ruined city of Noth lay, and they had promised Frolatu to conduct the princess and Imu there as quickly as possible. After dark, when the stars above the prairie were unobscured by mist and seemed twice as bright as normal, the Golden Mire had an orchestra of night sounds, completely different from those of the lower Mutar or Trevista. No large animals howled or roared out here in the vast treeless region. Instead, the swamp noises were percussive and syncopated, like hundreds of tiny drums, all with different pitches, playing an ever-changing melody accompanying the hiss of the boat through the sea of grass. The sound was hypnotic, and Anajel felt herself dozing off again. "No dreams, no dreams," she begged feebly, letting oblivion claim her. And when she awoke, the boat had stopped, and she felt greatly refreshed, and it was dawn. 3 peculiar little faces were staring at her over the gunwale, their expressions both fascinated and horrified. They had a familial resemblance to the Nisimu, but their upstanding ears were proportionally larger, as were their sharp teeth, and their heads and necks and cheeks were covered with slick, oily fur. The eyes of one were ringed with yellow paint. The others wore eye paint of pink and ochre. The princess gave a squeak of surprise, and the 3 faces dropped down out of sight. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said softly. "Don't be afraid, little Wizgu. I know that I look ugly and gigantic to you, but I won't hurt you." First one head reappeared, and then the other 2. They were no larger than the heads of human babies. The Wizgu children conversed among themselves in an agitated twitter, obviously arguing about the nature of the monster they had found asleep in a boat on their beach. "It's quite all right," Anadjol reassured them. She held up the Trillium amulet on its chain, and suddenly everything seemed to be explained. The three young Wizgu uttered a joyous trill and showed their diminutive fangs in wide grins. They crawled up onto the gunwale and would have climbed right into the boat with her, but she laughed and told them, "No, no, please, sit there while I get dressed. Then you can take me to your village. I suppose Immu and Leb and Tereb have gone there already to arrange for fresh limericks, leaving me here to slug a bed." She pushed aside the sleep-sack and sat up, slipping a soft woven grass robe over her shift. She had worn Frolitu's gift of aboriginal clothing with reluctance at first, but the pale green robe proved to be much cooler than her torn, dirty court dress, and its long bell sleeves and ample hood protected her from the powerful sun of the open grassland. She had also discarded her ruined slippers in favor of calf-high buskins, with sturdy sandals strapped over them. The traveling outfit was completed by a braided fiber belt having a large leather wallet hung from it, in which the princess carried her handkerchief, comb, knife, and a few other necessities. One of the juvenile Wizgu had vanished from its perch on the rail. It now reappeared, giggling, and handed her a string of waxy white flowers that exuded a spicy perfume. Anadjol thanked the little creature, formed the flowers into a garland, and set the gift on her hair. Then she clambered out of the boat and followed the trio down a narrow path. The village was only a short distance away, and consisted of 5 huts on stilts and the usual open-air shelter built at ground level, where the Wizgu customarily gathered to socialize, confer, and prepare and eat meals during the dry season. Immu and the boatmen Leb and Tereb were being served breakfast from the community pot. The village headman welcomed Anadjol with a kindly but incomprehensible speech and ordered that she be given food also. By now she was used to the chopped raw fish, which had been marinated in acidic fruit juice until it was white, flaky, and very similar in texture to the cooked kind. She also took slices of melon and a handful of rich-flavored block nuts, but followed Immu's lead in politely declining the sacred Maiten drink. "These people say that Noth is now only a few hours away," Immu told the princess. "The submerged part of the Golden Mire that the Limericks can swim through comes to an end a few leagues beyond the village, where the water becomes very shallow. We shall have to cut over to the river Nothar, slightly to the east, and follow it for a ways, in order to reach the home of the Archimage. The Wizgu do not usually dare to approach her dwelling without invitation, but I have explained to them who you are and why the White Lady has summoned you." The headman, who was distinguished from the other 8 adult males of the village by the ornateness of his golden collar and bracelets, his kilt of glittering fish scales, and the triple rings of white paint around his eyes, approached the princess when she had finished eating, and harangued her at some length in his own language. Anadjol tried not to flinch as his taloned fingers lifted the Trillium amulet that hung at her throat, and displayed it to his people. The little band of Wizgu uttered a low, marveling cry that was cut short by the chattering of the 3 children, who were no doubt informing their elders that they had recognized Anadjol already. These Wizgu, who live in the western part of the mazy mire, keep in close mental contact with their fellows, Immu said to the princess in a low voice. "This headman says that you are not the only petal of the Trillium en route to Noth. There is another, beyond a doubt, your sister Cadia, who has survived the perils of the Black Mire. She and her companion, this must be Jagan, have reached a Nisimu village near the confluence of the Nothar River and the Upper Mutar." "How wonderful!" Anadjol exclaimed. "We can wait at Noth for her to arrive." Immu's expression was dubious. "That is for the Archimage to decide." The headman spoke again, this time gesturing toward the northern sky and frowning, then wiping the palms of his hands on his hairy flanks in an indication of extreme disapproval. "By the flower," Immu muttered. "He says that a 3rd person wearing the Trillium amulet set out from Noth over a week ago, moving northward into the foothills and then ascending into the snowfields of the high Ohogan Mountains. He says that this person is very unwise to enter this territory, which the Vizpi have declared forbidden to all other races upon pain of death. "He can only be speaking of Haramis," Anagel exclaimed, "and she would only go where the White Lady sent her. But how could she—" "Hush!" Imu warned her. "Say no more." She gave a small speech of thanks to the villagers, then indicated to Leb and to Reb that it was time for them to be off. A pair of fresh Rimericks had already been harnessed up. The headman politely barred their way. Giving a curt order, he received from one of the Wizgu females a small stopper drinking gourd that had been stained a bright red and enclosed in a knotted carrying net. This he solemnly presented to Anagel. "Is it Maiden?" the princess whispered to Imu. "Yes, and this time you will have to take it, for it is a special gift that they rarely make to non-Wizgu, much less to humans. Thanks be to the lords of the air that they do not demand that you drink it down." Anagel bowed her head and thanked the folk in her own tongue. They seemed to understand. One wizened little oddling granny trotted after them as they walked back to the boat, patting Anagel's shoulder and pointing again and again to the gourd with an encouraging smile. "Maiden," she said. "Maiden! Maiden ka poru ti!" They climbed into the boat, the Wizgu drivers at the bow, Imu and Anagel in their usual places in the stern. As they drew away from the island, the villagers on shore raised their hands in farewell. The squeaky voice of the matron shouted one last time, "Maiden ka poru ti!" "What do her words mean?" Anagel asked Imu. She held the gourd in her lap, examining the curious knots of the mesh that enclosed it. "She says, 'Maiden gives strength and courage,'" Imu translated reluctantly. "This is why they call it a sacred drink." "But that's wonderful!" the princess exclaimed in relief. "I'll have some right now, for I confess that the prospect of meeting the White Lady at last scares me witless." Imu turned away. As if speaking to herself, she said, "There is, between the Rimericks and the Wizgu, a strange symbiosis whereby each aids and cherishes the other. The people and the beasts are friends of the heart, not masters and domestic animals. The Rimericks are strong and courageous, while the weaker Wizgu have greater intelligence. Their bonding is continually reinforced by means of the Maiden, which both drink, and in it is mingled the blood of both species." The princess sat as if turned to stone. One hand had gone instinctively to her amulet. "I cannot say," Imu concluded, "whether this drink gives courage or not. My people, the Nisimu, generally view it with dread. Those few of us who have dared to take it, the Rimerick drivers among us, become a breed apart. Certainly there is some strong magic in it, but you would be wise to turn this gift over to the Archimage, or at least consult her about its potential." I will," said the girl. She sat for a long time without speaking, staring now at the scarlet gourd and then at the landscape ahead, where mountains had begun to loom against the northern horizon. After nearly an hour had passed, Anagel turned to Imu and smiled. "Only the lords of the air know whether this Maiden drink actually stiffens the backbone of one who drinks it, but a strange thing has happened. By simply sitting here and holding it, I have overcome my fear of meeting the White Lady, and that is magic enough for now." The ruins of Noth, although extensive, had much less grandeur than Trevista's, and Anagel was somewhat disappointed. The Wizgu boat brought them through an area of derelict and overgrown stone buildings to a lagoon all clogged with rank-smelling yellow purse flowers, stuffed to the stamens with putrefying insect prey. They landed at a surprisingly tidy little dock. The sloping shore behind it was an expanse of short-clipped grass and civilized flower gardens that had been carved out of luxuriant jungle growth. Long-necked domesticated togars waddled about, just as they would have done in a freeholder's farmyard on the knoll, now and then nibbling at the grass or some tidbit. A few dozen ells uphill, at the head of rustic flagstone steps, stood a cottage unlike any that Anagel had ever seen before. Its roof was a thick mound of dried grass, and its walls were white-painted plaster, with the dark wooden framing beams visible. There was a stone chimney, from which a small plume of smoke curled. The windows had lozenge-shaped leaded panes, and boxes at the sills holding flowers, and there were wooden shutters that could be closed over the glass during stormy weather. The front door was cut right across the middle, and only the bottom half was shut. Beside it was a wicker bench, with a small striped, furry animal asleep on it, and a spinning wheel with a basket of fleece, and a bowl full of yarn balls. The total effect was so charming and unthreatening after the somber ruins of the lost city that Anadjo wondered out loud if they had come to the right place. Immel questioned the Wizgu, Leb and Tereb, who were in an uncommon hurry to let off their passengers and retreat. The two little beings nodded vigorously and pointed to the house. One tossed out the traveling packs of Immel and the princess, and the other sounded the hissing whistle that signaled the Rimericks to swim off. "Well!" Immel watched the boat speed away with evident consternation. "What do you think of that?" Anadjo was already on her way up the garden steps. She called out, "Come quickly! You won't believe what I found growing up here." "Come, come, come," Immel grumbled, following on her short legs. There were several small trees laden with spherical orange fruit between the water and the house, and they had concealed another plant that Anadjo now stood contemplating with awed admiration. It was a Black Trillium plant, 2 ells tall, covered with huge blossoms. Immel fell to her knees and burst into tears. "It's true! We found her! Oh, thanks be to the lords of the air!" The princess knelt to comfort her friend, but a moment later both of them gasped with shock and clung to each other when a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, standing between them and the brilliant midday sun. "Lady?" Immel ventured, her voice quavering. The figure moved, and light fell on the face of an aged woman, a face so seamed and crumpled and worn that the features were nearly obliterated, except for filmed blue eyes sunk deep in dark sockets. She wore plain garments of white homespun, and a veil of embroidered lawn covered her straggling white hair. The hand she extended was emaciated, with swollen joints and prominent veins, and she wore a single great ring of platinum filigree set with amber, and in the glowing stone was a fossil trillium. "I am the Archimage Binah," she said. "Welcome." Anadjo stumbled to her feet, leaving Immel sitting paralyzed on the ground. Something burned at her breast, and she drew forth her amulet on its chain. Its amber was aglow, pulsing with her heartbeat, and the bud within had changed. It was partially unfurled. The old woman smiled and turned, gesturing for Anadjo to follow. The Archimage walked with a painful, stooped shuffle, supporting herself with a silvery staff. The princess followed, without a trace of fear. How could anyone be afraid of this poor, dying white lady? "Oh, you would be surprised," the Archimage responded, chuckling with a sound like dry leaves rustling over stones. "But you shall not fear me, dear child. I am your godmother, who loves you. You must trust me." "I do," Anadjo said. The Archimage paused at the tall trillium plant. "It is the only one of its kind that still grows in our land, and although it seems strong, it is dying, like me." Anadjo cried out in dismay, but the old woman lifted one finger to her lips. "Another kind of trillium will take its place, if God wills. Do you know what I speak of, daughter?" "Yes," the girl admitted. "But I am a weakling, and I may confound your great scheme if—" "Be still," Binah admonished. "Such fatuous speculation may call forth the very failure it rails against. You must cultivate serenity, little love, for that is the garment of true royalty. See how serene these flowers are. accepting nourishment from leaf and root, turning their faces always toward the sun, cherishing seeds deep within their hearts. And they will die serene, since otherwise their seeds may not be set free. Anadjo shook her head in perplexity. "Please, lady, I'm sorry if I seem slow-witted. It is then my destiny to die for my country?" "I don't know," the Archimage said. "I do know that you must do an important work which will be revealed to you, and you will also receive a sign, a talisman signaling that the final struggle for Ruwenda, and for your own soul, is about to begin. Your sister Haramis has already set forth on her quest. Your sister Cadia will go in search of her destiny shortly. Each will find her own talisman, and in time the 3 petals of the living trillium will come once again together. Beyond this, where the finalization lies, I cannot see." Anadjo had turned pale as chalk, but she stood calmly, still keeping a tight hold of her trillium amulet. "Will this gift, then, that you gave me at birth, guide me on my quest?" "It will. And this also." The Archimage broke one of the large leaves from the great trillium plant and held it out, pointing to its surface with her other hand. "This leaf bears the very impress of our land. Look closely. Its veins and ribs make a map of Ruwenda. Here at the tip is Noth, and the golden vein twisting down from it is the watercourse you must follow to locate your talisman. First down the Nothar, then down the upper Mutar into the lower." Anadjo was studying the leaf with puzzled interest. "But the golden vein continues on to the very leaf stem. Look, here is where the Mutar curves around the citadel, and this marking must be Lake Wum. And beyond that is the great Mutar that flows through the country of the Wabailo and the savage Glizmak." Fear leapt into the girl's eyes. "Must I go there? To the dark Tassaleo forest?" "So it seems," the Archimage said. "I did not know myself until the leaf was plucked." She shook her head. "Such a long way to go, my poor little love. But it is all downstream, so you will travel more swiftly than you did before. And the work I must do will be revealed." The old woman's face twisted momentarily with pain, and she tottered as she stood. Imu, who had been standing back respectfully, darted forward and took hold of one of the White Lady's arms. Anadjo took the other, and together they helped the Archimage into her cottage, seated her in a great cushioned chair, and brought her a cup of water. "Don't be concerned, my dears," the old woman said. "I shan't die on you yet. My work is not done. I am only very, very tired." Anadjo hesitated, then opened her belt-wallet and took out the small scarlet gourd of Myton. "I was given this by the Wizgu. It is said to bestow strength and courage." "The gift was for you," Binah said wearily. "Keep it, but use it only when it becomes necessary." "When will that be?" Anadjo asked. But Binah's eyes had closed, and her head had sunk onto her breast, and she breathed slowly and noisily. "Can you at least tell me where my talisman can be found?" Anadjo pleaded. "At the end of the stem." The voice was barely audible. "But you haven't told me what the talisman is!" Anadjo cried in desperation. The Archimage sighed. "Please!" The girl was almost in tears. "Only tell me what it is that I seek." "The 3-headed monster," Binah whispered. And then she was sound asleep. 16. The green voice paused at the door of the royal bedchamber, and with an apologetic grimace opened the pouch at his belt. He took out 3 curiously wrought masks designed to cover the lower face, 2 colored green and blue for himself and his colleague, and 1 more ornate and colored silver and black for his master. "We should don these before presenting ourselves to King Voltric," the green voice explained. "The necrosis of the royal flesh has progressed to such a point that the stench exceeds that of the foulest cesspit, so that strong men puke, and weaklings may faint dead away. Aromatic herbs I have packed within the masks will grant us surcease from the noxious exhalations for a half-hour or so. Will this be sufficient for your purposes, great lord?" Auragastus nodded. His eyes were steely above the mask, and if he dreaded the crucial task that lay ahead of him, he gave no signal that his telepathic minions could perceive. The royal physician, drunken, sobbing, and fearful of losing his head, had reluctantly delivered his diagnosis to the green voice, while the sorcerer and his party were still half a day upriver from the citadel. In spite of the administration of the magical golden pastille, the mortification of Voltric's hand had progressed to a point where the king was clearly in danger of dying, and the physician had lacked the courage to undertake the only treatment that might save him. When this dire news was transmitted to Auragastus, he had had the oarsmen flogged, speeding the boat home in 5 hours, at the cost of half a dozen human lives. Now the sorcerer himself must needs try to deliver the king, whose death would mean the ruin of all his ambitions. "Open the door," Auragastus commanded. The green voice bowed and complied. The bedchamber that had once been tenanted by King Crane had been hastily refurbished in Labornaki crimson for its new occupant. It was now very dark, the only illumination coming from the glowing coals in the fireplace and a single candle on a table, which also held a basin, wound wrappings, and other medical implements and potions with which the royal physician had futilely attempted to treat the king's infected hand. The huge bed stood in the center of the room on a platform, surrounded by empty chairs. Its hangings were drawn back. Auragastus gave swift orders in a low voice. "Green voice, bring the 2 standing candelabra close to the bed and light them. Then clear the table and position it at the bedside nearest the king's infirmity. Blue voice, prepare the magical device. I think we have barely arrived in time." A form stirred within the sheets, groaning. "Who is there? Is it you again, damned leech, come to torment me with your incompetent fumbling? Get out! Let me at least die in peace." "It is I, my king," Auragastus said, "and you shall not die." He lifted the king's left arm most carefully, but still the monarch uttered an agonized scream. "Whoreson, let me be! Your miraculous pill helped me for but a single day, and then my sufferings grew worse than before. Ah, Zoto, have mercy! It is their doing. The princesses! They have cursed me from afar. It is their revenge that tortures and dooms me." "He is delirious," Auragastus said. From a pocket deep within his robe, he took a small box carved from green malachite and opened it. It held 6 tiny spheres that shone golden and transparent in the candlelight. "Only half the original number left," the sorcerer mused. He extracted one and carefully put the others away. Then he took up a goblet of water and prevailed upon King Voltric to swallow the golden pastille. When he had done so, the monarch uttered a gusty exhalation and seemed to relax. Auragastus now slit the voluminous bandages about the king's hand with a small, sharp knife. Positioning the extended arm on the table, he unwrapped it, exposing the wound. The entire limb felt hot to the touch, and streaks of red extended from the wrist to the armpit. The hand itself was hideously swollen, with the fingertips bluish-black, and the flesh sloughing away in the area of the bite, and exuding a towering stench that not even the herbal masks could inhibit. The sorcerer gave the blue voice the bandages to be burnt, and spoke swift instructions to his other assistant, who had unpacked a leather bag and laid its contents on the table. Now Orgastus gave the limb over to the green voice, and stood close to the king's head. Voltric was gaunt, flushed and rheumy-eyed, his once immaculate beard straggling and filth-clotted. "What are you doing?" the monarch cried, starting up from the damp pillows. "Let loose my arm, you treasonous worms! I know who you are. You've been sent by the 3 Ruwendian witches to finish me off." "Look into my eyes," Orgastus commanded. "Look and find respite from your suffering." The masked enchanter took the king's sweat-drenched head in both hands and turned it so that their 2 gazes commingled. Voltric moaned, then gave vent to a great sigh, and fell back onto the bedclothes, bereft of consciousness. Orgastus returned to the table and took up a singular device. It was cubical, except for a snout-like protrusion on one side, and colored a shimmering silvery blue. On its top were ranks of black and red wart-like excrescences, with mysterious symbols beneath them, and an inset miniature frame with gray blankness instead of a picture. When the sorcerer's fingers moved over the warts, pressing now this one and now that, the blankness within the little frame turned bright, and moving lines of colored hieroglyphics appeared on it. The attending voice gasped in awe. One of the red warts glowed, then turned gold. "Hold the arm perfectly still. Thus," Orgastus commanded. "Sing the chant of healing, but avert your eyes, for this machine of the vanished ones can blind a man who looks unprotected upon its working." The sorcerer positioned the device a hand-span below the elbow of the wounded arm as the 3 voices began to chant in unison. Then he took up a strange visor and put it on, and all being in readiness, he pressed the largest of the machine's warts. A dazzling beam of blue-white light, no thicker than a flaxen thread, sprang forth from the protruding nozzle, and Orgastus manipulated the device slowly so that the ray transected the royal limb, moving in a deep V-shape. There was a sharp, sizzling sound and a great puff of smoke. When the beam winked out, Voltric's lower arm was severed, and there was a narrow, charred groove in a corresponding V-shape burned into the wooden tabletop. The chant of healing came to an end. "It is done." Orgastus removed the visor and inspected the stump. The large blood vessels were cauterized, but the flesh was red and glistening, surrounding the 2 white bones within. Good. The mortal putrefaction had not reached into the arm itself. Now the golden pastille may wreak its healing without having to contend against a reservoir of deadly poison within the doomed hand. He pressed a wart, and all of the glowing areas on the device went dark. Blue voice, wrap the dead member and burn it, taking care lest it befoul you. Then repack my device most carefully. Green voice, wipe well the table and the undamaged skin of the arm with strong brandy spirit. Sponge also the king's forehead and temples, and bring fresh linen and a clean bedrobe for him from the press over yonder. Scorch new bandages at the fire, and then rewrap the stump loosely. It must still purge itself of certain noxious fluids before it is sewn. Later I will give you and that cretinous physician further instructions concerning care of the stump that are to be followed scrupulously. The leech is to be spared, great lord? Green was mildly surprised. Unless you wish to spoon gruel, change dressings, and empty the royal chamber pot yourself, fool. Now attend to the king. While the 2 voices ministered to Voltric, Orgastus went to the double window of the bedchamber, threw back the heavy red curtain, and opened the casement wide. Outside the sun shone brightly, and there was a little breeze from the north. With the rotten flesh consigned to the flames, and the stink finally abated, Orgastus took off his mask. His handsome features were pinched and pale, and his lips tight-pressed to a grim line. It had been a near thing. but the king would recover rapidly now with careful nursing and appropriate reassurances. Once again, the sorcerer approached the royal bedside. "Voltric, hear me." Augustus spoke in a low, compelling tone. The king murmured, "I hear you." "You have hovered at the threshold of death, my liege, but I saved you when all others had despaired. You will live. There will yet be some suffering to be endured, but within a few weeks you will be strong again. I, Augustus, pledge this most solemnly." "Thank you," whispered the king. His eyes were closed, and his hectic flush had receded. "You have removed the hand?" "Yes, sire." The king sighed. "So be it. At least it is not the sword hand lost, thanks be to Zoto the Compassionate. And you—" He groaned a little as the voices enrobed him in a clean garment and put fresh pillows beneath his head and the newly bandaged arm. The sorcerer himself drew up the coverlet over the royal breast, whereupon the king opened his eyes and spoke in a voice that was weak, but nearly normal in timbre. "Send your servants away. I wish to speak to you of vital matters." Augustus addressed his underlings. "I will leave for my tower on Mount Brom within the hour. See to it that my escort is heavily armed and mounted upon the swiftest and strongest Fronials." "Yes, almighty master." The voices went out and closed the door. "You are leaving?" The king was dismayed. "My voices will see that you are well cared for. I must go back to Labernock in order to consult the ice mirror at my mountain stronghold. Only through this powerful device will I be able to spy out the whereabouts of your enemies." The king sighed gustily. That it was I wished to speak of. "There was no news of the 3 fugitive girls in Travista?" "None. The female leader of the Aborigines refused point-blank to cooperate with any search. If we attempt to coerce the swamp folk in this matter, she says that all trade between them and us will be abolished." The king cursed painfully. "We must find those princesses." My acolytes and I exerted our occult powers to the utmost, scanning not only the Odling city, but also the farthest reaches of Ruwenda. Our efforts were in vain. Some powerful enchantment balks my sight, even when it is amplified by mental conjunction. The 3 princesses are said to wear amulets containing buds of the Black Trillium. Perhaps these shield them. This herb is linked to Binah, the guardian witch of Ruwenda, and it is likely that she has channeled all of her remaining meager potency through it to defend her wards. Your mirror will be able to squelch this obfuscation. Beyond a doubt, it is empowered by the magic of the Vanished Ones. No enchantment in the known world can confute its far-seeing eye. It can see for 5,000 leagues, to the very western boundary of the continent, where the feathered barbarians dwell. Have no fear, my king. I will locate the princesses, no matter where they have hidden." "So you track the she-devils down. What then? They could skip away long before you return to Ruwenda to give chase." Augustus laughed. "My king, leave it all to me. The Red Voice has remained in Travista, awaiting orders with the garrison troops. When I have found the girls, I will bespeak their hiding places to each of my assistants, and we will send out search parties at once. The voices will guide them, and I will constantly transmit news of the princess's movements, until at last your enemies are taken and dealt with as they deserve." "Good, good." The king was silent for a few moments. Then he said, "The girls really did cause my wound to mortify, didn't they?" "Such things can happen because of magic, but also from the normal course of events. At any rate, sire, you will soon be well. Unfortunately, The malady you suffered is one that cannot be cured except by the most drastic intervention." The king had closed his eyes again. A wry smile played about his discolored lips. "But you intervened in time, and so my dear son Antar will have to content himself without the crown that was so nearly within his grasp." The sorcerer's voice was neutral. "The Crown Prince comported himself with dignity and honor in Trevista, and sends his prayers for your recovery." "Humph!" Your green voice passed on his brother's vision of Antar's meeting with the oddling discerner. The damned boy caved in before her like a wedding cake in a monsoon. The royal eyelids flicked open. "What do you think, sorcerer? Is my son loyal?" "We will find out, my king, since Prince Antar will certainly captain one of the search parties we send in pursuit of the 3 princesses. 17. Haramis awoke the next morning with the sun in her eyes and the knowledge that something was very wrong. It took her a moment to gather her wits enough to realize that what disturbed her was the silence. Uzun always rose before she did, so that she generally woke to the sounds of him moving around the camp, humming to himself. But now it was full day, the winds were still, the birds were silent, and there was no sound from Uzun, not so much as a snore. Haramis turned her head to look at her friend's sleep-sack, still nestled against the boulder where he had placed it the night before. Judging by its shape, he was still in it. Haramis pulled herself reluctantly out of her own sack, noting that the temperature was much lower than it had been the previous night, in spite of the bright sunlight. She squinted into the cloudless sky and belatedly realized that the pattern of clouds she had seen the day before had indicated the imminent arrival of a cold spell. Crawling over to where Uzun lay, she pulled back the top of his sleep-sack to uncover his face. It was perfectly still and expressionless, and Haramis was convinced she was looking at a corpse. "Lords of the air," she whispered in horror. "I should have sent him back yesterday. No, days ago." She grabbed the little oddling by the shoulders and shook him violently. "Please, Uzun, wake up! Don't be dead! Please!" His body flopped loosely in her grasp, and what remained of the rational part of her mind remembered that bodies stiffened in death. Perhaps he was alive after all. She laid him down gently, pulled off her left mitten, and held her palm just above his mouth. It seemed forever before she felt his breath flow against her hand, and even longer before the next breath. He was alive, but she had to get him someplace warmer, and that soon. She tucked his sleep-sack back around him, returned to her own, and pulled on her boots. Then she set her pack and walking-staff against the rock next to Uzun's sleep-sack and cast another anxious glance at the sky. She was fairly certain it wasn't going to snow today, and with luck she'd be back here tonight. Her pack should remain undisturbed. There were no animals in this area likely to be attracted to it. She shouldered Uzun's pack and picked him up, still bundled. Shaking as much snow as possible off the sleep-sack, she maneuvered him into her own. The extra layer of insulation might help, even if it was unwieldy to carry such a bulky bundle. Fortunately, Uzun was not heavy, and the path was downhill. Haramis set off at the best pace she could manage, which was fairly quick, especially in the spots where she slipped and slid, clutching Uzun to her breast until she could dig in her heels enough to stop them. By mid-morning they were out of the snowfields, and by midday they were back at the place where they had camped the previous night. It was an alcove in the rocks, dry, sheltered from wind, and currently flooded with the noonday sun. Even the rock walls were warm to the touch. Haramis set Uzun down against the back wall and went to scavenge for firewood. He had been the one to gather wood when they had been here before, but she remembered in which direction he had looked, and that it hadn't taken him long to find it. When she returned, she checked Uzun's condition again. He was still unconscious, but his breathing seemed to be a bit faster, which she took to be a good sign. She built the fire as close to him as she dared, heated some water, and made tea. Uzun was still asleep when the tea was ready, but the smell of it reminded her that she hadn't eaten or drunk anything that day, so she sipped some of it and ate a little of the food from Uzun's pack. He won't need as much on his trip south. He'll be in areas where food can be obtained. Then, feeling more alive herself, she took the bowl of tea over to Uzun, propped him up, and carefully dripped a small amount of it between his lips. To her immense relief, he roused slightly at the touch of warm liquid. "Gently, Uzun," she murmured. "Swallow." He did, and she coaxed him to take a few more mouthfuls before he feebly pushed it away, murmuring, "Too tired." "I'm tired, too," Aramis agreed, realizing that it was true. She was exhausted. She drank off the rest of the tea, leaned her back against the stone wall, and cradled Uzun in her lap. Perhaps keeping him close to her body would help. She was warm-blooded, and should radiate at least some heat. And the sun shining on her felt so good. She closed her eyes and tilted her face toward the light. "Princess!" The bundle in her lap was squirming frantically. "What are we doing sitting here? Surely the seed hasn't stopped us this early." Uzun's head whipped back and forth as its owner tried to orient himself. "Where are we? What happened?" Aramis shook her head, struggling to clear her thoughts. She almost never slept during the daytime, certainly never when she wasn't sick, and she felt groggy, as if she had been drugged or poisoned. "Tea," she muttered. "I need tea." Her hand fumbled at her side and found the bowl, and she started to push herself to her feet. Uzun wriggled out of the 2 sleep sacks. "I'll get it." He took the bowl from her, added more wood to the fire, and put more water on to boil. To Aramis's sleepy eyes, he appeared completely recovered. Could oddlings be frozen, then, and thawed out again with no ill effects? It seemed incredible, but at least Uzun should be able to return alone now. He brought her the tea, and she sipped it slowly, feeling her disordered wits start to fall back into place. She drank half the bowl, then handed the rest to Uzun to finish. "Uzun," she began, eager to share with him the insight she had achieved during her overburdened trek down the mountain. "I really believe that we have spent too much of our lives in the library and the music room. We've been acting like a couple of idiot heroes on a quest, as if we were destined to succeed and therefore had no need to use our brains and common sense. The White Lady said I would have to part with you before I finished my quest, but she certainly never said that I should do so by dragging you into cold weather your body couldn't handle and allowing you to freeze to death." The oddling looked at their surroundings carefully. "I know this place, but this isn't where we stopped last night, is it?" "No, it's not," Aramis replied. "This is our camp of 2 nights ago. I woke up this morning to find you frozen almost to death. In fact, I thought at first that you were dead. Your skin was as cold as the air, and your breathing was so slow it took me quite a while to be sure you were still alive." She shuddered at the memory. "So I bundled you up in both our sleep sacks and carried you back down here in the hope that you would thaw out and survive." She drew a deep breath. "Thank the triune God. It worked. You are all right, aren't you?" she added anxiously. Uzun appeared a bit shaken by her account, but after a moment's thought he nodded. "I feel well enough," he said. "I'm still a bit chilly, but it's nothing serious. I'll be well enough to go on later." "Good," Aramis said. "Now that you are out of the snowfields, you should be able to return to Trevista on your own, while I continue my journey." She rummaged in his pack for the fishing gear. "For now, just get back in the sleep sacks and rest. I'm going to see if I can catch a fish or 2 for supper. If I can get enough, we'll both have food for tomorrow as well." "But, my princess," Uzun protested, "you will lose at least 2 days of travel time, and you may run out of seeds to guide you." "The 2 days are already lost, old friend." Aramis sighed. "Even if I started back up immediately, I would not be able to reach last night's campsite until nearly dawn. Assuming I could move at the same pace by moonlight as by daylight, which I very much doubt. But I won't need another seed for tomorrow. I was careful to notice landmarks as I came downhill, so that I can retrace my steps unaided. And it doesn't look as though it will snow tonight, which means that I will have my old tracks to follow. So, don't worry about me. Just stay by the fire and rest. By the triune god, Uzun, you nearly died. Do you think I would not rejoice to die in your service? Uzun asked in offended tones. I am quite sure you would, Aramis snapped crossly. That's precisely what I mean about having our heads echoing with old ballads. I assure you that when one is slogging through the snow, carrying a childhood friend who may very well die because you were too stupid to notice he was getting sick from the cold, one's thoughts are not occupied in finding rhyming couplets for a song of his heroic death. I was stupid not to notice how sick you were getting, and you were stupid not to tell me. Your freezing to death wouldn't help Ruwenda in the slightest, and would have left me distracted with grief and guilt. The loss of 2 days' travel is a small price to pay for your life. Maybe, she continued thoughtfully, maybe a queen does sometimes have to sacrifice the life of one of her people. But by the lords of the air, if I have to do that, I'm going to have a good reason. Would you deny me the chance to be faithful unto death? Uzun's voice was hurt. Not at all, Aramis assured him. I simply do not feel that now is the appropriate time for you to die in my service. After all, if you die now, who is going to be my chief musician when I have my throne back? And who will teach my children to play the fipple flute? Uzun's face brightened considerably at that. Very well, my princess. It shall be as you desire. I shall return to my homeland and await your return to the throne, and my return to your service. I, too, look forward to that day, Aramis said, smiling as she tucked the second sleep sack more tightly around him. Sleep now, my friend. Uzun's eyelids fluttered closed, and Aramis moved her hand over his forehead. His skin was definitely warmer now. He was going to be all right. Blinking back tears of relief, she went to the river in search of fish. Princess, wake up! Uzun was shaking her shoulder urgently. There will be snow today, so you need to get started as soon as possible. Aramis opened her eyes. Sure enough, the sky was obscured by heavy, pewter-gray clouds, obviously just waiting for the right moment to start dumping snow all over the landscape. She groaned, dragging herself to a sitting position. She was still tired from her exertions of the previous day. Carrying Uzun had required muscles she had not been using before. Now her arms ached down their entire inner length. Uzun bustled about the fire, preparing tea, and brought it to her. "Princess," he asked, looking about them, "where is your backpack?" Aramis hastily drank her portion of tea. "I left it at the campsite yesterday. I had best get back up there to retrieve it before it gets buried." She got up, hastily rolled up her sleep sack, and tied it around her waist. "And you had better get out of here quickly, too, Uzun. You don't want to be caught in the snow." "Very true," Uzun agreed, shoving a large chunk of journey bread into her hand. "Eat this on your way, and may the lords of the air go with you. And with you, my friend." Aramis hugged her old friend tightly, reluctant to part with him, then released him and started up the path. "At least I don't have to keep watching a floating seed, so I can pay more attention to where I'm putting my feet," she thought. "Now if the snow will just hold off." She went up the mountain at a good speed, since she was more lightly burdened than the last time she had made this climb, and knew exactly where she was going. By the time the snow started falling, she had already gone halfway, and when she reached the rock where she and Uzun had camped 2 nights before, her pack was buried under only a handspan of snow. She dug it out, ate some more journey bread, and hollowed out a sleeping space in the lee of the rock. It was getting very dark, but with the snow falling she did not think she could keep a fire lit, so she crawled into her sleep sack, pulling her pack in with her, and waited for sleep to come. But her nerves, which had been shouting "Hurry, hurry, hurry" at her all day, were not so easily quieted. Aramis had never felt so bereft and alone in her life, and she suddenly realized that this was the first time she ever had been alone. Before the invasion, she had always had her parents, her sisters, Uzun, and the rest of the inhabitants of the citadel. Since then, Uzun had been with her, except for the hours she had spent with the Archimage. And while at times during her life at home she had wished for more privacy, now that she had all the privacy anyone could possibly desire, she wasn't at all sure she liked it. In addition to her loneliness, there were other things troubling her. Chief among these was Uzun. She prayed to the lords of the air that he would make his way safely out of the mountains, but now that she had time to think about the situation and nothing else to do but think, several questions occurred to her. Why had Uzun not told her he couldn't go on before he nearly froze to death? Why hadn't the Archimage warned her to leave Uzun behind before she entered the snowfields, instead of simply saying that the elderly musician would be leaving her before she found her talisman? For all the help either of them had been, Uzun might have died. Of course, the fault lay as much with her as with them. Her judgment had been equally bad, but they were older. Shouldn't they have known better than she? I am Queen of Ruwenda, she thought soberly, and the responsibility is mine, but I still need counsel I can trust. And how much can I trust either of them? Uzun doesn't seem any more aware of his limitations than Cadia is of hers. Or if he is, he won't admit them without a struggle. As for the Archimage, did she not realize how susceptible Uzun would be to cold? Or did she merely not think him important enough to worry about? Even her beloved parents, she belatedly realized, had hardly been masters of worldly wisdom and diplomacy. Labernock's covetous interest in Ruwenda had been well known in the Ruwendian court, and while Aramis certainly did not want to marry Voltric, her parents could at least have pretended to negotiate, or expressed concern about the great discrepancy in age between Aramis and Voltric, and suggested a union with Voltric's son instead. What was his name? Oh, yes, Prince Antar. And if Ruwenda wanted an alliance with Var, an idea which certainly had merit, Aramis was not the only royal daughter. Aramis had trouble visualizing Cadia as anyone's wife, but Anajul would make a splendid bride for a diplomatic alliance. She was so gentle and yielding that she could get along with anyone. And if I can think of all this off the top of my head, Aramis thought, what were my parents and their advisers doing? Trusting in the White Lady? Obviously, she decided, it is necessary to consider people's capabilities as well as their intentions when one takes counsel of them or depends on them for aid. So who, if anyone, remained who could help her now? Still pondering that question, Aramis fell asleep. 18. Princess Anajul had nearly swooned when the White Lady revealed the nature of the talisman she must seek. A three-headed monster. Such a prospect would have daunted even bold Cadia or the confident Aramis. That she should be expected to find and subdue such a thing was laughable. No, impossible. She said as much to Imu, speaking through a storm of furious weeping, for the Archimage had fallen asleep and could not be wakened. But the Nisimu woman only counselled patience. There are many kinds of monsters, Imu said, and not all are like the Skritek, with glowing eyes and rending fangs and claws, for the word has many meanings. Until you behold your monstrous talisman with your own eyes, Princess, you had better reserve judgment upon whether or not to be afraid of it. Imu's good sense gave the princess a certain grim comfort. Since the White Lady slept on, oblivious, the two guests made themselves at home in her cottage, refreshing themselves, cooking a fine dinner from the well-stocked larder, and finally going to sleep on the floor in front of the fire, one on either side of the lady's chair, in case she should need help during the night. In the morning, the Archimage was gone. So was the cottage, the neat yard with the lawn-clipping togars, the Black Trillium plant, and the little orchard, even the flight of stone steps, and the dock where they had landed. Anadjul and Imu lay in their plant-down sacks on a jungle slope beneath the huge leaves of a burdock, the plant called by the Nisimu the traveler's friend because of its sheltering foliage and sweet, juicy fruit. The only indication that they were not in the midst of a wilderness was a glimpse of the ruins of Noth, visible behind the trees across the river from the little lagoon, on the shore of which the cottage had once stood. Anadjul broke into exclamations of dismay and wept at the shocking discovery. For a moment she even wondered whether their meeting with the Archimage yesterday had all been a dream. But then she found beneath her sleep-sack a large green leaf with a golden vein tracing a winding path from tip to stem. And Imu, investigating down near the edge of the water, gave a sudden cry. "Look, look, look! The White Lady left us a present!" Still sniffling, Anadjul crawled from her covers and came to the lagoon side. There among the tall reeds and putrid yellow water-flowers was a boat. It was not a Wizgu craft made of reeds, such as had carried them to Noth, but the larger Nisimu model carved from a Kala trunk that commonly plied the waters around the citadel. Only one thing was different about this boat. In addition to the usual sweeps and rowlocks, which were demounted and strapped to the inside of the hull, it had at the stem a stout fitting, to which a pair of traces were snapped, and at the bow twin rings, through which two leather straps came and rested on the forward thwart. The lengths of leather led from the boat down into the murky water. Anadjul studied this arrangement for a moment, wondering. "You don't suppose—" And then she gave a shriek as two large heads, clothed in dapple-green fur, rose out of the water, sleek and fierce, with big black eyes, bristling whiskers, and fanged mouths open in a hostile hiss. "Rimericks," said Imu. "Oh, dear! But there are no Wizgu to drive them," the princess faltered. "Yet it seems that the Archimage intends for us to use this very efficient means of transport." Anadjul bit her lip. She could not look Imu in the eye. "Do you think that you could manage?" "No, Princess Anadjul," the Odling woman said, solemnly. "The beasts work only in friendship with those who drink the sacred Maiten." Trembling, Anadjul turned to the two water creatures. "Did the Archimage send you to help us?" she asked them. The only response was a vicious hiss. The Rimerick surged up and down in the water impatiently, revealing the harness that attached them to the boat, which rocked wildly in the waves they made, and tugged at the mooring line that had been tied to a rock on the shore. Anadjul closed her eyes. "Imu, can you not drink the Maiten?" "No, child." The old nurse's voice was gentle. "It was a gift to you from the Wizgu, and now we know why." Leaving the girl standing there, Imu went back up the slope and gathered their things, together with some of the burdock fruit to eke out the trail rations that would be their breakfast. When she returned, she put the packs into the boat and held out the scarlet Maiten gourd to the princess. Anadjul took it. Her eyes were glazed and her cheeks still damp with tears. She removed the stopper and lifted the small netted container so that the Rimericks could see it. "I must drink. Is that it?" The great water beasts closed their mouths and sank back into the lagoon, so that only their noses and dark, suspicious eyes were above the waves. They watched Anadjul, motionless. One of her hands groped for the Trillium amulet. The other lifted the blood drink to her pale lips. She took a small sip. "You see, brother, how the human female fears us. She fears the Maiten even more, and yet she has drunk of it. Human, do you hear us? Do you wish to be our friend?" "Yes," whispered Anagel. "Then dip 2 fingers into the Maiden, wade into the water, and share the drink with us." Dazed, she obeyed, tucking her grass robe up into her belt. The warm mud of the lagoon bottom oozed up between her bare toes as she walked out to where the water reached her knees. She extended her hand, with brownish liquid dripping from the fingers. The 2 great green-spotted animals glided up to her, resting on their forelimbs in the shallows and opening wide their glittering jaws. Whip-like tongues with pointed ends, uncoiled. Organs that could pierce the scaled bodies of fish as easily as a javelin. Anagel seemed to see herself from afar, as though she were a spectator at a fantastic drama, and the girl in the water and the Rimericks were mere play-actors. First 1 finger, then the other touched the terrible tongues, and as the Rimericks swallowed, their faces seemed to change, radiating kindness instead of savagery, and she no longer feared them. Anagel restoppered the gourd and put it into her belt wallet, where the Black Trillium leaf also lay safe. She felt dizzy. The colors of the marshland foliage, of the algae-clothed lagoon water, even the carved wooden surfaces of the boat seemed sharpened and more vivid. She smelled subtle scents that had gone unnoticed before, and heard such a multitude of strange and over-amplified sounds that, for a moment, there was pain in her ears. Her very skin seemed to crawl, shrinking from the light touch of the breeze and the suddenly scratchy and oppressive feel of her garments. Her submerged legs, on the other hand, felt caressed by the currents of the water, and the mud was velvety and soothing against her feet. "The Maiden will change you. The Maiden will make you apprehensive at first, burdening your feeble human senses, but this malaise will pass. You will feel strong and brave like us." "Yes. I feel better already." "This is good. This means that we can indeed be friends with a human. You will share your intelligence with us, and you will partake of our audacity and strength." "You call me intelligent. I have never thought of myself thus. But I will do my best to be so, if you will only lend me bravery, for without it no amount of cleverness will enable me to fulfill my quest. The White Lady bade us help you. We will do what we can." "Do you have names?" "You could not say them. Call us friends." What do we do next?" In her mind, Anagel heard the 2 Rimericks laugh, but it was good old crotchety Immu who replied, Do. And you are supposed to be the clever one? What a joke! The Tassileo forest is over 300 leagues away, and we cannot even begin your quest until we get there. Suppose you get into the punt, silly girl, and take up the reins, and get us started on our way." The Rimericks seemed to know exactly what route to follow, taking their cue from Anagel's study of the Black Trillium leaf. They sped down the river Nothar with reckless abandon, since there was no chance that the Labornaki enemy was abroad on its waters. Of Anagel's sister, Princess Cadia, there was no trace, neither could the Rimericks tell what had become of her. When the punt moved into the broader Upper Mutar, Anagel instructed the beasts to slow down and progress more stealthily, keeping close to the bank so that there was less chance of any enemy explorer spotting them. Sure enough, they saw 6 punts full of Labornaki scouts prowling about in the waters above Trevista. But the enemy went about its business without noticing them, even though one of the Labornaki boats passed less than 20 ells away. Each evening they would find a safe stopping place. Anagel would unharness the beasts, standing in shallow water, and they would slip away to hunt. Some of the fish and other water creatures that the Rimericks caught would be brought back and shared with their new friend, and in the morning the women would find a breakfast catch lying near the camp. But before Anagel could harness the Rimericks again, she would have to drink of the Maiden, then share it with the animals. On the 4th morning of the downriver journey, the princess awoke in the hushed darkness before dawn, when the night creatures fell silent at last, and those who went about in daylight were not yet stirring. A heavy fog enveloped their tiny campsite on an islet on the outskirts of Trevista, and all the foliage dripped. It had been a stray drop of water, falling from the overturned punt that was their improvised shelter, that had awakened Anagel. Her sleep had again been free from dreams. She lay there in her down sleep sack, hearing only the irregular patter of the dripping dew and Imu's gentle snores, holding tight her warm amulet. No dreams of drought and fire, none since the night she and Imu had fallen asleep on the floor of the White Lady's enchanted cottage. How strange that she had not noticed it before. "Am I really cured of the cowardice?" she asked herself. No, that could not be. She knew that she was still desperately afraid of being captured by the Labernaki soldiers and killed, afraid of the trackless Tasaleo forest and the fierce, unfamiliar aborigines inhabiting it, afraid most of all of the dreadful talisman she sought, the three-headed monster. And yet the nightmare was gone, the warning from her secret self. What did it mean? She thought of asking Imu, but the oddling woman was sleeping soundly, murmuring sometimes in her own language, and the princess had not the heart to wake her. Still wondering, Anagel drifted back to sleep. In the lower Mutar there were many flatboats loaded with troops and supplies going up and down the river. It seemed as though the conquerors had commandeered the entire Ruwendian trade fleet. For what purpose, Anagel and Imu could not guess. They had a narrow escape one afternoon when, speeding around a bend, they met a Labernaki flatboat train dead ahead, coming at them on a collision course. Anagel clutched her amulet and tried to make them invisible, but the charm refused to work. Before she could panic, however, the Rimericks abruptly changed course, streaking off at a right angle and concealing them behind a great floating snag. The men of Labernock, half blinded by the westering sun, sailed heedlessly on. As the punt approached more populous regions above the citadel, the princess directed the Rimericks to swim through the most obscure side channels and backwaters that they could find, to keep them out of the enemy's sight. Their good luck began to seem almost supernatural. They did not travel as fast as they had from Travista to Noth, since they could not change animals as the Wizgu drivers Leb and Tereb had done. But they managed a good rate of speed nevertheless, and were spared from many a natural danger to boaters, such as the giant flesh-eating mylingal fish infesting the Blackmire section of the lower Mutar, because of the formidable nature of the Rimericks. Most other water creatures gave the big, green-furred carnivores a wide berth. The first genuine disaster threatened on a day when they were encamped a few leagues above the citadel, awaiting nightfall so as to pass the knoll more safely in the dark. Anagel discovered that the red gourd of Myton was empty. Its stopper had come loose, and the precious liquid had drained away. "This is awful!" the princess cried. "That this should happen here, at the most dangerous part of the river, where the enemy soldiers are everywhere. Without the Myton, the Rimericks will not even allow us to get into the boat. You recall the one morning when I forgot the ritual. They bared their teeth at me as though I were a perfect stranger. Oh, Imu, what are we going to do? If the Rimericks don't help us, we'll never be able to reach the Tasaleo forest." Imu said, "There is only one possible course of action. You must make more Myton." "But how?" the girl fretted, and then her blue eyes went wide with the realization of what would have to be done. "But I can't do it," she moaned. "Not even to myself, much less to them." "I can help draw your own blood," Imu said. "The process is not even painful, beyond the first prick. But you will have to cope with your fine, sharp-toothed friends yourself. They would swallow me in one gulp if I came at them with my blade." After an interlude of squeamish hesitation, the princess finally submitted. Imu took certain thick leaves and squeezed a juice from them, then pierced a vein on the girl's wrist with her sharp little dagger. Anagel made not a sound. The leaf liquor, dripped upon the small wound, inhibited the blood's clotting, and a concave drogo leaf was soon filled. When this was done, and the princess's blood poured into the gourd, Imu washed the puncture with pure dew water, and bound it up tightly after pressing a medicinal blue flower to it. There! The oddling tied a neat knot to the wrist bandage of grass. But how you will bleed the Rimericks, I have no idea. I will ask them, Anadjel said. And the creatures told her, Bring a dish leaf into the boat. The great animals were unharnessed, paddling about the stern of the partially beached punt. When Anadjel crawled into the end that was afloat, they drew near. One after the other they reared up, nipped the edges of their beclawed front flippers, and let blood flow into the drogo leaf. When it was filled, one of the Rimericks swam off and returned with a red-flowered swamp herb, which it had ripped up, roots and all. Crush a tuber of this plant and mix it with the blood. Thus is mitin made. The swamp folk customarily strain the liquid, but this is not really necessary. Thank you, my friends, Anadjel said. She followed their instructions, and when she had finished, the gourd was full of the brown, salty, sweet-tasting sacred drink. The princess was so used to it by now that she thought no ill of the drinking, and the subsequent heightening of her senses had begun to seem so normal to her that she did not feel that she was truly awake in the morning until she and the Rimericks had communed. Much later, during the night-shrouded small hours of the next day, when they had nearly completed the perilous skirting of the citadel knoll, and were racing through a backwater bordering the green mire, Anadjel thought to ask Immu whether or not the mitin had changed her personality, as it was said to change that of the Nisimu who drank it. Immu said, You are the same dear person I have always loved, although perhaps more mature and worldly-wise from our travels, and much less dainty about your food, and not nearly so hoity-toity about where you lay your head at night, or relieve your body's needs. You have also turned into a demon boat-driver. Whether your own people would count all this an improvement, I cannot say. Anadjel spoke over her shoulder. Since leaving Noth, I have not had the nightmares. Do you think this means I've grown brave, Immu? Either brave or madcap, the old woman said grouchily. She was holding on for dear life as the punt zipped in and out of a dense grove of calas north of the great causeway. For once there was no night mist, and the triple moons glimmered through the moss-hung branches. Just look at you, Princess, gripping the reins like a veteran Volumnial Skinner as we charge through the darkness, faster than marauding Skritek. You have come a long way from the times when you thought yourself daring to attempt a new step on the dance floor, or an unfamiliar embroidery stitch. And yet I still feel fear, Immu. Of course you do. So do I, for good reason. If you don't slow those wretched creatures down, we may end up wrapped around a tree with the night warblers giggling over our broken bones. Anadjel reined in the Rimericks a little. They see in the dark. There is no real danger here. It lies not far ahead, though. I feel it. That may be true. Do you suppose my sisters also are searching for their own fearsome talismans? Probably. The White Lady is cruel to separate us, Anadjel cried out suddenly. We were born together. We have lived our whole lives together. It would have been so much easier if she had let us share our quests, had let us help one another. No doubt, muttered the Nisimu woman wearily. Her head drooped, and her long ears lay blasted flat by the speed wind against the dirty lawn of her old court headdress, which she persisted in wearing. But you have not lacked for faithful servants. The princess bit off the fresh complaint that hovered on her lips. She had been helped by many aborigines, to say nothing of the Rimericks, but her most constant helper and companion had been Immu herself. And how much true appreciation had Anadjel shown her dear old nurse since they set out on this terrible journey? She had taken Immu for granted, never thinking of how frightened and weary the old woman must be. And now they had both been awake for that whole day and most of the night, Immu having refused the princess's suggestion that she nap during the night travel. Anadjel was still charged with energy and excitement, eager to continue on, and the Rimericks, sensing her urgency, were willing. But Immu was plainly exhausted. "Find us a safe stopping place," she told the animals. "Yes, friend," they said, and the punt slowed, turned aside, and glided through a thick curtain of night-flowering vines. Ahead was a high, dry hummock. As the boat scraped bottom, Imu snorted. Her head flew up and her eyes popped open. "Wake up, Imu," Anijil said softly. "It's bedtime." 19. They were being treated, Cadia knew, as honored guests, and that portion of her which was rooted in patience, small though it was, told her that this was perhaps all she might expect. Still, on the second day after their arrival at the Nisimu village, she made one last attempt to win fighting aid from those who hosted her. After all, it was not only her need to gather allies that mattered. These villagers should also prepare for the worst, the probable arrival of the Labornaki invaders. She asked for another meeting with the first of the house, striving to set a rein on her usual headlong demand for what she believed was necessary. "Lady," she schooled her voice into a low and level tone, "these humans who now come into your land are not as we Ruwendians. Let me tell you straightly of their deeds." Her hands, which had been lying loosely in her lap, suddenly clutched each other in a punishing grip. She had to swallow twice before she launched into the terrible account of her father's death. At the picture her words summoned up, she forced nausea to become anger. It was difficult to read subtle expression on any oddling face. Cadia watched very carefully for any sign that the first was moved by what she told baldly in all its horror. "Thus they treated our people. They took after honest battle," she concluded. "Lady, they hold your people in even greater contempt. What do you think they would do here, were they to take your village? The Myers hold your secrets, and have been your walls of defense, but these Labornaki bring with them a sorcerer, against whose will the Archimage's protection will not stand. To fight with honest steel, sword to sword, is one thing. To strive against black magic with no proper weapon is to face defeat before the battle horns sound. This is your land, and one wholly unknown to the invaders. They seem to have already aligned with the Skritek, whose evil nature they certainly share, but that can be countered by your knowledge of the swamp itself. I say to you, even if your customs do not allow you to take up our cause, look to your own." The first sat for a moment in silence before she answered, and for that same moment Cadia knew a faint stir of hope. Perhaps the sense of what she had told this Nisimu woman would prevail after all. Let Hamil take Trevista, let him summon the Skritek, but if the Nisimu arose and used the land itself as a weapon, surely there was a chance. But when the first of the house spoke, her words were formal, holding no warmth. "King's daughter, it is true that your people and we of the Myers have dealt easily together through many years. There is no record of any such horrors between us as those you have told me. Since these slain are your kin, it is certainly true you will look for any help you can gather to avenge them. But friends though we be, there is for us an older service, an old allegiance that rests with the Lady of Noth. She has summoned you and your sisters. It can well be that she has already some plan of action. Be sure, however, that we are well warned. Before your people came hither, the Myers knew war." She was staring beyond Cadia's shoulder as if she recognized there something of importance. "There was long ago a harvesting of lives beyond all accounting. How think you did this land become as it is? Broken in many parts, desolate, and filled with such perils that we have not ventured along certain paths for many hundreds. That war was not ours, but we were born of it, and when those who fought it were gone, we were newborns with a strange world before us which we had to make our own. Then we took oath that such a war would not come again through any of us Nisimu. To the Lady of Noth we owe our lives. With her we have long kept peace. If we are attacked, we fight, but we carry no war to others. You will find your answers at Noth, King's daughter." So it was that only Cadia and Jagan set forth again on their journey, and the farther they went, the stranger and more threatening became the land. Most of the swamp growth in the Blackmire forest had been various shades of green, save for the flowers. Here in the Golden Mire grew the tall reed grass with yellow panicles which gave its name to this section of the swamp. Here, too, there were islets rising from the green-scummed water on which there were clumps of large, fleshy-leaved plants, unlike any elsewhere. These were yellow-white, with streaks of red across them. Seeming to hold the appearance of infected, unhealed wounds, they exuded a stench which appeared to attract insects. The farther Jagan and the princess poled their way along, the more malignant became these outcroppings of vegetation. She heard a hiss of breath from Jagan, and balanced herself in the punt while the hunter moved with care. Moving toward them along the shore of an islet came what seemed to be one of the unwholesome leaves. At the village, Jagan had added to his equipment a short-hafted spear. Now his arm swung out, and the blade caught under the edge of the wandering leaf, flipping it up into the air and back to the muddy earth it had just left. As it arose, the girl could see fringe-like feet moving, vainly hunting purchase. Then the creature slammed against a mossy piece of wood and instantly curled about it. "Snaffy," Jagan said tersely. "We must watch for them here. Their clawed feet inject poison into the skin, and once they have taken hold, they cannot be pulled off." Katie was glad that on leaving the Nisimu village, Jagan had decided that they were far enough away from the known trail to travel by day. This part of the mire must be a series of vicious traps of one kind or another. Against her breast the amulet lay warm and was a steadfast guide. According to its spark, they were still bound in the right direction. Katie kept to the rhythm of the poles, fitting her swing to Jagan's for hour against hour, though they did halt at intervals to rest. If she faced danger, Katie thought, what had Haramis found to fight against? And Anagel? Had her younger sister been taken? Somehow she felt more and more strongly that both of her sisters had escaped from the citadel, were not helpless prey for King Voltric. The sky had steadily clouded over during the afternoon, and it was near twilight when Jagan twisted a tough clump of grass to anchor their craft. Already those queer lights which were born of the swamp gases were visible. This evening they did not try to disembark from the punt, but ate rations they had brought with them. And then Jagan said, "Sleep." Sleep. How could anyone sleep here, in the dark, not knowing what menace might come from either shore? But in spite of herself, she found that her eyes were closing. What followed seemed more vision than dream. Cadia saw a city, not Travista, but one far younger, its architecture lighter in spirit. However, no sentries walked its walls, nor passed through the open gate which appeared just before her. Was this Noth? She longed to enter it. It beckoned, called. It was a promise. Then the vision was lost in a deeper dream of which she remembered nothing on waking. She roused at dawn to discover Jagan already astir, digging into one of their food bags. A short time later they resumed their journey to the Archimage's home, and in early afternoon they caught their first glimpse of it. No such city as Cadia had dreamt of rose before them as they approached their goal. They saw only a single monolithic tower rising high above the golden-plumed grass. Cadia stared up at it as Jagan negotiated the final twists of the waterway, and at length their boat grated, not against another mud bank, but on the edge of an area of stone blocks. "This is Noth," Jagan said. "From here, only you who have been summoned may go. I shall await you." The pavement was not much wider than the punt which had brought them here. Beyond stood the tower. It could have been carved from a single mountain-sized block of granite, as tall as one of the great royal trees of the southern forests. The huge door stood open. Although the light did not reach far within that cavernous doorway, there was nothing about the tower which outwardly threatened. Still, Cadia felt like a child about to answer for some act of disobedience as she strode resolutely forward, refusing to betray her unease. "Welcome, Cadia." The voice did not echo down that narrow hall, nor did it sound other than a usual greeting. Still, She walked on with one hand at knife hilt and the other pressed over the amulet, which throbbed warmly against her flesh in a heart-even beat. Then she entered the chamber beyond. There stood a high-backed chair of presence, such as her mother and father had used at times of ceremony. In it, the lady who ruled Noth, and perhaps elsewhere also, sat, her long-fingered hand smoothing back and forth across her knees the edge of a cloak which was the black of a stormy night, thick in its folds. Yet there ran across it runes of silver, which came and went as do the ripples on a pool into which one casts a pebble or two. Judging by her size, she was certainly not of Odling blood. In fact, standing, she might have overtopped Cadia by several hands' height. Her face was neither young nor old, removed from the touch of age, but her eyes showed both weariness and determined will. Cadia! She inclined her head, but not in any warmth of welcome. The anger which Cadia held within her nearly broke its bonds. She wanted to hurl both her ire and her hurt at this untouched stranger, to demand from her own lips why her magic had failed. Could she not have in some way restrained the enemies of Ruwenda? Was this proud lady of Noth so much less than Orgastus? Her magic certainly had failed when it was needed the most. The girl was able only with effort to forbear voicing those harsh thoughts. Instead, she inclined her head, streaked as it was with swamp grease. Lady. She had no chance, she sensed, for either accusation or reproach. There was that here which held her emotionally prisoner, no less than her body would be had chains wrapped about her wrists at the entrance to the tower. There comes an end to everything, the colorless voice continued. The near-transparent hands had ceased their smoothing of the mantle. Time is of our making, so it varies. What is the passing of a year to one of the mountains? What is sunrise to sunset for the dragonfly, which lives for a single of our counted days? To each of us, plant, bird, insect, stone, proud man and woman, time brings an end. Thus, for those of us who still foresee a purpose, there is much to be done in what seems the narrowest of measures. For the first time her eyes no longer locked with Cadia's, but moved, as if she were looking about her in surprise, finding missing what should be there, or else seeing that which had no place. I have held wardship here. Yes, here I have guarded that which is of the light. Once there was a great spread of water, graced by islands, each of which was a gem of beauty. And there were those who dwelt there. By them, her hands came together as if to suggest a roof of protection. I was called upon for a great task, for evil came, and change, and I labored to raise strong wards. She sighed. That time of trouble and sorrow passed. Then those you call oddlings ventured out, and to them, though they were not of my people, I remained guardian. Time became heavier and heavier, chipped away at what had been. Last of all arrived those of your blood. I searched their minds and hearts, and found they were worthy of the way of the light, and my day was not yet done. And then came Voltric, who is of the pattern of the Skritek, blazed Cadia. Where then was your guardianship? There rose once more the dark powers, the Archimage corrected her. Against such my kind must always contend. With these invaders was one well learned in the oldest lore. She bowed her head a fraction. This time may be his. Only one defense could I raise when I foresaw the design. You are one of the three, and each of you holds a talent untrained, a gift unrecognized. It will be you who bring down the dark powers in the end, if you can pay the price of time. And what price is that? Cadia's chin was high. She still fought against giving any outward sign that the Archimage might believe her to be overawed. that you find your talisman, and use it in time." Talisman? Katie held out the amulet, though she did not take its chain from about her neck. "But this I have already, and from your own hand, lady, if the story is true." "No, that has been but your guide hither. You must use your own strength and wit to find the talisman that will give you power. Steel has ever been your choice. That is direct and quick, but many times the most perilous route to success. There are other ways of winning battles." The Archimage arose from her throne, standing straight and tall. Her movements were not constrained by old age, but rather the determined ones of a person who has a task to do and would get it done. Katia found herself lagging a step behind, and lengthened strides so that they came out of the Tower of Noth together. Now the Archimage threw back the folds of her cloak. In the light of day, the silver rippled across the folds. She was holding a plant, though from where she had plucked it, Katia could not guess. By the flower at its tip, it was the fabled Black Trillium. Swiftly the Archimage broke the stem halfway down, 3 fingers' length above the hair-like filaments of the roots. "This now will be your guide, and with it you shall seek the 3-lobed burning eye." She tossed the stem forward toward the water where the punt idled, and Jagan lay as if asleep. Katia watched it fall straight, break water as might a well-aimed arrow. But what was a 3-lobed burning eye? The Archimage must explain. Katia was tired of tracking through the mires, following a magical gleam to the home of an incompetent enchantress. She needed more information if she were to pursue her quest. Katia suddenly stood alone on the pavement. There was no longer anyone beside her, and she had a strong feeling that if she were to go storming back into the tower and search it from top to bottom, she would not find its mistress. Reluctantly and angrily she went to the punt. Jagan had roused and was sitting up, but Katia looked to the open water beyond. There she saw, among the murky ripples which the swaying of the craft had aroused, a filament of light. Green it was, but no shade of green that she had ever seen in the swamp. This was clearer, lighter, glistening like a gem, and yet the very forepoint of it was black, to be seen only in the light reflected by its length. When she got into the boat and reached for a pole, that rod of green and sable moved, not with the darting swiftness of something alive, but slowly, so that it would match the speed of their poling. Katia uttered a great sigh. "We have a new guide, Jagan, and a new quest. Let us be on our way." 20. The mountain wind roared down the defile, already carrying a few sharp grains of sleet. The late afternoon sky still had areas of blue, although clouds had been massing all day in the south above the highest pinnacles of the Ohogans, Mount Brahm, Mount Gidris, and Mount Rotolo. There would surely be a storm before night, one of the harbingers of the winter monsoons that were due in only 2 weeks. Oragastus was unspeakably weary after his 8-day journey from the Ruwenda citadel. He had left his armed escort in the lowlands of Labernock, and now, all alone, he approached his sanctum high on Mount Brahm. Huddled deep within his fur cloak, he bespoke his weary mount and the 2 pack fronials that trailed behind. Onward! Ahead is a warm barn, and rich mash to eat and water to drink. See, I show it to you. Follow the path, climb strongly. We will catch sight of it once this switchback rounds the outcropping yonder. There, hurry! The 3 fronials lifted their heads, and the gilded tips of their antlers gleamed in the dying sunshine. Their nostrils flared, for thanks to the sorcerer's art, they already smelled the food that awaited them in the stronghold at the head of the steep trail. A shining white tower with black crenellations and ornate black tracery about the window frames was in sight now, tucked against a flank of Mount Brahm. The revitalized animals broke into a trot and then into a rolling canter. With their leg tendons clicking and their tails high in anticipation, they raced up the last few hundred ells and skidded to a stop, snorting and blowing, at the precipice that was the trail's end. Below yawned a sharp cleft in the mountainside, nearly a league in depth and perhaps 50 ells wide, having a thundering glacier-fed torrent in its depths. The sorcerer's stronghold lay on the opposite side of the gulf, and seemed to be completely inaccessible. The sky was now completely overcast, and it had become very cold. Orgastus took a small silver pipe from his belt wallet and blew a high, thin note that was almost lost in the howling of the wind. At once the dark windows of the tower sprang alight, and light also shone from the opening door of the distant gatehouse. There was a rumbling sound. In the cliff wall directly beneath the gate, a square opening appeared, and from it was extruded a narrow bridge with an underside most strangely framed, which thrust out as the rumbling continued, and eventually closed the gap between the trail and the tower. Orgastus dismounted and blindfolded the three Fronials. Then he led them on foot across the slender juncture, which had only a low railing and was scarcely a pace in width, while the rising wind tore at his fur mantle and caused the structure beneath his feet to tremble violently. A false step by the man or the animals would have sent them all tumbling to their deaths. But Orgastus exerted his magical powers to steady the bridge, and bespoke the Fronials in reassurance. They followed him readily, even when the first swirls of snow began to fly, and they all came safely into the gatehouse at last. The sorcerer then barred the door, and pressed a device on the wall that caused the magical bridge to vanish back inside the mountain. Home! He threw off the heavy furs with a shout of relief. The Fronials squealed and ramped a bit, and he laughed as he removed their blinders, unsaddled his mount, and took off the loads from the pack animals. Then he led the faithful creatures down a corridor lighted by peculiar lamps that shone without flames, into a stable carved from living rock that was nevertheless dry, and equipped with all things necessary for the comfort of the Fronials. His grumbling as he fed and bedded them was good-humored. Normally such work would be done by his 3 dedicated acolytes, but they were back in Ruwenda Citadel, tending King Voltric and awaiting his orders, and so the master would have to cater both for the beasts and for himself. He knew how to manage the homely duties full well, for the 3 voices had been recruited only 10 years since. Before that, Orgastus had tenanted this elaborate lair, built on his direction by Voltric's craftsmen, all alone. Now, as he climbed the winding stone stairway to his apartments in mid-tower, he felt glad that no others were here. The past 10 weeks had been the most arduous and stressful of his life. First with the old king's death and Voltric's accession, then with the preparations for the invasion and the march into Ruwenda. The victory itself had been paradoxically easy. Only the freakish wounding of King Voltric and the escape of the 3 princesses had marred the sorcerer's grand scheme. Well, the voices had assured him that Voltric was on the mend at last, and if all went well, the girls' hiding places would shortly be secret no longer. He would take care of that business immediately, postponing his own human needs until he had consulted the ice mirror. He came into his rooms and left the bundles of supplies near the hearth of the dining chamber, pausing only long enough to light the pre-laid fire with his magical sparker. Then he hurried into his bedroom to change from his soiled traveling garb into the silver and black vestments and headgear that he wore for the most solemn incantations. He did not want to take the time to bathe, but he sponged off the worst of the grime and begged pardon of the dark powers, then chuckled as the thought struck him that they might actually prefer him to commune with them in a grimy state. The fine metallic mesh of the ceremonial robe was shockingly cold upon his bare skin, and he winced while donning it, and forgot to say the appropriate prayers. His silver glacé, leather gauntlets, and the dramatic starburst headpiece with its half-mask were warmer, but he eschewed his usual ritual sandals and slipped his feet into fur-lined boots before heading for the tunnel that led deep into the mountain to the cavern of black ice. His breath was visible in the cold, humid air of the rock tube. He walked briskly along the lamp-lit shaft, praying that the ice mirror would grant him his boon promptly, without balking. One never knew with the marvelous devices of the Vanished Ones. Even if the proper rituals were observed and powerful enabling spells chanted, the magic could be capricious. But please, not tonight, when he was so weary and hungry and cold. He came to the massive door, frost-covered even in the warmest weather, braced himself, and uttered the first incantation. He asked pardon of the Vanished Ones for disturbing their ancient tranquillity, but admonished them sternly in the name of the dark powers to serve him. Then he opened the door. The cavern of black ice was, as always, as he had found it, summoned to it, when he first arrived in Labernock with then Crown Prince Voltric. Only later had Origastus commanded the stronghold to be built, to shield the cavern and provide ready access to its wonders. It was a large vaulted chamber, hewn crudely from the quartz-veined granite of Mount Brom, having intrusions of black ice here and there in the walls. The floor was paved with strange black tiles, like glossy obsidian, and the same material, itself closely resembling the ice, had been used to construct a myriad of inset niches and tiny rooms, all fitted with doors. In these he had originally found the fantastic devices that had seduced him from the more abstract magic he had learned from Bandanus, while paradoxically guaranteeing his influence over the kingdom of Labernock. Many of the compartments were equipped with arcane locks that he had been unable to open. Others, including the room of the ice mirror, had yielded their secrets willingly. He raised his silver-gloved hands and intoned aloud, "O dark powers, once again I thank you for your great gifts. Let me use them without coming to harm." Then he slid open a narrow obsidian door and entered the mirror room. It was only a few paces deep. Most of the inner wall was a lumpy mass of thick hoarfrost, which effectively hid whatever mysterious devices flanked the circular mirror itself. Trembling from cold and apprehension, for he knew that if the mirror refused to respond, his great scheme for world dominion was very likely undone, he spoke the spell. "O mighty mirror of ice, far-seeing eye of the Vanished Ones, awaken and respond to my request." He waited. At first, the gray, glassy surface only reflected his own image, a tall, robust man, draped in fluid silver and black, crowned with a starburst diadem, and with a silver mask hiding his upper face. Then there was a dim glow within the mirror's heart, and a voice. It was faint, raspy, like that of a dying man, and its accents were not human. "Responding. Request, please." Origastus stood stark still. In spite of the fact that he was half-freezing, perspiration rolled down his forehead behind the silver mask and into his eyes. This was the most critical moment. If he posed the request incorrectly, the affronted mirror would wink out and remain dormant for at least 2 days while it recovered from the insult. Mentally, he offered a fresh prayer to the dark powers. Then he said in a neutral tone, "View 3 persons. Locate present position of the 3 persons on map." The mirror brightened. A maelstrom of silvery blue shadow materialized in the center of its disk. It said, "Request validated. Names of 3 persons. Princess Anagel of Ruwenda, Princess Cadia of Ruwenda, Princess Haramis of Ruwenda." As he spoke, he was careful to form a mental picture of each girl. "Scanning," said the mirror, and Origastus nearly fainted with relief. It was going to work. The mirror said, "Subject 1, Princess Anagel of Ruwenda. Location, Sa 14-2. Low 7110 on grid Oma. It spoke the usual incomprehensible gibberish, but this was immediately followed by a beautiful map diagram showing a blinking light on the Mutar River below the citadel, just a few leagues above Lake Wum. Augustus restrained himself heroically. A false word or movement could throw the mirror off irretrievably. The sorcerer concentrated upon memorizing the indicated location. A moment later the map winked out, and the mirror showed instead a full-color portrait of the girl, all in motion as though she were alive inside the gray ice. Anijul was seated in the bow of a punt, holding two straps that appeared to be reins. The craft was being towed through water at a high rate of speed. Behind the princess sat an oddling woman, who glanced back over her shoulder at a red sunset and then said clearly, "We'd best put in for the night, sweeting. There should be plenty of fish for the Rimericks in a lagoon over there." And then the picture disappeared. "Subject 2, Princess Cadia of Ruwenda," said the mirror softly. "Location Mo, 29-4. V, 95-5 on grid Oma." The blinking light placed the fugitive just west of the Skritek-infested jungle known as the Thorny Hell. Augustus stifled an exclamation, then looked on in fascination as the mirror showed the second of the triplet girls kneeling on a mud bank in deep twilight, attempting to kindle a campfire of vine bark, and in the background a single oddling was taking something from a native boat. Cadia said, "I've puffed till I'm blue, Jagin, but I can't get this perverse stuff to light. You'd better try." The picture disappeared. Subject 3, Princess Haramis of Ruwenda. Location, Pa 42-3, No 16-8 on grid Oma. The indicator light on the map blinked in a most extraordinary position. High on the slope of Mount Rotolo, the second loftiest peak in the Ohogans, near the headwaters of the Vispar River, and only a league or two away from the secret settlement of the Vispi Oddlings. The sorcerer held his breath as the final picture appeared on the mirror. It was very obscure, a purplish, dusky scene that he finally recognized as a snow cave interior overlooking the slope of a twilit glacier. A shadow detached itself from darkness and became the silhouette of a young woman wrapped in a white cloak, gazing outside. Haramis said, "Will I live through the night? They are out there, waiting for me, the eyes in the whirlwind, and the trillium seeds that led me to this place of icy death are all gone, save one. It is the end. I have no more food, and the snows are becoming so deep I can no longer proceed. Unless the Vispi themselves take pity on me and come to my rescue, I shall have failed in my quest for the three-winged circle." The picture vanished. Then came the inevitable fateful words from the magical device. "Backup power temporarily exhausted. Hiatus for recharge." And the ice mirror's light and voice died. "Thanks be to all the dark powers. AC line, internal battery, and backup," Augustus intoned, making a deep obeisance. "And to the great system operated thereby, forever and ever. So let it be." Then he withdrew, walking humbly backward, closed the obsidian door to the mirror room, and fled to his own apartments. Much later, after he had eaten and soaked in the tub, Augustus consulted the ancient Book of Peninsular Prophecies, while seated in front of the cheerful fire in his study, sipping a mellow brandy. Outside, a snowstorm howled among the tower battlements. The three-winged circle. Yes, it was mentioned here, together with two other obscure symbols, the three-lobed burning eye and the three-headed monster. The reference was unclear, but it seemed that the three were destined to come together, and thereby precipitate some climactic event. Might it be, the sorcerer mused, that the other two princesses also seek their talismans, even as Haramis seeks hers, and having found them, and become reunited, might the girls then be so potentialized as to overthrow Lavernock? He stared into the flames for some time before deciding what to do. The need to dispose of Cadia and Anijel was straightforward enough, but Crown Princess Haramis was quite another matter. He straightened in his chair, closed his eyes, and placed his fingertips on his temples. "My voices," he intoned. "Hear me." In his mind, three shapes took form, blurs of red, blue, and green that assumed the aspect of his three hooded minions. They had no eyes, but their expressions were full of eagerness. "Master, have you succeeded?" "Yes. Be alert for the sending. Here is the present position of Princess Anijel. And here is Cadia." "We have received your sending, Almighty Master. And the Princess Haramis?" "I have found her also. But listen. General Hamel is to set out with at least half of the army in pursuit of Cadia, who has gone into a very dangerous region. The Red Voice is to meet and accompany Hamel, and consult with me every other day until she is taken." "I will obey," said the Red Voice. "The search for Princess Anijel," Augustus continued, "is to be conducted by Prince Antar and his knightly cohort. The Blue Voice will accompany him. The prince and his party returned to the citadel from Trevista 4 days ago," the Blue Voice said. "It should be easy for us to find Anijel if she is as close by as you say." "Nothing is easy where the Archimage Binah is concerned," Augustus admonished him sharply. "Keep in mind that the girls are guarded by the last of her magic, and should they be successful in finding certain powerful new talismans called the Three-Lobed Burning Eye and the Three-Headed Monster, their magic will certainly be greatly enhanced. It is imperative that the princesses be captured and killed, and the talismans be saved for me." "We understand," said the voices. "There are further instructions for the Blue Voice," the sorcerer added, "concerning Prince Antar." "I believe I already know your mind, Master." Blue uttered a mirthless chuckle. "It would be sad if the prince were to perish through misadventure after having done his duty." "There must be no hint of your involvement," Augustus warned. The Green Voice then said, "And shall I join the force that will pursue the Princess Haramis, Master?" "No. You will remain with King Voltric, taking care that he recovers fully, reassuring him when I transmit to you reports of progress." "But Haramis—" "I intend," Augustus said, "to take care of the Princess Haramis myself." 21. Haramis cast forth the final Black Trillium seed on a morning that saw the slopes of Mount Rotolo enveloped in pearly mist. When she woke, it had seemed strangely warmer. The walls of the tiny cave where she had slept, surprisingly soundly, glistened with melting snow. Her fur-lined mantle, which she had wrapped around her sleep sack, had been completely soaked, making it at least twice as heavy as usual, and quite useless, since she had no way of drying it. Using her small knife, the princess had then cut the water-repellent sleep sack along one side and across the bottom, fashioning a kind of cape that was stiff but weatherproof. After a breakfast of cold water, she had freed the last seed and stumbled out of the cave to follow it through ankle-deep wet snow. It floated languidly, adjusting its flight to her slow steps, drifting not an arm's length before her. She could see nothing beyond that distance, so thick was the mist, and she tramped along leaning heavily upon her iron-shod stick. She realized dimly that she was becoming increasingly giddy from the thin air, but this did not seem important to her. Everything was far off and hazy. She hardly cared where she placed her feet, so long as the floating seed stayed within view. Many times she stumbled and fell, her white wool suit and boots and mittens becoming more and more sodden. Moisture crept into the exposed plant-down lining of her sack cape as well, and before long it was achingly heavy. The next time Haramis fell, she left the thing behind. The air was now so warm that she did not need it. The seed, the winged seed, it was all she saw, all her fogged mind could concentrate upon. She went on and on, climbing ever higher. Sometimes the snow was knee-deep, and sometimes more shallow, but it was always heavy and wet, clinging to her boots so that her legs seemed made of lead. It must have been 3 or 4 hours before the weather suffered an ominous change. Haramis was too dazed to take note of the fact that the mist had lost its pearly color and turned to an increasingly gloomy gray, nor did she notice as the air grew steadily chillier. Her hands and feet had lost all feeling, but this was as unimportant to her as the dull pain in her empty stomach. And then it began to snow. She halted, unable at first to realize what was happening. Seeds? Was the world alive with floating, fluffy trillium seeds? And which was her own magical guide? That one? No. The mist was thinning as the snow increased, and Haramis could see once again the rearing cliffs and crags of the mountain she climbed. The wind rose, blowing snowflakes into her face. She became aware of having lost her stick. The guiding seed? It was gone. Gone as all the others, but not at day's end, having first led her to a safe shelter, but here, near the crest of a knife-sharp rocky ridge that the wind had blasted clear of snowpack, the last Black Trillium seed blown away, and so she came to the quest's end. Flying snow stung her face, brought tears to her unfocused eyes, and caused her cheeks and nose to tingle, then grow numb. A mortal lethargy crept over her, and it seemed that the most desirable thing in the world would be to sleep. Why struggle further? Each breath was a sword cut. Her heart thudded as though it would break her ribs. Her hands and feet were frozen. "I will go to the top of the ridge," she told herself, "just 20 more steps, and there I will look out on my kingdom for the last time." The wind tried to foil her. Like some huge, resentful creature, it howled and pushed and seemed almost a wall forbidding further progress. She crouched, lifted one foot and then the other, thrust her body forward, leaned into the wind with all her fading strength. "Father, Mother, soon I come to you, having failed. I wanted so much for the dream to be real, for the mad quest to have a magical fulfillment, to believe that the poor old Archimage knew my destiny. But it seems that she did not know, and so there was no magic after all. I suspected as much." Wind, snow, cold, and her body still moving, almost beyond pain now. With her teeth, she pulled off one frozen mitten and let it drop, then thrust the icy bare hand inside her snow-crusted overtunic to touch the Trillium amulet one final time, begging for a last modicum of physical strength. Let me only make it to the top of the ridge. 5 more steps, the most arduous, most terrible actions she had ever accomplished. God, help the one who trusted thee. 1 more step. Done! At the ridge crest was a rocky parapet, only lightly covered with snow. As she straightened up, the wind's blast seemed to abate, the blizzard no longer lashing her. Back the way she had come, the air was still roiled with tempestuous gray, but ahead there was blue sky and a dazzling panorama of snow-clad peaks extending far into the west. The steep front of the ridge fell away at her feet into an abyss that seemed to plunge to infinity before its depths were lost in haze. "Here I am," she whispered, and dizziness overcame her, and she swayed and nearly lost consciousness. But her hand gripping the amulet was no longer without sensation, but felt a growing, painful warmth, and rather than succumb to welcome death, she forced her eyes to open one final time. On the ridge, not a stone's throw to her right, a great snowy whirlwind spun, all sparkling in the sun like diamond dust. Aramis dropped to her knees and stared at it, completely helpless. It swayed and swirled and grew into a gigantic fluid white cone that spun on its point, and within the whirlwind there were eyes. Eyes green as ice, scores of them, looking at her. "I seek the three-winged circle," she whispered. "We are its guardians, come to meet you." "I greet you," said Princess Aramis with dignity. Then she fell forward into a profound and welcome blackness. There followed a time filled with busy dreaming, during which she suffered great pain, and then found a deep and soothing release. The eyes in the whirlwind inhabited her dreams, only sometimes they were fearsome and sometimes gentle, belonging to tall and graceful beings clad in pale-tinted flowing garments and adorned with extraordinary quantities of jewels, who whispered to her and ministered to her and admonished her to do this thing or that, while she obeyed like a tiny child. She asked them who they were, and they told her that they were the first folk, who had been keepers of the great sceptre of power of the vanished ones from time out of mind. She asked them if this sceptre was the talisman she sought, and they said, in a manner, yes, and in another manner, no. For in dark ages past the threefold was sundered, and its members scattered, so as to prevent it falling into the hands of evil. Dreaming still, the princess asked the eyes if they were in truth the keepers of the three-winged circle, her own talisman. Yes, for this portion of the threefold we kept safe in an ice cave. The other two parts were sent far away by the White Lady, to be cared for by others until the time when her powers should fade, and the sceptre would be needed to restore the great balance of the world. Aramis said, "My sisters seek 2 other talismans, and so does the evil one of this age, who even now looks upon you, hoping you will succeed in your quest." It seemed to Aramis that one pair of watching eyes changed from ice green into star white, blazing, and she saw the beautiful face of a man smiling at her, and she asked, "Is this he?" And they said, "Yes." In the dream this man reached out to her, and she returned his smile, and he said, "I am not what they say I am. Be not deceived. These little ones understand only a part of the great whole. Reserve judgment until you can know me truly, and make up your own mind." Aramis woke in a narrow bed with gauzy hangings all about, and she marveled that she was so warm, until she realized that heat emanated from the mattress beneath her. "The hypocaust warms the base of the bed and the floors," said a soft voice. "Through its flues steam comes from the hot springs, and in this manner do we heat our homes." The bed drapes parted, and Aramis saw an aboriginal woman of a race heretofore unknown to her. Her face was narrower than that of the familiar Nisimu, and her mouth and nose more human. Her huge eyes, green rather than golden, and the ears that emerged from a wavy mass of platinum hair, marked her as of the folk. She had hands with 3 digits also, but the talons were vestigial and very much resembled fingernails, save for their thickness and an apparently natural tendency to come to a point. When she smiled at Aramis, her teeth were not fang-like, but were small and even. The princess recalled the melodious timbre of the Visby woman's voice from her dreaming. It was some minutes before she realized that the woman's lips did not move when she spoke. "But of course not," came the cheerful acknowledgment. "You would not understand our language, so we use the speech without words. My name is Magira, and I greet you, Princess Aramis of the Trillium. Now come out of bed and let me help you to dress, for you are quite recovered, and our people would meet with you before you continue on your quest." "But you can understand me." The princess still had not fully recovered her wits, and she was not yet certain what was dream and what reality. Majira's talk of continuing on her quest was more than a little daunting. As you speak, so your mind repeats your thoughts, Princess. We Visby have no trouble understanding you. Does this gown meet with your approval? I think you will find it very comfortable, and the black fur edging matches your hair. Yes, thank you. The dress is lovely. Aramis let Majira attire her in a flowing robe of pale blue fabric, like velvet, only not so heavy, trimmed with soft black fur. At the neck and sleeve edges and hem were wide embroidered silver bands, all inset with sapphires and moonstones. She put on boots of silvery leather and a silver belt with a hanging purse, all beaded with seed gems, and let the Visby woman braid her hair into 2 thick plaits and tie them with blue ribbon. Our Visby blood flows warm, and so we require garments much lighter than humankind must wear here. Take this cloak also, and gloves, and I will lead you to the town hall of Movus, which is not far from this house." Obediently, Aramis slipped on the bejeweled gloves, while Majira draped a splendid cloak of mingled black and white furs about her shoulders and drew up its hood. The princess then followed the Visby woman out of the bedchamber and down a flight of stone stairs with narrow glazed windows, and into a vestibule, and thence outdoors. So this is Movus! Aramis stopped in the portico and gazed about at the city, which she had thought only a legend. The air had a golden luminescence, and it was obviously near sunset. The princess had a view of several hundred finely made stone houses, many of impressive size, and a number of other buildings, considerably larger, clustered about a central plaza. Plumes of vapor rose up on every side, not only from the slate roofs of the dwellings, but also from grates in the cobblestone streets, and from boxy small structures standing in every dooryard and forecourt. Little trees and neat gardens surrounded each home, but no people or other living creatures were visible. The scene was oddly lit, shadowless, for no true sunshine reached the valley floor. A layer of bright cloud, like a golden ceiling supported by the hundreds of pillars of white steam, overlay all of the vale of Movus. The lower slopes were green and terraced, the higher were snow-covered. From a great glacier poured a waterfall, like a long white scarf. "The people have prepared a festive evening meal for you, and they are awaiting your arrival," Majira said. "That sounds lovely," Aramis said, moving quickly to keep up with a long-legged Visby woman, who now glided swiftly down the twisting streets, her gauzy garments afloat about her like pale banners streaming in a wind. "I seem to be very hungry. Perhaps it's the air here." "You slept for 5 days, Princess." "Oh," said Aramis. "During that time our caregivers attended you and healed your frozen flesh and your other injuries. Doubtless you were aware of their ministrations in your dreams." "Yes, and I dreamt of another, too." Majira slowed, turned her emerald gaze upon the princess, and her thought-tone was uneasy. "We know that the Evil One bespoke you. He can scry your presence only through his ice mirror, and that not constantly, but only at intervals of 2 days or more, since you are shielded by your amulet from the natural mind observation of ill-wishers." "But he could still bespeak me in dreams?" "Knowing you were here, he could. If you had been awake, you need not have listened, of course." Aramis forbore to talk of Orgastus further, yielding to a most curious feeling that the sorcerer evoked within her mind. Instead, she said to Majira, "Tell me, are your people self-sufficient in this valley?" "We grow such food crops as can prosper in the low light, and we keep domestic animals as well, togars and nunchicks within the town, and the larger volumnials and a few fronials outside, pasturing them in the dry season, sheltering them in caves during the rains and snows. In the caverns, nutritious luminous lichens and fungi grow, and you would find the nighttime appearance of our livestock droll, for their winter diet makes their teeth and antlers and hooves glow in the dark." "These are the animals that you obtain in trade?" "Yes, for they breed slowly in the mountains. Haramis lifted one glove, and the gems sewn upon it gleamed. "You trade jewels and precious metals only?" Magira laughed. "They are quite enough, Princess, for all races of the folk crave such ornaments. In earlier years, our trading network spread from the Ohogans to the Tassileo forest, with the retiring little Wizgu ever acting as our middlemen with other races of folk. Since the advent of Ruwendian humankind, the trade pattern has altered, with humans now supplying more animals and sweets than the folk alone ever could, and so the Vizpi have prospered. But still you forbid others to enter your land." Magira gave a delicate shrug. "The hot spring valleys are few and far between, and the living precariously balanced. We first folk were made for this climate when it covered most of the world. As it shrank with the passing ages, we diminished in numbers, although we did succeed in retaining our culture. In time, other races of folk, diverging from us, joined the abominable foundation stock in what is now called the Mazy Mire. But the high mountains are ours, and we protect them with fearsome illusions, such as the eyes in the whirlwind. And since we are people of the Trillium, and obedient to the command of the White Lady, we guard also the Vizpir Pass between Ruwenda and Labernock." Haramis halted and confronted her companion, speaking reproachfully. "Then where were you when King Voltric's army invaded us?" "Alas, the lady did not alert us in time to your enemy's approach, and when the Vizpi Pass Guardians came, their illusions were penetrated by the power of the sorcerer. He bade the Labernocki soldiers ignore the phantasms and strike at the flesh-and-blood persons projecting them. The invaders slew all the Vizpi guardians of our villages nearest the pass. Some 300 souls." "I am sorry," the princess said sincerely. "I did not know. Very little news of the invasion came to us at the citadel, for the invaders marched with fatal swiftness, overwhelming our people before they knew what was happening. Even now I know not what befell our people of the Dilex country, or the outlying manors of the south." They had finally reached a very large building with windows alight in the dusk and the sound of music coming faintly through the walls. When Magira threw open the doors, Princess Haramis was astounded at the great crowd of folk gathered therein. Many hundreds, some seated at round tables, others dancing to a stately tune in a central open space. At the far end of the town hall was a broad dais, at which richly attired Vizpi sat. Above them on the wall was a banner carrying a great Black Trillium, outlined in glittering diamonds. The female citizens of Movis were dressed much as Magira, in pastel flowing gowns and a profusion of jewels. The males mostly wore robes of deepest midnight blue, with undertunics and high boots of white. Their gem-studded belts, collars, and bracelets flashed like rainbow fire in the light of thousands of small cresset lamps suspended from the high ceiling. A great clamor went up as Magira escorted her guest to the dignitaries at the dais. Haramis felt her vision dim and her mind reel, and might have staggered had Magira not taken hold of her. The mental and vocal shouting! She had never known anything like this. She felt assailed both inside and outside her body, and even though she knew the aggressors were friendly, she felt overwhelmed. "Stop!" Her mind gave an involuntary cry. Consternation. Silence. Tangibly penitent. Trembling with relief, she said, "Thank you. I appreciate your welcome, but I fear I have not yet become accustomed to your manner of expressing it." A male of most venerable appearance, whose eyes were not green but dull white, rose from his place at the head of the table and addressed Haramis. She knew he was blind. She knew also that he saw her. "Dear Princess, forgive us. We would not have affrighted you deliberately. Our joy at your appearance carried us away. I greet you in the name of all Vizpi. I am Karimpol, Hearkener of Movis. We have long awaited you. It was known to us that the flying seeds would draw you to our town, if you were strong enough to follow them. All throughout your journey, from the time you left Noth, we watched you. We saw you suffer hardship and fatigue and discouragement. We saw you come into the snowy high country where all of your great intelligence was useless, and only willpower and physical endurance would sustain you. And then it seemed that you were weakening and would fail, as those who spend much time in thinking often do, scorning the body that seems unable to sustain the burning spirit it houses. We prayed for you in your extremity, as did the White Lady, and from us you drew fresh strength, perhaps, and forced the body to serve the mind, fulfilling your ordeal. You reached our innermost border, at which time we were permitted to take you in. Aramis heard a great murmuring of minds all about her, touching gently, wishing well. Her voice was barely audible. You were forbidden to help me earlier? Yes, for you, the journeying itself was crucial. It was an essential part of your quest. And now, have I reached the end of it? You have the three-winged circle and will give it to me. On the morrow we will begin to teach you how to command the great birds you humans call lammergeiers. Your talisman lies some leagues from here, in an ice cave, high on Mount Gidris. A lammergeier will take you to the cave. As to your quest's completion, I cannot say. Merely having the three-winged circle in hand is nothing. It must be empowered. We do not know how this is to be accomplished. I was told by the Archimage to return to her with a talisman after I have mastered myself, but she also told me that my destiny is linked with that of my two sisters, and that all three of us must succeed, or none will. Am I then to assist Cadia and Anagel? Aramis of the Trillium, we cannot say. I think you will have to decide this for yourself. I am the eldest sister, and I have always taken responsibility for the others. There is also a certain prophecy among the swamp folk that says that a woman of Ruwenda will bring down the throne of Labernock. It seems that this woman must be me, for the crown of Ruwenda is rightfully mine, and mine is the obligation to liberate our vanquished land. The great bird will carry you wherever you desire, but we cannot advise you further. Now that you are recovered from your hurts, we can only celebrate your coming and speed your going. But for now, will you sit here at table with us? For 5 days you have taken nothing but liquids, and we have tried to prepare dishes that will please your human palate. I thank you, Aramis said, and I will gladly join you. The Harkener clapped his hands. Then let the festive meats and pastries be brought forth, and honeyed fruit and mulled wine, and let there be more music and more dancing and merriment, for our princess nears her goal, and the world is brought that much closer to regaining its lost balance. Praise be to the White Lady, and to the lords of the air, and to the Triune over all. Cheers filled the town hall, and side doors flew open to admit a train of cooks and helpers bearing heavy platters and steaming bowls. The musicians began to play again, while the people all hurried to seats at the other tables. Princess Aramis pulled off her gloves and unfastened her cape, and sank gratefully into the place indicated by the Harkener Carampole. Magira sat beside her. Momentarily Aramis felt light-headed again, and closed her eyes, and it seemed that she could see right through the walls of the hall. The clouds had lowered with oncoming night, and snowflakes were sifting down from them. But these melted when they reached the warm air just above the rooftops, and turned to rain that fell upon the village of the Visby, softly at first, then with increasing vigor, rapping against the window-panes as if demanding entrance. Mingled with their pattering was the faint voice of a man calling her name. Aramis opened her eyes again to the brightness and jollity all around her. She heard nothing but the convivial Visby and their music, ringing oddly, half in her ears and half in her mind. Someone handed her a crystal goblet of sparkling wine. She drank deeply of it, and tried to smile. 22. Shut out, the sorcerer was amused, rather than angered. "Enjoy yourself, then, with your Visby friends, Aramis, but I will call you again and again, and the time will come when you must answer." Secure in his lair on Mount Brom, with the early snowstorm still raging, Augustus began to search through his library, seeking further clues to the nature of the three mysterious talismans. The Book of Peninsular Prophecies was his principal source, as always. In one entry it named the talismans and hinted that they would reunite and precipitate some wondrous event. In another prophecy, one he knew of old, and had made certain that King Voltric knew it also, the three petals of the living trillium were designated quite boldly as the extinguishers of the Labernaki throne. But nothing in the book hinted at a link between the princesses and the talismans. Setting that ancient volume aside, he undertook a search through his large collection of thaumaturgical and mystical references. There was nothing to be found in the many books from Labernach, and he had no better luck rooting among the smaller number of volumes from Var and Raktum. The most ancient source of all, the incunabular Cyclopedia of Dark Powers he had brought from his own distant homeland of Tuzaman, made tantalizing brief mention of the subject. Under the heading, Threefold Talisman, he found but a single sentence. A device of great potency, supposed to have been entrusted to the Visby by the Vanished Ones from time out of mind. Yes, but what was it intended to do? He continued his search, looking to non-magical books, and finally, in a slender, linget-nibbled treatise of aboriginal studies from the island principality of Engi, of all places, he happened upon a reference to the great threefold scepter of power which the Visby race, most ancient of their kind, safeguarded until it should be required in the fullness of time. The reappearance of this cryptic object was ordained by the Vanished Ones, the Book averred. Exactly what it was intended to accomplish, no human knew, but it would shake the foundations of the world. So we have 3 talismans and 3 girls seeking them, the sorcerer said to himself, closing the last book and rising from the library table. Hands clasped behind his back, he moved to the window and stared out at the blizzard. It was not completely unseasonable, the monsoons being due in 10 days, and so it could not clearly be attributed to magic, specifically to the mischief-mongering Visby who were such great friends of the Archimage Binah, and who were, according to tale-tellers, able to exert a certain control over the weather. Nevertheless, this snowstorm underlined the urgency of his researches, the necessity of vanquishing the princesses before he was trapped up here in the mountains by the great winter tempests. 3 talismans, formerly together in the form of a scepter and entrusted to the Visby, but evidently now separated and scattered about Ruwenda, and the so-called 3 petals of the living trillium, the princesses, who, in bringing the talismans back together, may empower some great 3-in-1. A maddening sense of indecision gnawed at the sorcerer's mind. It was obvious that more than the mere survival of Labernach and its king was at stake here. His own great ambition, forsooth. Would it not be better to permit the princesses to live until they fulfilled their quests, thus ensuring that all 3 talismans passed into his own hands? Or was his first instinct the correct one, that the girls should be prevented at any cost from succeeding, since they alone could potentiate the magical 3-in-1? More information! He needed more information before the final decision could be made. Augustus whirled about and strode to the fireplace, where the fire painted his white hair with lurid glints. He stiffened, arms thrown wide, closed his eyes momentarily, and spoke the spell. When his lids reopened, Blazing stars sprang up behind his pupils, and caused the flames to pale. Then Aurigastus bespoke his green voice at Ruwenda Citadel, commanding him to begin a search of the great library there, gleaning whatever knowledge of the talismans, the living trillium, or the threefold scepter of the Vispi might be found. The voice was to enlist the most intelligent assistants he could find among the Labernaki host. "But take no Ruwendians into your confidence in this matter," the sorcerer warned, "and swear your fellow searchers to secrecy by strong oaths, on pain of the royal displeasure." "I shall obey, almighty master." "Now tell me how fares King Voltric." "He continues to mend," said the green voice. "The good news that you had reached your tower and scried the 3 princesses in your ice mirror cheered him exceedingly. He congratulates you, and expresses the royal approbation and his personal good wishes, and looks forward to your continuing zeal in directing the search for the fugitives. King Voltric commanded that we carry him to the window of his room, so that he could give his benison to the 2 search parties as they sallied forth, and on that day ate his first full meal." "Very good. And now report to me concerning the occupation and pacification." "The citadel and its environs are very quiet. The non-combatant middle-class Ruwendians and Citadel Knoll freeholders have pledged fealty to Labernach, albeit grudgingly. There is no organized resistance to our rule. Most of the surviving nobles in the southern realm have fled into the swamp, but they pose no serious threat. The unburned Dilex villages are all fully garrisoned now, except for the remote enclaves of Proc and Goik, and the orderly harvest and processing of foodstuffs has resumed. There may be some shortages among the locals during the rainy season, but our army of occupation will be well fed." "Satisfactory. And the export trade?" "The Trevista market has reopened. Trade in medicine, spices, essences, and dyes is about 1/4 of the pre-war rate. The master traders expect things to pick up next season. The timber trade is effectively stalled until the rains end. Tasstown, where forest products are gathered, was untouched by fighting, and its craftsmen surrendered bloodlessly. But there have been delays in getting them back to work. Large amounts of lumber and raw logs have piled up at the holding yards at Tasstown and at the northern end of the lake, near the Great Causeway. All that is needed to restore trade is a resumption of caravan movement from Labernach, and this will be accomplished during the spring dry season." Aurigastus sighed. "Very good. I am pleased with you, my voice. You will hear from me again in 2 days." "As you will, almighty master." The vision of the green voice faded. Aurigastus now let his far-seeing eye rove briefly westward, where he spied General Hamel's great flotilla of riverboats sweeping upstream toward Trevista. The sorcerer did not exert himself bespeaking the red voice. Time enough for that when the force would have traveled as far as the Thorny Hell. By then he would have confirmed Princess Cadia's travel route by means of his every-other-day scrutiny of the ice mirror, and worked out the strategy for taking her. The blue voice had already reported that the first day of searching by Prince Antar's force had failed to find any trace of Princess Anagel. This was no great surprise to Aurigastus. His reference books had revealed to him the unusual nature of her transportation, clearly a novelty arranged by the Archimage Binah herself. With the powerful Rimerix holding her wooden punt, Anagel had undoubtedly put a good distance between herself and the enemy concentration at Citadel Knoll. Now that the 2-day interval of rest required by the ice mirror had passed, it would be possible to scry out her new position and perhaps deduce where she was heading in search of her talisman. Enrobing and masking himself, the sorcerer came again to the cavern of black ice and addressed the wonderful device. "O powerful tool of the Vanished Ones, answer my request." The grayness lit slowly, so slowly, like a candle with a wick cut dangerously short. The voice was a rough whisper. "Responding. Request."
Please. Curse it. The illumination was flickering. Perhaps he should have let it rest longer after that first, rather extensive querying. Well, there was no help for it now. He would ask after Anagel, and let the other two princesses go for the present. They were still inaccessible after all, while there was a good chance that Anagel was within Prince Antar's grasp. View one person for as long as the dark powers permit, Augustus intoned. Locate present position of this person on map. Request. Validated. Name of person. The eerie voice strengthened, and the maelstrom within the icy mirror assumed an almost normal aspect. Princess Anagel of Ruwenda. Augustus visualized the girl, then held his breath. Scanning. The map image formed. It was not so bright or clear as last time, but it would do. Anagel was on Lake Wum, close to the western Greenmire shore, and about halfway down. She had to be heading for Tass Town at the foot of the lake. There was no other place to go. But what a singular destination. Princess Anagel of Ruwenda. Location, Sa 51-2, La 22-4 on Grid Oma. Then came the picture, its colors dull but clear. The Rimerick-drawn punt moved at only moderate speed through the thick Greenmire shrubbery of the western lake shore, where small, arboreal bloodsuckers, slimy flat things the size of coins, bedeviled the princess and Imu by dropping from the foliage into the boat. "If you think these suckers are bad," Imu's mirror image said to the disgusted girl, "just wait until we get into the Tassileo forest." "Aha!" Augustus cried out exultantly. "Now I have you." The ice mirror immediately reproved him. "Bad command. Use debug to review your program. Hiatus for recharge." And it fell into a sulk, and the image died. But the sorcerer's elation was undaunted. He had the crucial clue that would enable him to plot Anagel's capture, and his voice rang from one end of the frigid cavern to the other as he gave thanks to the dark powers. 23. The strange little swimming route led Cadia and Jagan only a short way back down the river Nothar, and then it turned off to the left to ascend a nameless tributary. They were now heading toward forbidden territory indeed, the treacherous wilderness called the Thorny Hell. To keep in sight of their frail guide, they had to stay in what open water there was. Sometimes that became so shallow that they both waded on foot, dragging the punt with them. Again they needed to cross patches of open water, where Jagan fell back on his trailcraft and heaped over the punt a mass of rough-cut reed, so they would appear to be a drift of soggy growth. Twice that first day Cadia lay belly-flat, peering through the rough thatching of the punt. Jagan stretched with her as they looked upon small groups of skritek. Cadia pulled up her wrist to seal her mouth, for her stomach now rebelled. Much had been told of the hideous creatures she spied upon, but none of her imaginings were as bad as what she now saw. The first pack seemed to be hunting afoot, and there were young among them. Here in their own territory they did not always resort to drowning, but walked boldly in search of prey. They had split apart, one section moving ahead to take a stand on one of the rubble mounts, while the remainder came toward them, stamping three-toed feet, beating the growth with the butts of crude spears and clubs. Creatures broke from hiding, leapt or scuttled or tried to fly, while the skritek ahead made sure of plentiful captures. Nor did they wait to carry this prey to any camp, but ate at once, some of their catch still alive, quarreling over portions. Watching, Cadia swallowed sickly, sour bile in her mouth, but she made herself look, for she had learned one thing from Jagan: know well the habits of your enemy, his goings and comings, his food, his sleep, all that is his common custom. Learn and remember. While they hid from the fiends of the mire, their swimming guide appeared, by some instinct, if one might deem it that, to seek safety, lingering near the drooping edge of the thatch which covered them. The second party of Skritek, which they encountered, passed later, near sundown. This time there were no croaking cries, no striking at the mass of vegetation. They walked easily, seeming to thread some trail Cadia could not see from her position. And with these was another, a human being. The girl gasped, and Jagan nudged her sharply. It was certainly a human male walking the trail with Skritek, but he was no prisoner. He was dressed all in red, but with the fabric all muddied from the swamp. His head was covered by a hood which extended down to his mouth in the front, masking half his face. He wore a sword and carried a short spear. He spoke with his monstrous companions in so guttural a series of noises that Cadia wondered how he could produce them, apparently disputing with one of the drowners, pointing in one direction while the Skritek wanted to proceed in another, and he won that small clash of wills. In all history, in the gathered legends, the lore of Nisimu and Wizgu, Polder and Citadel, never had there been any truce between the Skritek and another race. Now Jagan was proven correct. Somehow Voltric or Oragastus had enlisted these ogres into their service. However, their reputation for treachery was well set. It was a brave man who walked with them, even if he served a bloody cause. His confidence hinted that it was certainly more than force of arms or persuasion of words which was his protection. "That must be one of the voices." Cadia shivered. Her hand was flat against her breast, over the amulet. "Hide us," she begged it wordlessly. "Protect us." As to what, or whom, that party hunted, Cadia had little doubt. She did not know where Haramis or Anagel had gone, but she was here. This band of Skritek sniffing out trails, companioned by one of Oragastus's servants, were intent upon finding her. That the sorcerer's acolyte had not been suddenly aware of her was astounding. Certainly Oragastus must have some method of search other than eye or ear. She could hardly believe it when the brutes passed without any alarm being raised. But that Black Trillium's magic was not easily overcome. Cadia squirmed a little forward and looked into the water. The route guide rested there as quietly as if it lay upon a table. She drew forth her amulet. It gleamed with potency, and the green light under water seemed to pulsate in sympathy, quivering into life. Though it had been originally pointed toward that shore along which the trail led, now it shifted course until it was parallel with the opposite bank. Cadia saw Jagan reach for the sculling oar and felt the skiff answer. They hugged the shoreline, always alert to any movement, pausing now and then as Jagan used nose and ear to judge what lay about. There was only the usual hum of insects, the peeping of mud-dwellers, the natural sounds of day. Any confidence which that might have given them was sharply dispelled. They came not only to the end of the wider lane of water, but also to a barrier of what appeared to be an islet standing well above the water. Into a grim land the route guide pointed straight ahead. A few feet above them were tangled the black rotting skeletons of trees, which gave support to a network of what looked like vines. The ground offered bedding to distended, ball-shaped growths of reddish-blue. Jagan pointed to the nearest of these. "Those are killers, nourished by the foulness of this soil. Avoid them as you would a poisoned knife, king's daughter." Here was utter silence, a land which could not or would not support any form of life except evil. Still, the route that was their guide did not vary direction. It was straight ahead that they must go. A putrid odor made Cadia gag. She did not need Jagan's touch as warning. There was movement among the dead trees, a swishing sound, and a female Skritek came into view. She did not march with any alert purpose, but rather dragged herself along, leaning on a staff, swaying from side to side. She was not sleek or slim of body. Instead, her greenish flesh was bloated, the paunch protruding so that the creature was plainly top-heavy. Once she clutched out at the crooked limb of a dead tree, and that crumbled to dust, so she went to her knees. No struggle could bring her upright again, and she crawled until she reached a more substantial tree to pull herself up. Her body twisted, her open mouth voiced a harsh cry. From beneath the overhang of that huge belly there protruded a white object that wriggled as if it had a life of its own, fell to the ground, and humped away. This was followed by a second, a third, until Cadia could count 10 fat, whitish, worm-like spawn, perhaps as big as a human baby's head. The mother Skritek collapsed against the tree she had embraced, and the young, which had been plainly questing for something, turned nearly as one to swarm over her who had given them birth. They were plainly feeding. Jagan crept up beside the girl. "The newborn spawn are ravenous." His voice was the faintest of whispers. "And that luckless dam had no meat waiting to appease her brood." Already 2 or 3 of the loathsome young had left the carcass of the female Skritek. 2 came humping forward. As far as the girl could see, they had no sign of real heads, although they carried the front ends of their bodies a little higher. These waved about in the air and then centered on the direction of the punt. They began to crawl toward the water. Jagan moved quickly. His blowpipe was ready, and the first dart thudded deeply into the body of the leading larva. It was followed by a second, which as easily picked off its companion. The spawn beat the 4 parts of their bodies upon the ground, and then were still. Jagan hitched his hunter's bag toward him, and worked out of it a much-folded strip of some substance, as fine and transparently woven as a festival veil. He split this in 2, and handed half to Cadia, gesturing that she was to follow his example in its use, twining the length about the head so it covered eyes, nose, and mouth. He tested the knot the girl had tied to fasten hers before he went ahead. More of the larval Skritek were turning toward the punt, their 4 ends lifted as if following the scent of prey. This time Jagan aimed not at them, but at the reddish-blue bulbous growths springing from the soil around them. The first ball his dart entered exploded as if some force had been imprisoned under its rind. Outward shot a cloud of blue dust, which was joined by another and another cloud, until there was a drift of spores across the shore as thick as a fog. Jagan pushed the punt back to mid-water, and kept it there until the cloud broke into wisps and settled. Where the Skritek spawn had crawled, there were now lumps of slimy jelly, slowly sinking into the ground. Cadia reached into the water and caught up the stem of the trillium. It tugged, straight-pointing in her hand. Then it slipped from her hold and flew through the air as if she had thrown it. There was no escaping the fact that it now lay on that evilly spotted shore where the Skritek mother's dead body lay, and that it pointed inland. The princess looked to Jagan. He shrugged. Then he spoke, his words muffled by the improvised mask he still wore. "There lies the thorny hell itself, Farseer. It would seem that we have no choice but to enter in." That she had no choice was evident. Twist or turn as she might, she could not leave the path the Archimage's magic had designated for her. She crawled stiffly onto the bank. The root of the trillium slid steadily forward, though it made a wide swing about the round, poisonous growths. "What lies ahead?" demanded Cadia as she shouldered the second hunter's bag. Jagan shook his head. "Unknown land, King's daughter. If fortune favors us, we may reach the holdings of the Wizgu." She stepped carefully around one of the yellow balls, taking good care not to look at the tree where lay the Skritek dam's half-picked bones. "Fortune?" The princess gave a bitter little laugh. "No one holds the goodwill of that for long." They came to a weed-lined channel with green-scummed water. One of the dead trees had fallen to span it, and there were prints in the mud, showing that it served as a bridge. Cadia stooped to pick up the trillium root, fearing that it might glide on into the waterway and be lost. It was stiff and straight in her hand. From its tip sprang an emanation like a thread of black flame, and although there was no breeze, it pointed ahead in the direction they were to go, into a wilderness of towering thorn ferns, twice the height of a man. They traveled on for hours. Then finally Jagan said, "We will stop here for the night." The area which the route guide had brought them to stood somewhat above the level of the rest of the ground. It was bare of the thorn ferns, and there were none of the poisonous balls to be seen. Rough grass with sword-sharp edges surrounded them as they came upon a great irregular mound. Though they had seen very few evidences of ruins since they had left Noth, it was plain that intelligence and not nature had shaped this outcrop. Cadia clutched a small shrub to help pull herself up, and loosed a clod of roots and earth. She looked upon what seemed to be dressed stone. It was not the dark granite which was the common construction material of the ruins she knew, but a mineral much smoother, so slick she wondered that the sod had found root there at all. And it had a peculiar sheen under the setting sun. "What is this?" She called Jagan's attention to it. It could be that the route guide had led them to an artifact so huge that she could not begin to guess its meaning or use. As she clawed away more earth to uncover it, it became obvious that the ruin was certainly not made of stone. The surface was sleek under her muddy fingertips. Jagan looked at her discovery, and then hurriedly averted his eyes. "It is of the Vanished Ones." He made a small gesture in the air and stared intently at the trillium root Cadia carried. Its black flame, which had indicated their route, still held aslant for a moment, and then it straightened and flared with a green halo. Suddenly Cadia felt that the aching burden of doubt which had held her for so long was lightened. She pulled herself up to the top of the mound and found that she was balanced on the rim of what might be a giant bowl. The side sloped downward abruptly, and apparently frequent slides caused by storms had cleared sod and detritus from stretches of the surface, which, as far as she could see, was neither pitted nor eroded. Cadia was amazed, and suddenly she laughed. "Hunter, this land holds many surprises. Perhaps fortune smiles after all, for I feel—" She flung her arms wide and drew a great breath of air. The Vanished One seemed to approve her presence here, even welcome her. She rejoiced in a lighter heart. Here all the darkness and terrors that had oppressed her appeared small and far away. She felt no more of the fatigue of her journey, only a rising excitement and a belief that whatever lay before them would indeed work to her purpose.